who's going to be better able to motivate their voters to come out, the Conservatives or the Liberals? And secondly, how able are those two main parties to tamp down the tendency of voters to stream to their left or to the right, to the NDP or to the People's Party, which obviously was critical for both in the last week or two of the campaign?
Okay, Elamine, Althea, I'm going to come to you as soon as I can. Just put you on pause for one moment because we've got some results coming in, David.
Yeah, that's right, Rosie. We got our first results from the riding of Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame, and that's where Scott Sims is the Liberal incumbent MP. And look at that, a blistering early lead of 19 votes with one poll of 246 reporting. Clifford Small is running for the Conservative. He runs a fishing business in Wild Cove on the northeast coast of the island. He owns Smitty's Restaurant in my hometown of Mount Pearl. And Jamie Ruby, Rosie, who's running there for the NDP, is a total clown. He is a juggler and a fire breather with the Ignite Circus, and he hosts a clown cabaret. He's been around NDP politics for years. He is also in this race with Scott Sims up to a very early lead.
I was very briefly concerned for your career there, but you saved yourself.
If he gets to Parliament, it will be a very different place.
It's going to be a great show. Okay, I'm going to nip back to At Issue as we wait for more results to come in from Newfoundland and Labrador. Althea, give us a sense of what you're watching for tonight.
Well, I am going to be curious to see if the early support for the People's Party of Canada is what some polls have suggested it is, or in fact, if it's a lot less or a lot more than we expect. You know, we had this issue with Donald Trump's election where people likely did not tell pollsters that they were going to vote for Mr. Trump, and we had quite a surprise. So are ECOS's numbers, which had at one point the People's Party at 20% in Alberta, accurate, or is it more sort of the consensus polling being around the 5, 6, 7% mark? So I'm going to be curious about that. I think that the Andrew's point about apathetic voters and turnout is going to be interesting. I'm already hearing from incumbents who are worried that a lot of their supporters have been unable to get to the polls, that polls shifted. There were not enough polls in seniors' homes. Those issues, I think we're going to hear more about that as the evening goes on.
Okay, Althea, I should point out that she is at Liberal headquarters in Montreal. That's where she will be camped out for the night. Elamine, your thoughts on what you're watching for?
I mean, similar along the lines of what Althea mentioned, there are parties that, you know, if they're able to actually get the support that the polling suggests they will get, then we will see a very fascinating results tonight. So, for example, the People's Party, a riding like Elgin, Middlesex, London, that's a riding where Chelsea Hillier, Randy Hillier's daughter, who's, of course, an independent MPP in Ontario, whose controversy tab of his Wikipedia page is longer than the biography. And so if she's able to, you know, even get up to 15, 20% of the vote in that riding, I think you'll see the Conservative, it's a safe Conservative seat. So you'll see the threat to the Conservative Party in a place like that. But then also the idea of the Green Party vote. Will it hold or will it crater? And if it does crater, where does that support go? So I'm interested in seeing those results tonight.
Okay, those are all good things to watch. Thank you, all four of you. We'll come back to you through the evening as we do. This is what the floor, the map, looks like right now. It's really dynamic, as you can see. Things are a little slow off the get-go when election nights start, but they get real busy real fast, and we are waiting for results to come in from Newfoundland and Labrador. As I was saying off the top there, this is not the first election Newfoundland and Labrador has had with a pandemic. They had one provincially. David, I remember it well. It was, interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, it was, and it had a big impact on the outcome of it, right? Because Andrew Furey looked like he was cruising to a massive majority with a 40-point lead in the polls. And then there was a COVID outbreak with the UK variant, it was called at the time, hit St. John's in particular at one of the old high schools in my old hometown, and it led to just chaos and turmoil in the voting process with the chief electoral officer there changing the rules sort of on an ad hoc basis. And a polling projection that you thought there's 40 seats in the Newfoundland legislature. You thought Furey would win 28, 30 of them. Yeah. He won 22. So he just got a 2-seat majority. So there was an anger and a frustration and a why did you call it now and look what's happening. And this is in a province that had a relatively good COVID experience compared to the rest of the province, so rest of the country. So voting was an issue there, and I'm hearing, Rosie, voting's a little bit of an issue in some ridings there tonight. In St. John's East, a friend of mine just texted he's way back from the front door, and the polls are already closed. So maybe some delays in the count coming in because of the COVID measures.
Yeah, they have had to, Elections Canada, adjust, obviously, where polling stations are. So people maybe, you know, just scooted down the street to your community center, and it turns out it wasn't there anymore, and you had to go back and find out where it was and maybe end up in a line a little bit bit longer than you expected. But hopefully people are still out there, still waiting in line. Do that, because polls haven't closed across the country, of course, and you still want to have a chance to make your vote count. Ashley Burke is in Montreal. She's got a guest with her. Over to you, Ashley.
Rosie, I'm with Liberal candidate Pablo Rodriguez. He was also the campaign co-chair for the Quebec campaign this election, and when Parliament dissolved, he was the House leader. Good evening, Mr. Rodriguez. Can you tell me how you're feeling heading into the election tonight? And as well, how do you think your party did campaigning in Quebec?
I think we had a very strong campaign. Here it's basically between Liberals and the Bloc. The Conservatives were out of touch with Quebecers and didn't offer anything that was interesting for Quebecers. And now we'll see. I'm optimistic, but it's quite tight in many ridings.
Quite tight, and during this election as well, there was a lot of controversy after the English language debate around a question about Quebec's secularism law. Do you think that gave a boost to the Bloc Québécois, and how does it impact your chances tonight in Quebec?
Well, it did have an impact, and I have to say, me personally, as a Quebecer, I was very angry at what happened, and it did give a boost to the Bloc Québécois for the first few days, but now we're seeing that it's back to normal, and because at the end of the days, we have to decide who's going to be the next government of Canada, and I think Quebecers want a progressive government, and this is the option offered by the Liberal Party of Canada.
Quebec's premier, he also weighed in on this election, and he said that he would prefer a conservative minority. What impact could that have tonight?
Well, it didn't have, honestly, any impact at all, Ashley. First of all, Quebecers, even those that like Mr. Legault, they don't like to be told what to do, so it didn't have an impact there. And also, the important thing is that when, for example, you can say, okay, vote for Conservatives, it comes with a baggage. So it also saying, well, vote for less gun control, vote for scrapping that $10 a day program for childcare. That means less action on the environment. So, and Quebecers are not there. I think that things are going well, and we'll see at the end of the day.
Thanks for your time, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that, Ashley. I think that's what Pablo Rodriguez hopes François Legault's endorsement didn't do. We'll see whether or not that bears out or not. David's got some results now from Newfoundland.
Yeah, Rosie, our second result comes from the riding of Avalon, where we have a rematch between Ken McDonald, the sitting MP, is the former mayor of the Conception Bay South, the largest town in that riding, running against the biggest candidate in the province for the second election in a row, Matthew Chapman. He's a 6'7" former university basketball player. He's a teacher and a basketball coach, and he defeated former Premier Paul Davis for the nomination this time around. So he's a big guy, beat a big name, and he's got a trailing narrowly in early polling behind Ken McDonald.
Okay, as we say, there are 7 seats up for grabs in Newfoundland and Labrador. Once the Maritimes close, that's another 26, and that will happen fairly soon as well. But let me bring in Jerry Butts here just to get a sense of, would there be an assumption that these seats are Liberal? I mean, there's a hope, sure, but would there be an assumption that they stay Liberal?
Well, I think David's right. We're going to find out whether St. John's East is a Jack Harris riding or an NDP riding. My suspicion is that it's Jack Harris riding, who happens to have the distinction of being, I think, the most popular local MP that I've ever seen polled for. So I think, I think the good night would be 7 out of 7 in Newfoundland for sure.
Yeah, and Sarah, if Jack Harris did lose that, would that be, I mean, it'd be disappointing for the NDP, but would they also take that message that riding was more about Jack Harris than it was about the NDP?
You know, some ridings are difficult to keep in line when you have a strong incumbent like Jack, who built up a brand and a legacy over the years. But I think we're still hopeful. The night's still early. Let's see what happens.
Sarah is very positive. She's going to be our positive voice through the evening. Lisa, what David talked about off the top, the Danny Williams factor.
Yeah.
Is that still felt by Conservatives?
You know, in the past, it has been really difficult to get people out to federal conservative matters. But it's getting a little bit better now, and Sharon Vokey is a great candidate, and, we're in the thick of it.
Yeah.
So we'll wait and see how it all goes tonight.
Okay. David, you got any more results there?
No new results, but just talking about the NDP, right, in Newfoundland and Labrador, there's not a long history of them holding seats in the province. I think Fons Fowler held the West Coast riding, 30, 40 years ago. And Ryan Cleary and Jack Harris were part of the breakthrough and when they won both of the St. John seats for a little while. But, you'd have, before that, you would hear New Democrats say, oh, there was a time that, Fons Fowler won the West Coast and Tom Mayo came second to John Crosby once. So it's been tough for them to break through as a party. Party, but right now we've got a Conservative on the board.
That little blue on the board.
And that is going to be in Long Range Mountains, which is the seat Fons Fowler once held. So this is the west coast of the riding, and right now Carol Anstey has an early lead over Goody Hutchings. Carol Anstey is a real estate broker from the Deer Lake area. Goody Hutchings is a multiple-term MP. What's interesting here, Rosie, is that when Aaron O'Toole went to Newfoundland during the campaign, he didn't go to St. John's because that's really out of play for the Conservatives. He went to Corner Brook, which is the biggest population center in the riding of Long Range Mountains. So an early lead and early polling there. I should note, reliably Liberal. Brian Tobin held this seat. Jerry Byrne held this seat. This went Liberal when Michael Ignatieff was the Liberal leader. So just give you an idea of how durable it is. And we have our first riding for first result, from Bonavista, Buren, Trinity. And boy, these numbers are just coming in at a blistering pace. Terrence Rogers beats Sharon Vokey 8-3 right now in one poll of 275 polls reporting. Wouldn't draw too many conclusions from the early trends right now, Rosie, other than that they're slow coming in.
Right. Should let you know that there are no Green candidates in Newfoundland and Labrador, but you're seeing on your screen there, I mean, very early results. But the People's Party of Canada is registering in a small way, at any rate, for now. This is what the map looks like so far. Liberals leading or elected in 3, Conservatives on the board with 1. We're going to take a 2-minute break and hope for more results right after this. Welcome back to election night here in Canada. Early, very early results coming in from Newfoundland and Labrador. That is the only part of the country where polls have closed at this hour. But the Maritimes will come in very quickly soon with another 26 ridings up for grabs. Let's take a look at the map to give you a sense of what is unfolding right now across this country. Most of it is red. There's a bit of blue there, too. And we're waiting to see whether the NDP can hang on to St. John's East, which was the one riding that was any color but Liberal in the last election. David Cochrane is tracking his home province and the results there. David, over to you.
Yeah, Rosie, we'll tread a bit of water on TV while we wait for these numbers to come in.
I love that.
Now we'll talk about, we're going to go through the results that we do have. And I want to start in Bonavista, Buren, Trinity. This is a riding that I am watching closely. And obviously, these results tell us nothing about the final picture. But it's interesting what has happened here. Like, Judy Foote won this in 2015 with over 80% of the vote. She left. She's now the Lieutenant Governor of Newfoundland and Labrador. Rogers won it in a by-election by 46%. 7 points. But then in 2019, when Sharon Vokey had her first crack at trying to beat him, the lead was reduced to 6 percentage points. So this is the one I know the Liberals are the most nervous about, the one the Conservatives are most bullish about, and the one that we should pay attention to. Next, Long Range Mountains, which was described to me as a bit of a conservative long shot, largely on the strength of the local candidate. Carol Anstey is a realtor. She's from Deer Lake. She's well known in that part of the province. But Goody Hutchings is a multiple-term Liberal MP, and that is an area of the province that votes reliably Liberal. Provincially, this is where Andrew Furia has his seat. It's where former Premier Dwight Ball had his, and where former Premier Clyde Wells had his seat, all in this area. The West Coast is really the Liberal coast of Newfoundland and Labrador. The next riding we're going to take a look at is Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame. And there it's a narrow lead with 2 polls in, I think, now. So we've doubled our numbers in Coast of Bays. Scott Sims is a former weatherman on the Weather Network before he went into politics. Very well known in central Newfoundland. He's got a narrow 2-vote lead there over Clifford Small, whose family, he runs the family fishing venture out of Wild Cove on the northeast coast. And Jamie Ruby, as I said, a guy I've known for a long time. He's works for the Ignite Circus. And the last riding that we have results for is Avalon. And this is an area that has been held by the Conservatives in the past. You remember Fabian Manning. He's been appointed to the Senate twice now because he was appointed, resigned to run, and was reappointed by Stephen Harper. This was his old seat in the House of Commons. Ken McDonald out to a very narrow lead in early voting. And finally, some results from the big land. Yvonne Jones leading Amy Norman by 18 votes in early voting. Amy Norman just ran in the Newfoundland and Labrador provincial election in Lake Melville, which is the provincial district in central Newfoundland. Shane Dumaresque is running for the Conservatives. He's a hotel owner from Fort Tow. And Rosie, I got to tell you, normally this vote's pretty reliably Liberal. In the days leading into this election, I had some nervous phone calls and texts from Newfoundland and Labrador Liberals saying, are you hearing rumblings in Labrador? What are you hearing up there? And when there's rumblings in Labrador, you pay attention because they could become a war on voting day. So we just keep an eye on what's going to happen with those numbers.
Okay. Good to know. Take a look at the map there on your floor of Newfoundland and Labrador thus far. There's one place at least not reporting so far, one riding not reporting yet. We are waiting for results from the Maritime provinces in about 6 minutes' time. I will tell you that things are coming in a little bit slowly in Newfoundland and Labrador. That did happen in the provincial election as well. So we'll see what's unfolding and whether there's some reason to explain all of that. Could it just be the pandemic? We'll see. Ian is tasked with looking after his home province of New Brunswick.
Yeah, after listening to David, I'm worried now. I don't think any of the candidates in New Brunswick that I know of own a Smitty, so I'm going to have to do a little bit extra research here to see if I can match him with the color from Newfoundland. But anyway, in New Brunswick, you think back to 2015, and it went all Liberal red, right? Yep. A sweep for the Liberals. But 2 years ago in 2019, we started to see a return to kind of the traditional political picture. And so the Conservatives won 3 ridings, which really are Tory strongholds, but one riding, Fredericton, far from traditional Rosemary. That time was a Green win, Jenica Atwin winning that seat. The first time the Green Party had won a seat outside of British Columbia. Then, of course, earlier this year, she crossed the floor. So tonight, one of the things we're looking at is, can Jenica Atwin hold on to that seat? Can the Greens hold on to that seat? Can the Conservatives get it back? Here's a little bit of New Brunswick political trivia for you. In the long history of that province, only in Fredericton have 3 different parties won in 3 consecutive elections.
Fredericton, keeping people on their toes. Who knew? When I interviewed Annemie Paul about a week ago, it feels like months ago because this has been a long campaign, she actually said that she didn't go to Fredericton to support the Green candidate because she didn't want to be, quote, a distraction to anyone at that race. Let's go to Harry Forrestal. He's at Jenica Atwin's headquarters there in Fredericton. Harry, what are you hearing about Jenica Atwin's chances of holding this time as a Liberal?
Well, the hope is there, that's for sure, in the Liberal Party that Atwin will be able to hold on to this riding. But crossing the floor is a dangerous thing at the best of times. Going from the Green Party, taking your seat with you to the Liberals may earn her the ire of many voters. We'll see tonight we have Jenica Atwin in the Fredericton riding up against Nicole O'Byrne and Andrea Johnson. Nicole O'Byrne is the NDP, the Green Party candidate, and Andrea Johnson is the Conservative. So we're going to have to see when votes start coming in how this is going to work out. It's difficult to tell. But, when this gets underway, when the change comes, it comes from the east and moves west. As Ian pointed out, in 2015, Rosie, the Liberals took every seat here. 2019, the cracks began to show, and we'll find out in an hour or so tonight just how things are going to work out here in New Brunswick. But if there is a change in government coming, it'll be here that we see it start to turn.
That's how Harry Forrestal reminds us that New Brunswick's an important place. Thanks for that, Harry. Appreciate it very much. He's at the Jenica Atwin headquarters. We'll see whether the Liberals can hold that seat for Jenica Atwin this time as a Liberal. David Cochran's got some more results. David.
Yeah, Rosie, don't adjust your set. There are 2 ridings blue in Newfoundland and Labrador because we've had a lead change in Bonavista, Burin, Trinity. And we're going to show you those numbers now. Sharon Vokey, with 2 polls reporting, is now pulled into an 11-vote lead over Churence Rogers. And so what's interesting about these rural ridings, Rosie, is there's a lot of economic anxiety, obviously, because of just the changes in the fishery over the years, but also the oil sector came in and sort of filled a lot of that gap. Not just the offshore oil sector off the coast of Newfoundland and Labrador, but the oil patch out west. A lot of Newfoundlanders from a lot of these rural towns gone out there and have worked out there. Their concerns and anxiety over what's happening to that industry and their frustration with the federal Liberals for being so aggressive on climate, they brought some of that anger back with them, and they brought some of the voting tendencies back on that. This is what the Conservatives are counting on to maybe bump their numbers up in the rural seats.
Okay, votes slowly coming in Newfoundland and Labrador, about 1,100 or so, 1,500. Quickly changes, but they are coming in. The countdown clock is on for the Maritimes. 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes till we start seeing more results. Adrian is covering Nova Scotia for us.
You bet, Rosie. This is a province where for the Liberals, the bottom line is the best news would be absolutely no news at all. Right now, they hold 10 out of 11 seats, but all 3 main party leaders have been dashing off to Nova Scotia recently. They sense opportunity there. The NDP keeping an eye on 2 seats, but the Conservatives really sense the possibility of a change for them. They're hoping to capitalize on the momentum from the provincial election, you know, that elected a majority progressive Conservative government. So one riding in particular that the Conservatives' Aaron O'Toole went to have a little look-see in is Cumberland-Colchester, currently held by Lenore Zann. Fun fact, Lenore Zann, the voice of Rogue in the X-Men, if that means anything to you. She's up against Stephen Ellis, who is a family physician. No NDP candidate. Daniel Osborne is there, but he has, I guess, stepped back from the party.
Okay, so that gives you a good picture of Nova Scotia. Liberals were a bit nervous about what those provincial results would mean for them federally, and indeed, the Prime Minister was in there a couple of times. Andrew, you're on top of Prince Edward Island.
Yeah, all 4 ridings on Prince Edward Island have voted Liberal for an awfully long time, decades, in fact, with only a couple of exceptions. And I could show you the map here, but I wouldn't have much to say except red, 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 and red. That's not to say that there aren't interesting ridings, though, to watch tonight. Charlottetown is one that I want to call your attention to. Hasn't been Liberal since 1988, yes, but the Conservatives have a well-known candidate in Doug Curry, a guy who actually spent a decade in provincial politics as a Liberal, but also watched the Greens here. They came second in the last election in this riding, and the Green brand is strong provincially. I mean, they formed the official opposition in PEI. The question is, can they translate some of that sex on the provincial stage to the federal stage? We'll see.
Okay, and interesting to see as well whether that the beachhead that the Greens thought they might have in Prince Edward Island becomes something or not. Annamie Paul was out there for one of her rare visits outside of her own riding that she's trying to win. Polls about to close in another 25 ridings. That means first results from Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and PEI just moments away. The evening's just getting started. A lot more excitement to come. Here we go. It is now 8:30 local time in the Maritime provinces. Polls have just closed in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island. 25 more seats to add to the count. What happens in the Atlantic provinces tonight could set the trend for the rest of the country. All right, we are waiting for results to start coming in from the Maritimes, and our results hosts are on top of things, and we'll bring them to you as they come in. This is what the map looks like so far, with early results from Newfoundland and Labrador. The Conservatives leading or elected in a couple there, and the Liberals also on the board. We know that results are coming in slowly in Newfoundland and Labrador. We'll see whether we see the same story in the maritime provinces as well. We know that the pandemic has affected voting, that lines have been long in some parts of the country, that it has not always been clear about where you go for your polling station. And so that has caused some minor problems we have heard through the evening as well. Thomas Degla is actually at a voting line right now in Toronto, where people are, I believe, still waiting because the polls are still open. So stay in line if that happens. Thomas, what are you hearing down there?
Well, no one really complaining, Rosie. They're talking about waits upwards of 30, 40 minutes, an hour in some cases. But this lineup here in the riding of Spadina-Fort York outside this Toronto hotel downtown, it stretches all the way down the block and keeps going and going and going. One of the reasons, of course, the lines look so long is because we're supposed to be physical distancing here, a couple meters away, or at least 1 meter away from the person in front of you. And what they're doing here, you're seeing people move right now because they've been bringing in crowds of a few dozen at a time, maybe about 30 people at one time, and then the line stops, as it just has, and that's how they're getting people in sort of by batch in this polling station. Now, this riding, Spadina-Fort York, is one of 11 ridings in the Greater Toronto Area where Elections Canada had to cut the number of polling stations by more than half. So fewer than 50% of the number of polling stations there were here compared to 2 years ago because of the pandemic, because it was so difficult to get enough locations where they could ensure physical distancing, because it was more difficult to get access to community centers and schools, that sort of thing. So you're seeing polling stations in unique places. This is a hotel just down the street here. But we've seen some polling stations, for instance, at the Science Centre here in Toronto. I believe in Hamilton there is all sorts of unique, including funeral home is what I was trying to remember. Funeral home, I believe, is where one polling station is being held down the road here in Hamilton. But this is, I think, going to be one of the stories, certainly here in the Greater Toronto Area, of the 2021 pandemic election, is these long lineups. The question is, what is going to happen when someone comes in here and sees a long lineup? Are they just going to turn around and decide not to vote, Rosemary?
Well, you've got 2 hours still just to get in your vote. So hopefully those people will stay there, because, Thomas, if the pandemic taught us anything, it's how to line up and be patient. So hopefully that'll happen there tonight. Thomas will keep an eye on for us. Thank you very much. We've got some initial results coming in from Nova Scotia. Let's go to Adrienne.
Well, yeah, initial might be a strong word, Rosie. We're going to look at Halifax. This is currently held by Andy Fillmore, still holding it with that whopping eight-point lead. One poll reporting. This is of note. The NDP really have their eyes on this. Lisa Roberts is, first elected provincially some time ago. She was a journalist. This is Megan Leslie country. This is Alexa McDonough country. This is a place the NDP really want, but right now Andy Fillmore has it with a 5-point lead.
It does take a while. Let's be honest, for votes to come in. You can see, though, at the bottom of your screen there, Liberals leading and elected in 7 ridings so far, and the Conservatives on the board with 1. David Cochran.
Yeah, Rosie, we finally have some results from one of the St. John's ridings, and it's St. John's East.
Okay.
The first numbers are in there now. And Joanne Thompson running for the Liberals with a 9-vote lead over Mary Shortall, the outgoing president of the Federation of Labour, who is running to succeed Jack Harris and try to keep that seat orange. Jagmeet Singh was there. That's where he released the party platform. This shows how important that is to the New Democrats, but the early results there, but a key battleground riding in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Okay, David, thank you for that. Let's go to St. John's East. Chris O'Neill-Yates is there with none other than Jack Harris. Chris O'Neill-Yates, you can tell him that everybody was saying nice things about him. That's what happens when you retire from politics. What's Jack telling you tonight, Chris?
I guess, Rosie. Well, I am with Jack Harris, who retired from politics, and people have always said nice things about you, Mr. Harris, I suppose. This is what Rosie was saying. People say nice things when you retire. How important is this riding to the NDP here in St. John's East?
Well, it is pretty important. I mean, we've got a strong history here in St. John's East. I've won it 4 times for the NDP. We've got a candidate now who's a very strong advocate in Mary Shortall. I think she'll do a great job for the riding, and we've got a great leader in Ottawa. So I think we've got the the makings of a good transition, a lot of momentum in this campaign, a lot of excitement amongst the volunteers, and we've seen lots of young people around helping out. We've got a leader with a proven ability to get things done in a minority parliament, which it looks like we're going to have again. So I think it's important for St. John's East to be a part of that, and it is, of course, important to the party to maintain this seat and to make sure that there are more than just Liberal voices or, government voices in Ottawa. We've had that from 2015 to 2019. It didn't make us things any better, really, for Newfoundland and Labrador. So having an independent voice, especially one that's fighting for the things that people in Newfoundland and St. John's East need, is important.
Well, that's Jack Harris here with us tonight at the St. John's East NDP headquarters. Their candidate, Mary Shortall, running in the seat that Jack Harris just vacated when the Parliament was dissolved. Over to you, Rosie.
Okay, Chris, thank you for that. All Newfoundland and Labrador ridings are now reporting. We've got more than 5,000 votes into the system, which means results are going to start firming up here. Let's go to Adrian, who's got some news from Nova Scotia.
We do indeed. We're keeping an eye on Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. This is another area that the NDP were hoping to make inroads. If we have a look, Daryl Sampson, though, who is the incumbent, is leading by 5. In the number 2 position, Angela Conrad. The NDP is back in number 3, but again, 1 of 198 polls reporting. This is Peter Stauffer's riding from 97, 2015. So there you go.
Okay. Let's go back to David Cochrane. He's got an update on Newfoundland.
Yeah, we've got first results from the 7th riding. That's St. John South Mount Pearl, and that's where Seamus O'Regan, the Natural Resources Minister, is the incumbent. And look at this race. Wow. I'm going to call this too close to call.
He's running away with it.
Yeah, O'Regan, of course, is the cabinet minister and a close friend of Justin Trudeau. Yep. Steve Hodder is a realtor who is running for the Conservatives. Ray Critch is a lawyer who got married on Saturday. So he finished in the top 2 of at least one major event in this past week. Our next result is going to be Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame. And look at that. The Conservatives are in the lead. Scott Sims, a well-known multi-term popular Liberal MP, trailing behind Clifford Small, a businessman who owns a fishing venture and a restaurant, Smitty's, as I keep mentioning. And here in Bonavista, Buren Trinity, I expect this to go back and forth all night. A rematch between Sharon Vokey and Churance Rogers. Vokey now with a 30-point lead with 15 of 275 polls reporting.
Okay, these are early results, but the Conservatives would be feeling pretty okay right now. Let's see whether or not it holds. I hope that Smitty's restaurant is good because it's getting a lot of free advertising from you tonight. Lisa Wright, maybe I'll just bring in you again. We talked about how Conservatives felt in Newfoundland and Labrador. Listen, these are early results. I don't want to go crazy yet, but if you could start picking up, that's the goal for Conservatives. Start picking up early and across the country.
I mean, it'd be fantastic to see some seats coming out of Newfoundland and Labrador because it's not expected, quite frankly. But the reality is it's still early, and I'm not going to get too excited yet. No. But it's really nice to see the numbers roll in, and we'll see what ends up happening. And I do like Smitty's out east.
Oh,
good. Yeah,
there you go. I didn't even know it was a thing. There you go. Jerry, I'll ask you the same question here, too. Not about Smitty's, about what the Liberals need to do in the Atlantic provinces. Hold what they have, but also take a couple, like that NDP seat, for instance.
I haven't seen something get this much free advertising since the PPC in this campaign. I think, look, it's a good night for the Liberals if they come out with 24 to 26 seats from Atlantic Canada. Yeah. We obviously won all 32 of them in 2015, which is not going to happen every election. And so they'll be happy with 24 to 26.
It seems like you have a very muted response to my questions. Is it because that this is not the election that Liberals thought they were going to have? Is that fair to say?
No, it's probably because it's maybe the first time I've been out of my house in a few months. I'll get going as the night goes on.
Okay, great. We'll get you some chocolate or a Coke or something. All right, let me show you what things look like across the Atlantic provinces right now. The colors will give you a sense of what the story is in these early results. Big parts of red, of course, but the Conservatives are there as well, and they would be happy to see themselves leading in 3. But again, very, very early results at this hour as we wait for more to come in. Adrian will give us some updates.
You bet. We're going to have a look at the very important Cumberland Colchester again. This is when Aaron Toole went to visit. And look at that. Stephen Ellis, the family physician, is in the lead against Lenore Zan. But look at number 3, the People's Party of Canada. I'm sorry, Jerry, I know you don't want us to talk about it necessarily, but this might be a sign of things to come as this migrates across the country. Let's just see what kind of effect they have. But in one of 218 polls reporting.
Okay, thank you for that, Adrienne. We're going to go to Kayla Hounsell. She's in South Shore St. Margaret's, waiting to see what results are there too. Kayla?
Yes, hi, Rosie. We're at the Curling Club in Bridgewater, which is headquarters tonight for Liberal incumbent Bernadette Jordan, who, of course, has been the federal fisheries minister for the past couple of years. It's a little bit quiet here right now. Jordan is not here. I'm told she's spent the day knocking on doors and that she is feeling optimistic and excited. But the reality is Jordan is fighting for her job tonight after what has been a very public, very contentious fight over Indigenous fishing rights in this province. And we know both the Mi'kmaq and the non-Indigenous commercial fishermen are angry, and they're angry, they've told us, directly at Jordan for her handling of this matter. There are fishing communities all along the south shore of this province. So we'll see how that plays into the vote tonight. Jordan, of course, rode in on that red wave that swept all of Atlantic Canada in 2015. But prior to that, this was a Conservative stronghold. So, of course, the Conservatives are hoping to win it back tonight, Rosie, and the Liberals hoping to hang on to it.
Okay, Kayla Hounsell, thank you for that. That's a good example of how sometimes local events can really affect the outcome of an election. Just want to update you, if you are in a line or you know someone who's in a line waiting to vote right now, Elections Canada wants to make sure that you know that if there are lineups inside or outside, the polling station will close at the time it's supposed to close. But if you are in line, stay in line. You will still be allowed to vote. So don't give up if you're in that line yet. We're going to take a short break here. Canada Votes 2021. We'll be back with more results in 2.
Mornings.
Welcome back to election night here in Canada. I'm Rosemary Barton. We've got some results already coming in from Atlantic Canada. You can see here on the bottom of your screen, these are leading or elected. So 6 for the Liberals, the Conservatives now at 3. And look at that. The NDP has entered the game. It's probably very early results, but that is where we will start to see trends from the evening as they unfold. David Cochrane can give us some more details about some of those numbers, David.
Okay, we're going to start with the 2 ridings in Newfoundland and Labrador where the Conservatives are leading now. We're going to start in Coast of Bay, Central, Notre Dame. More numbers coming in now. About, 20% of the polls. Clifford Small, the Conservative, has a 62-vote lead over Scott Sims. So depending on where those votes are coming from, that lead could change. Bonavista, Buren, Trinity. Look at that. Sharon Vokey opening up her lead over Churence Rogers in a rematch between the two of them, the former executive director of the provincial Conservatives running against the former president of the provincial Liberal Party. Right now, the Conservatives ahead, and in St. John's East, another lead change. Only 2 of 182 polls reporting, so a long way to go there. But Mary Shortall with an 18-vote lead over Liberal Joanne Thompson. And Rosie, I know this, I'll make my last Smitty's reference because I'm going to fill you in on the story and why it's so important in Newfoundland politics. A guy named Paul Lane, who used to be Kathy Dunderdale's parliamentary secretary, got fed up with the Conservatives, crossed the floor to the Liberals, and he booked the banquet hall at Smitty's to do it. Oh. So he went to a pancake house to flip sides. It didn't take. He fell out with Dwight Ball over the budget. He's now an independent in the Newfoundland legislature.
Well, that's all you ever need to know. Everyone, I can tell you, everyone on Twitter and everyone in Newfoundland and Labrador is mad that I don't know about Smitty's. So
we have time.
Next time I'm out there, you can all buy me some free pancakes. Okay, let's look at what you can see in these early results here. Liberals leading or elected, well, leading in 7, Conservatives in 3, NDP in 1, and that, of course, is the riding for Jack Harris. We'll see whether any of that holds in these early results. Let's go to Oshawa, to Conservative headquarters. Hannah Thibodeau, someone has repaired the power outage there, and Hannah has a guest for us at this hour. Hannah.
Yeah, and we're going to start flipping pancakes here, too. You guys have me all hungry in Oshawa. So, yeah, the power is back on, thankfully. This was an outage that was all across the area, and it took us down. But we are back, and joining me now is Ginny Roth. She's a Conservative strategist, and I think you know her well, Rosie. Ginny, let's talk about what we're seeing out of Atlantic Canada and Newfoundland. Those 2 ridings where now Conservatives have a slight lead in those. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think the Conservatives are excited about Atlantic Canada. For people who don't know, the leader, Aaron O'Toole, has a bit of a background and a bit of a personal connection to Atlantic Canada. He spent some time out there during the RIP period, and I think it's because he thinks he can pick up some seats. The polling looks pretty good in terms of the regional breakdowns and the ability to pick up some seats. A couple seats in Nova Scotia, maybe a seat in Newfoundland, maybe even a couple seats in New Brunswick. So I think it'll be a good boost, actually, early in the results coming in for the Conservative campaign.
What will be the indication if we start to see some of these seats being picked up by the Conservatives in this area?
Well, I think I'm watching Cumberland, for example. There's a really strong candidate there.
And this one's interesting, Jeannie. Yeah. Sort of jump in, but he's a former doctor, and I was talking to people when we were in Truro, and they say the reason why they're voting for him is because when he jumped into politics, he found someone to take over his place of work so that they weren't left without a doctor. So it's so important when it comes to medical issues out there.
Yeah, he's a real star candidate. I think the party's really excited about him. And the other thing I'm watching in Atlantic Canada is there's this real appeal to like a true red Toryism. People talk about red Toryism in Ontario, and I'm not sure they know what it means. I think they just think it means more liberal. It actually means something different in Atlantic Canada, and we saw that with Tim Houston winning this big majority government unexpectedly in Nova Scotia just a few weeks ago.
Talk about that a little bit, because that gave the federal Conservatives a bit of a boost in the very first week of this election campaign.
Yeah, and a blow for the Liberals, who I think thought incumbents are winning across the board when they're going to the polls in the middle of the pandemic, and then that really bucked that trend. And so I think it was a real blow to the Prime Minister's confidence, to the Liberals' confidence, and a boost for the Conservatives that they've been able to ride in that first couple of weeks. And also, don't forget, the polling did not indicate that would happen. So it was a real shift from what the polling expected.
Ginny Roth, I want to thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Hannah.
Okay, Rosie, back to you.
Thanks, Hannah. Appreciate that. We won't tell Ginny that the Conservatives have slipped down to 1 as that conversation was happening, which shows you that these results are early, and you should be cautious in how we are analyzing them. Ian, you've got some early results from New Brunswick.
Yeah, like super early. So let's go to Fundy Royal, and we're going to Fundy Royal really just to give me a chance to say something, because look how few votes we're looking at there. Here's the significant thing about Fundy Royal. Obviously, not the numbers we're looking at, but in New Brunswick, you've got probably 4 ridings that are solidly Liberal from election to election. You've got 3 ridings that are solidly Conservative from election to election, except for 2015, which was an aberration. Fundy Royal is one of those Conservative ridings. Rob Moore, who has 1 single vote right now, he won this in 04, 06, 08, 11 and 19, and he's got to be considered the favorite there. But since we have a little time, I'm going to give you another piece of New Brunswick political trivia. The riding Fundy Royal, I was curious, like, why it was called Fundy Royal, because there's no place there that really fits that. But it turns out when it was created back in 1914, just before I started working at CBC, actually, that there are 2 counties in Fundy Royal, Queens County, Kings County, hence the name. I got more trivia until we start getting numbers from New Brunswick. So.
Adrian's going to give us some. So just so you hold that trivia, because we'll probably need it the way this night's going. Let me show you how things are looking now on the map, because before you had seen some big splashes of blue. Now we're back down to 1, and a large part of what we're seeing here with these very early results is red. Remember, the Liberals held 26 in the last election. We'll see what happens here tonight. Adrian, tell us what you're seeing from Nova Scotia.
Well, I'm seeing that we might be heading into an old school flip a coin or tug of war in Cape Breton-Canso, because last time we checked, Cape Breton-Canso was a dead heat. Yeah, there you go, 34 to 34. 1 of 24 polls reporting. Mike Kellaway lived in Cape Breton his entire life. Let's just see if he can hang on and head back to Ottawa. So we're going to check also new results in for Halifax West. Okay. Lena Metlej-Diab. There's no incumbent running here, but she was the MLA, the Provincial Minister of Justice. 20-point lead of 1 poll reporting. For where we're going so far, that's kind of like huge at this point.
Okay, 18,000 votes or so coming into the system for all of the Atlantic provinces as we see results start to come in. And you watch the bottom of your screen because, of course, that is where you're going to see those results. The biggest swath of ridings, as you probably know, happens when polls close from Quebec all the way to Alberta with Nunavut, the Northwest Territories. That happens at 9:30 Eastern. So if you are waiting to vote in any of those places, continue to do so. Elections Canada says if you're in line, you will still get in and you will still get to vote. We were talking about Cape Breton there. Maybe we can throw up those candidates one more time just so we can see the names. And I just want Lisa and Jerry to tell me whether they know anybody.
Of course we do.
Of course we do. Who do you know on that board there?
I know Fiona McLeod.
Oh, there you go.
I went to high school with Mike Kellaway.
Stop it.
I'm not kidding.
It's that small.
Great guy.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that poll is not from Glace Bay.
That was my line. You're in trouble. That was my line. Already, this
I'll make it up to you.
Stealing.
We're only going to be here for 8 hours. I'll make it up to you.
Sarah, we'll get to Ontario, and you'll know everybody in Ontario. Don't worry. We'll figure it all out. Okay, we are waiting, as we said, for more results to come in from the Atlantic provinces. But take a look at what Atlantic Canada is telling us so far. Again, early results, but we will harken back to 2015 when the Liberals swept this part of the country and it became sort of an undeniable beginning of an election of change. That doesn't seem to be what's happening here so far, and certainly public opinion polls and our own poll tracker have things really neck and neck between the Liberals and the Conservatives, which means that some ridings are going to be hard to call, which means that part of this evening may be longer than any of you would like, but that is where we're at so far with these early results. David Cochran will bring us up to speed on Newfoundland and Labrador now.
Yeah, we're going to look at the 2 ridings that are going back and forth, flipping back and forth between the Liberals and the Conservatives. And we're going to start in Bonavista, Buren, Trinity, where Churns Rogers is now back in the lead, 84 votes ahead of Sharon Vokey in a rematch of the 2019 election. And also in the Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame, it's a snip, snap back and forth in the lead there with Clifford Small now 86 votes up on Scott Sims. And what's interesting about this, Rosie, because the New Democrats also lead in St. John's East. The Liberals obviously wanted all 7 Newfoundland and Labrador seats. If they're going to come out of there with 6, I think they'd rather the New Democrats held a seat than the Conservatives held one of the seats, because the race for the top line number is between the Liberals and the Conservatives. Sure. So if they were going to go 6 for 7, I think they'd rather St. John's East stay New Democrat than lose 1 or 2 of those Central Newfoundland seats to the Conservatives.
Okay, a couple things to tell you about here. We don't have any results yet coming in from Prince Edward Island, where there are 4 ridings, all of them Liberal, so keep your eyes on those numbers as they start to come in. And then the other thing to keep in mind here, too, is that we have yet to see any Green Party support in any real way. In fact, it is way down from where it was in the last election. It's at 0.1% versus in 2019, it was over 12%. Yes, early days. Not a lot of votes have come in, but that is a sign perhaps for the Green Party that would be troubling, given that we know they have had provincial success in Atlantic Canada. If they can't translate that into federal success, it is something that they are going to have to start thinking about, I think, and certainly Annamie Paul already thinking about it, musing about whether she wants to continue being leader even during the campaign. Let's go to Charlottetown right now, where there is a Canada Votes watch party happening, where Carrie is sitting there waiting, watching with everybody else. Now that they've all seen you on the screen, they're going to turn around and wave. Carrie, good to see you.
Rosie, how are you?
I am good. Tell me what people are telling you there, Carrie.
Support. Yeah, you're looking for support for the Green Party in Atlantic Canada. If you're going to see it anywhere, you'll probably see it here in Prince Edward Island. They kind of had a breakthrough, the federal party here 2 years ago. Of course, the provincial party forms the official opposition in PEI's legislature. The federal party, they came in second in the ridings of Charlottetown and Malpeque last time around. Andrew earlier, though, was talking about the PEI tradition that goes back decades of sending Liberals to Ottawa. The Liberals have swept our 4 ridings in 8 of the last 10 federal elections. That goes back to 1988, Brian Mulroney's second term as Prime Minister. PEI went all red, and it's largely stayed that way ever since. In fact, there's only been one MP Islanders have sent to Ottawa in all that time who was not a Liberal. That was Gail Shea in the riding of Egmont, a Conservative cabinet minister with Stephen Harper. She got in an election when there was no Liberal incumbent in her riding, and we've got another one of those situations. They don't come along that often. After 28 years, Wayne Easter did not reoffer in Malpeque. So there's one of those rare openings for the other parties to try to get in there, before there is another Liberal incumbent declared. In the Charlottetown riding, we've got a potential for a couple three-way races in Malpeque with the Conservatives and the Green Party, who ended up basically tied for second place last time. And then in Charlottetown, you have a former Liberal provincial cabinet minister now running for the Conservatives against the incumbent Liberal MP. So some interesting races to watch here. Yes, PEI normally goes Liberal. If you see that tonight, then, well, that's just business as usual. If you see anything else, even some close races, then it might be worth taking a closer look at, Rosie.
Kerry, you sure know your stuff there out in PEI. Thank you for that. We'll come back to you if we start to see some anomalies. Appreciate it very much. That's Kerry. He's out in Charlottetown, PEI, where we don't have any results yet. I'm sure we'll get them soon. Let me show you the vote share as it is right now in Atlantic Canada. And yes, it's early. We all know it. We've seen very few votes coming in at this hour. But the reason we're showing it to you right now is to show you that percentage of the Green Party vote. 0.2%. As I said to you, in the last election, it was up over 12%. And for all those reasons that Kerry mentioned, and for the support in New Brunswick, in the riding of Fredericton, you would think that the Green Party would be performing better early in this evening. Also, though, worth remembering that there are no Green Party candidates in Newfoundland and Labrador. In fact, they were not able to have a full slate of candidates nationally this time round. David Thurton is in Toronto Centre, I believe. He's in Toronto, anyway, at the Green Party headquarters tonight. Right. David Thurton doesn't look, I mean, these are early results, but you would expect, and perhaps you were hearing this from the Green Party, that Atlantic Canada would be a place where they would want to build support and some beachheads to grow on.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly why Annamie Paul, in the final days of this campaign, made a trip out to Prince Edward Island to, provide support for the Green candidates, to boost morale, to, try and give some support to those candidates. And when I spoke with party insiders throughout this election and in the lead up to it, they felt that they would be quite competitive in Prince Edward Island, that they could get back that seat in Fredericton as well. But these results, they're early, as you say, quite disappointing. The party's still optimistic. They feel that they can hold on to those seats on Vancouver Island and maybe pick up Kitchener Centre. We'll have to see.
Okay, David Thurton there in Toronto. Thank you for that and all your reporting on the Green Party throughout this campaign. It's been an interesting story, but probably not for the reasons that the Green Party wanted. David Cochrane now with some results from Newfoundland and Labrador.
Rosie, we have our first elected candidate, or at least projected elected candidate. The decision desk we showed you earlier has projected that Seamus O'Regan, the Natural Resources Minister, will be going back to Parliament. You can see there that's a pretty substantial lead with about 25 of 207 polls reporting. The surprise there for me, Ray Critch in second place, ahead of Steve Hodder. Ray used to work at the student newspaper The Muse, where I got my start in journalism when I was on the board of directors back in the day. And anyway, he gave it a shot, but O'Regan is going back to Parliament.
Okay, I just want everyone to know I will have no stories like this from Manitoba, so don't hold your breath when we get to that part of the night. Nova Scotia had some results there, Adrian.
Yeah, and I'm not from anywhere, so don't count on me for anything.
You're from everywhere.
Woman of the world.
That's
All right,
right.
we have 3 new ridings that are reporting to us now. So Central Nova, this one is interesting. Sean Fraser, the incumbent, we're in double-digit leads, so we've entered a new era, new moment here. Only 5 polls reporting, but keep an eye on that one. The Liberals will be happy to see that. King's Hants, Cody Blois, the incumbent, just to lead by 6, but this is, again, one that the Liberals were maybe not worried about, but maybe should be. And Eddie Orrell, this will be very important to the Conservatives in Sydney, Victoria. Very popular MLA for 8 years. He's a physio. Jaime Batiste, the first Mi'kmaq MP in Canada, might need to be worried right now.
Yeah, that is one that Liberals certainly were telling me they were worried about as well. I know Lisa Raitt knows Eddie Orrell. I'll talk to her in a minute about that. But over to you, Ian. You've got some New Brunswick results.
Yeah, and a bit of housekeeping. I have multiple emails from friends of mine who said I had food on my lip during the last time I spoke. I've taken care of that. So
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for those of you who did notice. And please keep me, sort of as neat as possible. Listen, let's look at a couple of ridings. Remember, I mentioned that there are ridings in New Brunswick that are traditionally liberal, traditionally conservative. This is one of those ridings that is traditionally conservative. But I want you to take a look at the People's Party. So obviously small numbers of votes here, but there it is tied for second in that riding. It almost certainly won't affect the final result in New Brunswick Southwest. We would expect John Williamson to do well. He has in the past, but we'll see. And then Dominic LeBlanc, who has owned Beausejour. I can't even, what anecdotes can I give that are David Cochrane-like? Beausejour is where my hometown of Sackville is, but I can't talk about pancakes. I can't talk about the student newspaper, but I will say I know that riding very well. But again, all kidding aside, the People's Party also, I think, in 3rd place right now in that early count. So, won't affect Beausejour either, but when we get to Miramichi Grand Lake, possibly St. John Rothsay, that's where we have to start looking at the People's Party and what impact it may have on especially conservative fortunes.
That's right. Okay. And as we look at the board there, Liberals leading in 17. We only know that there's only one elected so far as the numbers come in. And Andrew's got some early numbers now from PEI.
Yeah,
Things are happening.
I was wondering when I was going to get to join this parade of early results and tiny, tiny leads. But Cardigan is going to do some of the heavy lifting for me right now. This is a riding in PEI. Expect this lead to get even bigger over the course of this night. No surprise here that Lawrence McCauley has a lead of 56 votes, even at this early juncture, because you want to talk about the power of a powerful brand. I mean, this is a cabinet minister seeking his 11th term. This is a riding that has been Liberal since 1988. He's the guy who won it in 1988. So he'll be happy with this lead. I've got one more riding to show you, though. Another small lead with Heath MacDonald. Now, this riding is interesting, and as we heard from Kerry over in Charlottetown just a few moments ago, this is a riding that used to belong to Wayne Easter. I mean, he served 9 terms. He's seen prime ministers come and go. He decided he wasn't going to be running in this riding this time around. Heath MacDonald taking up the mantle. He's got a comfortable lead right now. He'll be happy with that.
Okay. Thank you for that, Andrew. As we wait for more results to come in, I'm going to go back to South Shore St. Margaret's, where Keela Hounsell is. And she's got a reminder that behind all these ridings, behind all these votes, behind all these candidates, there's a lot of people working very hard for things they believe in. Kayla.
Oh, Rosie, that's so true. I'm here with a guest. Her name is Karen Field. And Karen has never voted any other way than Liberal in her entire life. And she has been actively involved with various campaigns for 45 years now. And in this campaign has been the office manager for Liberal incumbent Bernadette Jordan. Karen, thank you so much for being here. We've been talking about how this is such a tight race tonight. How are you feeling?
I'm a little nervous because it is such a tight race, but I'm very hopeful. We've worked very hard on this campaign and given all. And Bernadette's such a wonderful person. It was such a pleasure to work for her.
Why, Karen, do you think this race is so tight?
I think it's tight because Bernadette had problems as Minister of Fisheries with the fishermen and the Indigenous. It's a no-win situation. And it has to be settled by a court order, and it just can't be resolved that easily. And it has caused some animosity in this riding.
Yes, so Karen is talking about the dispute over Indigenous fishing rights in this province, and as she says, both sides have been angry over this. Karen, how do you think the campaign overall across the country has gone?
I think the campaign has gone very well. All of the candidates have worked very hard, particularly my party. I'm so impressed with Trudeau. He's such a wonderful leader, and he's such a great orator, and so dynamic and relates to people that And he's done such wonderful work through the COVID. I don't think any other leader could have done more during COVID than Trudeau, helping the people with all those benefits. Where would we have been without that?
Now, when you and I were chatting a short time ago, you likened this political race to like a marriage. Tell our viewers at home what you mean by that. How is this race like a marriage?
Well, the race is like a marriage because I've always been a true grit or a true Liberal. And you're in a marriage for better, for worse, so I'm into the campaign for better, for worse.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you for your work on this campaign. Rosie, we'll send it back to you from here in South Shore St. Margaret's.
Kayla, I love Karen. I just love her, not because of all the glowing things she said about Jerry Butt's friend and leader, but because she is what sort of drives parties, and we kind of forget that that thing. Lisa Raitt, you've been an MP, a cabinet minister. You've had to rely on people like Karen to come out and help you.
Yeah, and it's delightful to see her. It reminds me of so many folks that I know from the East Coast and so many people in my riding of Milton. It was awesome. But I turned to Jerry and I said, at some point, she's going to say something that it wasn't part of the speaking points, but she did great.
No, she did.
She did great.
Yeah, yeah. And Sarah, that too, like you talked about the NDP hoping to have, some success in grassroots places and grow on support. That's where people like Karen volunteers really come in.
Absolutely. I know with my own campaign, we only won with 89 votes. And if it wasn't for the folks on the ground that were getting out the vote and making sure we were spreading the word to folks, I probably wouldn't be here today. So it is folks that are working hard on the ground that are really what build these campaigns.
89 votes.
89 votes. So if you haven't voted yet, please get out there and vote, because every vote matters. It makes a difference for folks.
Yeah, you're an advertisement for why that matters. There you go. Okay, Fredericton, I am told, has got some early results in, so we'll go to Ian for that.
Yeah, and as we've been saying, Fredericton's really interesting because the Green Party won it last time around, but Jenica Atwin moved over to the Liberals. Let's see what's going on right now in Fredericton. Okay, we're going to start with St. John Rothsay. This is another of the three ridings in New Brunswick that were kind of too close to call. A lot of people felt going into tonight. Wayne Long, two-time MP for the Liberals. He's not a member of the Maverick Party, but he certainly is a party maverick. If you look at his signs in St. John, they don't mention Justin Trudeau. He says the leader is unpopular. He calls that unfortunate and unfair, but he is prudent enough to keep the leader's name off of that, and he's riding first as his campaign. Fredericton, obviously small numbers, but it does give us an opportunity to mention that this is another riding that a lot of people are watching closely. Can Jenica Atwin keep it now that she's a Liberal? Can the Greens keep it after they won it before? Or can the Conservatives kind of sneak up the middle?
And maybe we can talk a little bit more about how that all unfolded, because it was such an interesting development at a time that there was a lot of speculation about an election, and there was an awful lot of wooing that happened of Jenica Atwin. Here's where we are right now with the Atlantic provinces beginning to report the Liberals leading or elected in 20, the Conservatives on the board with 6, and the NDP still just there with 1. Remember, the Liberals had 26 when they ended the night here back in 2019. Let's go to Olivia Stefanovic. She's all the way out on the other coast, on the West Coast, but she has a guest with her. I would hope to talk a little bit about NDP expectations tonight, Olivia.
Yes, that's right, Rosie. I'm here at the Vancouver Convention Centre at NDP headquarters with Anne McGrath, the National Director of the NDP. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
How do you feel this campaign has gone, especially in ridings like St. John's East, where you launched your platform, and Halifax, where NDP leader Jagmeet Singh just was a few days ago?
Well, I'm feeling very, very hopeful and optimistic about having a larger caucus coming out of this campaign, and I think more NDPs in Parliament is better for Canadians. Certainly in the Atlantic, those are two seats that we're very competitive in, and where we've been working hard. We have amazing candidates. They're both really, really well respected. Mary Shortall, president of the Labour Federation in Newfoundland and Labrador, a fighter all her life for the issues that are important in this campaign, really wants to help her community and would be a great successor to Jack Harris, who's our longtime MP there. And then Lisa Roberts in Halifax, who's a very popular and well-respected MLA in that area in Halifax for many years, and has been a really strong housing activist, and is fighting for the things that we think are important and that I think Canadians think are important. And in both those women, if they get elected, they will be strong advocates for their communities and for those issues in the House of Commons.
What does success look like for you tonight? And are you worried about any ridings given the fact that Singh has campaigned in mostly NDP and Liberal held ridings?
So he has only campaigned, he hasn't campaigned in any Liberal held in any NDP held ridings in this campaign. It's been a very aggressive, forward-looking campaign, really campaigning only in battleground seats. So he's been in seats where we think that we have a chance of victory in places that are currently held by Liberal or Conservative MPs. And he's been to 51 non-incumbent seats across the country. So it's a very positive, hopeful, assertive campaign that he's run.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. Back to you, Rosie.
Okay, Olivia, thank you for that. I also love how Olivia has matched her mask to her blazer. Well done, Olivia. I appreciate that. Okay, Adrienne, you've got some results from Nova Scotia.
You bet we do. Let's have a look at Dartmouth Cole Harbour. Interesting. There's no Conservative candidate here. Look at Kevin Payne for the NDP. He's leading, obviously not by very many, but it is the PPC in third. Let's keep a note of that one as we go along. So South Shore, St. Margaret's, you heard Karen and Kayla talking about that. Rick Perkins, this is a rematch between Bernadette Jordan and Rick Perkins. Rick Perkins with the 48 lead. And then in West Nova, Chris D'Entremont is the incumbent there. Alexis Chamberlain for the Liberals, a little bit far back with only 5 polls reporting.
Okay, Adrienne, thank you for that. I should tell you that an early look here at how the vote for the Green Party, which seems to be collapsing in these early results, does seem to be split now between the Liberal Party and the Conservatives, though favoring the Conservatives. So we'll see if that trend continues here in Atlantic Canada. David now has some results again from Newfoundland and Labrador.
Yeah, we have another elected in Newfoundland and Labrador, Rosie. It's in the riding of Avalon, where the CBC Decision Desk has seen enough, and it's projecting that Ken McDonald will be going back to the House of Commons. He texted me earlier today saying, I'm going to be the first MP declared elected. He was second. Now, Ricky Bobby might say if you're not first, you're last, but not on first past the post. Ken McDonald has beat Matthew Chapman. And this one, we thought we were going to say the Liberals were back in front, then the Conservatives went back in front, then it was the Liberals again, and now it's the Conservatives. It's changed leads about 4 times in the last 10 minutes. We targeted this one early as one to watch, and Sharon Vokey now with a 35-vote lead, and we're getting deeper into the count. I mean, 85 of the 275 polls are reporting, and this is just a too-close-to-call seesaw battle.
That's interesting.
In that riding.
Yeah, and that may be some of what we see through the evening, because certainly polls suggesting that things were very tight up until the very last days of this campaign in most regions of the country, not all of them. This is what the map of Canada looks like so far. Only Charlottetown has left to report some results so far as we come out of Atlantic Canada, as we wait for the big swath of results to come from Quebec to Alberta. On the board, the NDP leading or elected in 2, the Conservatives up at 8, and the Liberals with 21. Ian, you've got some results from New Brunswick.
Yeah, let's take another look at Fredericton. It is interesting to me that at this point, almost 45 minutes after the polls close, we have so few results in a riding like this. But, I started talking about this before. There are 3 ridings in the province we're looking really closely at because a lot of people feel they have the potential for change. This is one of them. Obviously, too early to call this one. Well, not even to call it, but to even say that there's a trend there that's notable. But it is interesting. I do, though, soon want to get to the third of those toss-ups, and we will, Miramichi Grand Lake, in just a few moments.
Okay, Ian, thank you. And the reason we'll just jump away from Ian for results for a moment is because Harry Forrestal is with Jenica Atwin. We'll talk to both of them now. Harry.
Absolutely, Rosie. We're here at Liberal headquarters in Fredericton, one of the ridings that made a big splash in 2019 when Jenica Atwin won the riding for the Green Party. But a lot has changed since then. Jenica Atwin, good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much.
You're running now for the Liberals. You crossed the floor, took your seat with you, and left the Green Party. What has the campaign been like, given that? What kind of criticism have you received from voters?
Oh, I mean, it's very mixed, but I think the majority of voters really seem to understand. It was a decision that I didn't take lightly. It took, a lot of thought and a lot of advice, direction, guidance, and I think ultimately it was the best choice for Fredericton. It's all about delivering. Again, the world has changed since 2019, and so it's about making sure that our community has what it needs.
You made that switch, though, when critics said you could have sat as an independent. You didn't. You went straight to the Liberal Party. What was it that made you think that was the change that was necessary?
Well, I mean, sitting as a Green, we were in an unofficial party status, so it was a lot like being an independent, and it was really difficult to get things done. You don't have a seat on committee, you don't have a strong voice influencing legislation, and that's what our roles as a member of Parliament is really about, is being a strong voice for your riding. So really, I decided that it's got to be with a bigger team, with resources, with the support system of having colleagues here on the Atlantic, which is really important as well. And so, again, it's just with Fredericton in my heart that I made that decision.
So do you get the sense that people are voting for you, Jenica Atwin, because of who you are, or are they voting for your party tonight, the Liberals?
Well, I've always been someone who really supports, local candidates first. I think that's really important to me, and so to have their support would mean everything. But of course, there's a strong, Liberal support here in Fredericton as well that I hope will go with me as, their new choice.
And if you don't win tonight, will it be because of the switch?
I hope not, but you never know. Anything can happen on election night.
All right, Jenica Atwin, good to talk to you. Thank you for joining us. That's Jenica Atwin in Fredericton, racing against the Conservatives and the Green Party that she was once a member of, hoping to win this seat for the Liberals tonight. Rosie.
Okay, Harry Forrestal, thank you so much. You're in Fredericton, New Brunswick. Let's give you a sense of what is happening in Atlantic Canada, both with the vote share, Nova Scotia, my apologies, Nova Scotia, both with the vote share and the seat change, because this is where you are starting to see things. Okay, that's the vote share, so you can see a little bit of movement, but you'll really be able to see it now if we show you the seat change in Nova Scotia. And that will give you a sense of how things are beginning to shift a little bit, but not a whole lot, all right? And again, these are very early results, but the seat change in Nova Scotia shows you the Liberals down 3 at this stage, Conservatives up 2, NDP up 1. Again, early results, but if you are trying to form government, if you are trying to hold government, losing anything could matter. So let's go to David Cochrane now, who will give us a state of play as we wait for more results from Atlantic Canada. David.
Yeah, Rosie, we finally got results from all 32 ridings, so we get to play with our new toy. Josh and James are up on the Steadicam, and we're going to try to make this thing work. I'm going to start in Newfoundland and Labrador, where we kind of have the surprise of the night for me early is the Conservatives on the board in Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame. I mean, this is a close race where the results have changed a bunch of times. Right now, Clifford Small, with more than half the polls reporting, has a couple of hundred votes lead over Scott Sims, the incumbent Liberal MP. This is a surprising result. Right here in St. John's East, we have the New Democrat Mary Shortle holding on, at least at this point. And an important thing here is that Jagmeet Singh went there. This is an important seat for them to hold without Jack Harris. They need to put down NDP roots. He released the party platform there, and so far, they're in the game still. And this one, Bonavista Buren Trinity, that is flipping back and forth all night. The problem here for the Liberals is that we talked about how they wanted to be at 25 seats. Now, I know this is early, but the trend lines are a little bit ominous in the strength of the Conservatives in some of these rural ridings. The Liberals right now are down in South Shore St. Margaret's. That's Bernadette Jordan's riding, and in Cumberland Colchester, where Lenore Zan is running. So you're already seeing some gains by the Conservatives, at least in the early results. And we have 2 New Democrats on the board, because not only are they holding on in St. John's East, Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, the New Democrats in an early lead. So if the Liberals fall below 24, 25 seats, that path to victory gets a lot tougher for them. And I have to tell you, Rosie, the surprise to me is that Conservative strength in central Newfoundland. We knew Bonavista Buren Trinity would be close. The central Newfoundland riding, that's a stunner.
Okay, that is interesting, and I should tell people that as you look at that map and as you look at the bottom of your screen to see where the seats are going, the Conservative vote is up right across Atlantic Canada. Not sure if that's going to translate into many more seats, but there are more people voting for the Conservative Party in Atlantic Canada than they did in the past. And at this stage anyway, the People's Party of Canada is not a factor here in Atlantic Canada. That may not be the case, of course, as we go through the country tonight. But in Atlantic Canada anyway, it is not eating away at Conservative support. Andrew Chang has some results now. Andrew.
Yeah, we've got some new results coming in from Egmont. So this is the riding on Prince Edward Island that the Liberals came closest to losing in the last election. They still managed to capture it, though. Bobby Morrissey with a lead right now. He's won 2 terms in this riding, seeking a third. spent 12 years in provincial politics, spent the last 6 in federal politics. Not a huge surprise that he's in the lead right now. This is a riding with a lot of Liberal history, but again, one of the closest in 2019. Next up, we're going to go to, we've got Charlottetown here. And one thing that I want to show you here, not necessarily the fact that Sean Casey is in the lead, because again, that's not a surprise. He's actually seeking his 4th term in this riding. But the second place candidate, the Greens, I mean, this is more or less where they would want to be, maybe where they would expect to be given the results of the last election. This is one of those ridings in which the Green Party came second in 2019. So I think in the last election, they had about 23% of the vote in that riding. This time around, they're still hovering at around that mark. Cardigan is one. We've got Lawrence Macaulay here, 11 terms, which he's seeking right now, his 11th term. He's in the lead right now, strong lead. But let's flip to one more riding, the 4th and final riding in Prince Edward Island, where, again, the surprise here, not that Heath MacDonald is the lead, it's sort of where you would expect it to see him. But Anna Keenan, so of the Green Party here, she finished second in this riding. This is a rematch from 2019. She finished second in this riding in the last election. She was, in fact, one of the best performing Green candidates who didn't win a seat in 2019. Last election, won 26% of the vote. Right now, she's far behind that, though. Early results. That's the caveat that I'll provide for all of the ridings that we see here tonight at this
Andrew,
stage.
Thank you for that. And I'll just point out that the NDP down now to 1 seat, leading in 1 seat, and that would be the seat in Newfoundland. Adrian, over to you with some Nova Scotia.
The vote change numbers in Nova Scotia really do. This really is the early warning system about a whole bunch. So again, 12.8 for the Conservatives, but look at what is disappearing a little bit. The Green vote, where is that going to go? A loss of 9.0 percentage points. But again, a climb of the PPC. I know it's not eating away at the seats in particular, but keep an eye on that number. And if we look more carefully at some of the ridings where this is having an effect. So Cumberland-Colchester, if you look at what has happened to the Green vote in Cumberland-Colchester, it was 13.2%. Now it's down at 3%. Stephen Ellis, the family physician for the Conservatives, ahead of Lenore Zahn. She only won that riding last time by under 500 votes. So with only 20 polls reporting, that's already a big lead for him. And if we go down to South Shore St. Margaret's, again, Minister Bernadette Jordan is in second place. But that is another place where the Green Party at 114, they were at 11% last time. Now it's only 3%. So you're really starting to see the erosion of that Green vote.
Okay, Adrian, Ian, I think you've got someone confirmed elected.
Yes, we do in New Brunswick, and it's Dominic LeBlanc, and no surprise there. This is his 8th straight victory in that riding. He, of course, a cabinet minister in the Trudeau government, and his father, Romeo LeBlanc, who for a long time represented this riding when it was called Westmoreland Kent, was a cabinet minister in Pierre Trudeau's government. So Dominic LeBlanc is returning to the House of Commons. This is an interesting riding. Miramichi-Grand Lake, it is one of the 3 toss-up ridings we expect in New Brunswick, and it's close there, and also don't pay too much attention to these early results. Mario Levesque, a Mount Allison political science professor, pointed out to me in this riding north of Miramichi Bay, very liberal, south of Miramichi Bay, conservative, and so we're not sure which polls are reporting at this point. We do expect it, though, to be close. And I want to show you one more riding here. Moncton Riverview, Dieppe, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor is incumbent, former health minister, and this is a riding that the Liberals have done very well in for a long time. There have been a couple of Conservative MPs, but you would expect Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor to be in the lead, and that's where she is right now.
Okay, and the NDP back on the board with back leading in Dartmouth Cold Harbour. That riding continues to flip back and forth. Just want to bring in Jerry, if I can, for a minute, Jerry, just because there is something happening in Nova Scotia. I don't know how troubling it is now, but if I look at the data here, Liberal votes down 3.5 percentage points right now. And I talked to enough Liberals through the campaign to know that there was some anxiety that the rebuke of the Liberals provincially was going to rub off. Is that perhaps what we're seeing here?
Yeah, I think it's really early, Rosie, but of course. And what you're seeing is that 3% piling up in ridings that are traditionally Tory strongholds.
Right.
Cumberland, Colchester in particular. You'll remember Bill Casey held that riding for both the Conservatives and for the Liberals. So these are ridings that the Conservatives have traditionally done well in. But there's no doubt there's some concern in Liberal circles about how solid Nova Scotia is given the provincial election, as you mentioned. They ran, Premier Houston ran to the left of the Liberals in the Nova Scotia election. I think Aaron O'Toole did all he could to associate himself with that brand of conservatism in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, Lisa, maybe I'll get you to weigh in on that too, because Tim Houston is what you would typically call a progressive conservative. Aaron O'Toole won't say he's a progressive conservative, but certainly he was trying to present himself in many ways that way.
Yeah, it's true, but Nova Scotians don't get caught up on labels. They care about two things. They care about their seniors and they care about their health care.
Right.
And Aaron O'Toole went to Nova Scotia and talked about those two things, and that's what they want to talk about. And maybe we're seeing it here. And the other thing I'd point out too, that Green number going down so much,
Yeah.
I oftentimes wonder whether or not a lot of that Green vote was protest Conservative vote last time, because they didn't think the Conservatives had a good enough environment record in Nova Scotia, and therefore that could have a little bit of Conservative blue in it. Nova Scotia is the delegation at the policy convention that put forth and voted 100% in favor of recognizing climate change.
Okay, that is interesting. And we should say there's a large part of the Green Party that is kind of what you would call, I think, libertarian. So there may be some attraction to the Conservative movement at times as well. Okay, we're going to head to Ottawa, to the nation's capital, where usually everything is happening. And David Common is at Elections Canada tonight, I believe, the distribution centre, where some of the counts are happening, David.
Yeah, absolutely, Rosie. In fact, this is not just the distribution center, but it is the cage. I've always wanted to use that term. That's what they call it here. Take a look inside. There is an active count going on. So about 1,500 ballots now being hand counted. You see people inside doing it, part of 200,000 ballots that have been processed here. So as that count goes on, just to give you a sense of what happens here during a campaign, a very short campaign when they've been working long, long days here, this is if you requested a mail-in ballot, this is where they sent it from. If you voted from outside of the country, this is where your ballot got mailed to. If you voted from outside your riding by mail-in ballot, this is where your vote comes to. And so that's the count that's going on tonight. They were able to start doing some of that count secretly, of course, not releasing any of the results about 2 weeks ago. If you actually look down here on the left side, you see some of those votes that have been processed, others that are still to be processed. And so that vote very much continuing here. Lots of talk, of course, we've heard in recent days of people who requested mail-in ballots, Rosie, but who did not ultimately get one. That could be that they weren't able to request them in time. I want to show you one other thing that I find really cool about this, and it's not the forklift, which I did ask to drive, and they say you have to have a license or something like that. Take a look around the corner here at the distribution center. We'll get away from the crowd. If you look down there, that is actually all the ballots from the past 10 years. Elections Canada by law has to keep them, so that's where they keep them. And this is a multi-level secure building where they do keep those ballots so that there is always an integrity check. If there's ever a question about a riding somewhere in the country that was weird, they have the ability to go back to it. But of course, right now, that count going on inside here. They hope to get much of it done tonight. And when you look at mail-in ballots that are going into those ridings, of course, they could play a big, big factor in ridings that are very, very close. Those ballots, they are most likely to start looking at them tomorrow after what they call integrity checks, basically comparing things to make sure that the person who voted by mail-in ballot has not voted by some other means, Rosie.
Okay, David Common. I mean, it's pretty, like, I'm a nerd about this kind of thing, but it's pretty cool to see the inside of that place and see people actually doing the counting. Yeah.
It's democracy in action, quite literally going on right there.
I love it, and no one should give you the keys to the forklift. We'll be back with you as we see the count unfold, if there's anything happening there. Thanks, David Common. Okay, part of the story tonight, obviously, is with the pandemic and how that may have caused challenges, perhaps in urban centers too, where polling stations had to be changed and where people have come out and had to wait in long lines. And Thomas Degla, I don't know, he's sprinting across the city now to different ridings with different stories, and I think you're in Trinity Spadina now, Thomas. Spadina, Fort York.
Spadina, Fort York here in downtown Toronto. These people are lined up just outside this church to vote. Of course, this is one of the many ridings in the Greater Toronto area where the number of polling stations has been cut down. The lineup stretches all the way down the block here to King Street. And with it being downtown Toronto, you have to bear with us with the sirens here. But people near the front of the line here who I've been speaking to said they've been waiting about an hour and 20, an hour and 30 minutes, but the lineup when they got here wasn't as long as it is now. Just want to show you just down the street here, that's the start of the line, which means at this point, and it keeps growing, it now is snaking all the way around the entire city block. So it's easy to think that these people just lining up now are going to be here for 2 hours or more. Now, Elections Canada officially says that if you line up, if you are here before the 9:30 p.m. cutoff, you will be allowed to get in and vote. So don't forget your patience and your snacks. Back to you.
That's good advice there, Thomas. And you could probably watch us on your phone and watch Thomas and watch the results come in on cbc.ca, where we've got all of that for you. Thanks for that, Thomas. Again, seeing a bunch of people standing in line to vote is not the most horrible thing I have seen to date. I actually like to see that. And if you're going to wait and you know that you're going to be able to vote, that's actually kind of inspiring for this moment. Ian, you've got some results.
It is a long wait, though. I'm kind of surprised.
It's a long wait, but it's downtown Toronto, too,
and it's
right?
A beautiful
and you've
day.
left at the end of the day, and they're here.
20 degrees outside right now in Toronto.
Well, you're not getting out there anytime soon.
Yeah, I know. Listen, let's look at a couple of ridings in New Brunswick. We have our second elected MP in New Brunswick, and it's Richard Bragdon in Toby Mactaquac. This is one of those ridings that you would expect the Conservatives to do well in. He had 50% of the vote back in 2019, and he has an even higher percentage, I think something like 56% this time around. So our decision desk confident to project he will be elected. Madawaska Restigouche, first time we've had a chance to dip into these results. And Renee Arsenault, the incumbent MP, is in first place there, but I have my eye on who's in fourth place, the People's Party of Canada candidate. Jacques Poitras, our colleague with CBC in Fredericton, posted an interesting article this morning where he pointed out that in 2019, the People's Party had its highest share in any province in the 2019 election outside of Alberta in New Brunswick. So that's about the most awkward sentence I've ever constructed. But the point is this. They did very well in New Brunswick last time around, and the early indications is they might be doing even better.
Yeah, they do seem to, well, it's the highest anyway that they're performing in any Atlantic provinces so far, and we would expect them to do a little bit better as we move towards the west of the country. Adrian's got some Nova Scotia results.
Yeah, some changes happening over here. So let's start with Cumberland Colchester. So Stephen Ellis, Lenore Zahn is the incumbent. She only won by a few hundred. Stephen Ellis, a family physician, that's in a pretty sizable lead given that there are 40 of 218 polls reporting. Another change we're looking at for Bernadette Jordan, the Minister of Fisheries. As you heard Kayla and Karen talking about, she's been bearing the brunt of that anger. Rick Perkins, this is a rematch for them, but Rick Perkins enjoying that lead. And then there's Sydney Victoria. The lead, this has been braid. The trend line looks like a braid. They're going back and forth here between Eddie Orrell and Jaime Batiste, who was the first Mi'kmaq MP in Canada. That lead is growing ever so slightly, but it is still very early.
Okay, let's just take a look at the map before we go to David Cochrane. So you can see here, well, this is Newfoundland and Labrador, but if we pull up the full map of Atlantic Canada, if we can, there we go, you'll get a better sense of what is unfolding here. There are some pickups, certainly, for the Conservatives here tonight, leading now in 8. Remember, they only had 4 in this part of the country. And if you're trying to build a government, you're trying to start picking up some seats in different places. I would also point out here that the NDP now off the board entirely. And that, again, part of the story of these early results. Liberals leading or elected in 24. Remember, they came out of here last time with 26. Part of what we are seeing again tonight is the collapse of the Green vote. Part of that vote going to the Liberals, but most of it seems to be moving to the Blue team. David Cochrane.
Yeah, Rosie, we're going to show you the 2 closest races in Newfoundland and Labrador. We're going to start in St. John's East, which is why the orange is off the board. Joanne Thompson has now moved ahead of Mary Shortall with a 240-vote lead. You're a little under a third of the way through the counting there, so still a lot could happen there. But this is going to be a real ground game effort, and the Liberals have thrown, the provincial Liberals in particular, have backed up their federal cousins and thrown a lot into St. John's East. It's going to be tough for the NDP to match that. And look at this one, Costa Bay, Central Notre Dame. This is still a surprise to me that Clifford Small is ahead. Not anything against Clifford Small, because it's just Scott Sims' particular personal popularity and the strength there.
Okay, David, we'll come back to you in just a moment. We've got some pictures coming in at this hour. of some of the leaders watching the coverage and the results come in. There's Justin Trudeau in Montreal with his wife, Sophie Gregoire Trudeau, his kids, Ella Grace, Xavier, Hadrian. That's all live, watching them in Montreal. Hey, everybody. How's it going? Good to see you watching us tonight. All right. Well, they look like that looks pretty chill for a guy who's called an election and was hoping to keep his job tonight. Liberals leading or elected in 24. Okay, I think we also are soon going to have some shots of Mr. O'Toole also watching results come in with his family. I feel like Justin Trudeau was watching French results there. He didn't seem to acknowledge me in the slightest, David.
Well, Rosie, maybe he's watching Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame and wondering what is going on with Scott Sims. And a little bit of insight I can offer there. If you remember when the Newfoundland results started trickling in, we got our first results from the rural parts of the province, the smaller towns. There's often you get the results from those parts of the province earlier. St. John's was the last to report. In Scott Sims' riding there in Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame, that'd be Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, the larger towns there. I don't know if the results have come in from there.
Yeah.
That's where he is personally popular and strong, and that's where you could see a surge in numbers for him and Clifford Small. His fishing ventures on the northeast coast of the island, the northern part of that riding. So it depends on where the vote count is coming from right now in terms of how that one could end up.
That's really important to note. These votes come from different parts of a riding, and some ridings lean one way or another. So you don't want to jump ahead of yourself if that's what's happening here. But right now, anyway, as you see things there on your screen, every party is losing a seat, except for the Conservatives. The Conservatives are the only party right now that seem to be picking up in Atlantic Canada, which would be encouraging for them. Whether they hold all of them or not, coming out of Atlantic Canada, they would be feeling happy to see that beginning to happen. And oh my gosh, what's this crazy one Bloc Québécois that's just popped up here? Probably Andrew can tell us something about that, or PEI.
Yeah, so I guess this is one of the funny quirks of the time zone in the Gaspésie region of Quebec, which, by the way, is a beautiful part of the province to visit. It's a long drive to get out there, but this is one of the funny. This is what passes for fun on a night like this. But let's go ahead and show you the early result that we have with Gaspésie. The Bloc, they knew this was a riding that was in play. They considered this sort of a priority constituency. It did go Liberal in the last election in 2019, but only by the smallest of margins. This time, around in 2021, they spent far more money than they did in 2019. The leader, Yves-François Blanchet, visited this riding a number of times, including in the final week of the campaign. So that gives you a sense of the importance that they placed on this riding and the thought that they had a shot at this.
Yeah, for sure. Magdalen Island's beautiful place to go. Andrew, you've got some PEI results there too. Share a vote there.
Yeah, so I wanted to pick up here on a point that you were sort of alluding to, and that, Lisa, that you raised about how the Green vote in the last election may in part have been sort of a conservative protest vote. Yeah. When we look at PEI, I mean, PEI maybe is a sort of a little microcosm of Atlantic Canada. You can see that Green vote has actually dropped quite a bit. So this is down about 11% for the Greens. Wow. But the Liberals have picked up, with the NDP, about half of that amount. And the Conservatives and the People's Party have picked up about half of that amount. So you can see where some of that vote's been going. Egmont is one of those ridings where we can see this in action. In 2019, the Greens managed to pick up 20% of the votes in Egmont. Okay. Right now, they're down to about 6%, if I'm doing my math right.
I'm going to briefly interrupt you, Andrew, if I can. Sorry, just because we've got some more live pictures coming in. I'm going to guess it's Mr. O'Toole. Aaron O'Toole, yes. Yep, there he is. So Aaron O'Toole with his family watching results come in. His wife, Rebecca. His daughter, Molly.
Oh, they're there.
They're watching results come in. Oh, we can hear you. Maybe they're waiting for me to talk to them. Hello. Hey, Jack. Hey, Molly. Hope you guys are having a good night there with your dad. So if they can hear us. Okay, Mr. O'Toole waiting for results to come in. He would be happy to see already some leading and elected there in Atlantic Canada. Remember, they had 4 seats in the last election. If they can double that coming out of Atlantic Canada, that's not a bad night for Aaron O'Toole as he starts things off. That's great. Okay, see you guys later. That was great. Justin Trudeau will have to change the channel if he wants that kind of attention. Andrew, we'll go back to you now for your results.
Yeah, so Egmont was one of the ridings that I had shown you just a moment ago where we saw the Green vote significantly down from the last election. But the other riding that I want to show you was the riding of Malpeque. And here it's a very similar story. The Green vote in 2019 was about 26%. Right now they're down significantly to about 14%, 13.9% of the vote to be exact. Still early goings, but you can see here Heath MacDonald of the Liberal Party. This was Wayne Easter's old seat, held it for 9 terms, and it looks like the Liberals are in a comfortable lead right now.
Okay. I will say I do find it fascinating that the Green Party vote splits up that way. Yes, the Conservatives have a climate plan, Lisa Raitt, but it is the lowest target on offer from anyone. And I wonder, I don't know, I just wonder if you were really voting for the Green Party because you cared about climate change, is that enough that they've put any target in place? And maybe that risk that Erin O'Toole took back in, I think it was April, to say we will have a carbon tax of some kind, maybe that's the way it pays off.
Well, you know what? I think when you're thinking about climate plans in front of voters, not every voter has the same intensity in terms of what they're looking for. And in some cases, it's just a matter of fact of saying, I just want you to have something and recognize it and acknowledge it. And that's what Erin did. And not only a plan, he also indicated in there, well, this is how we're going to work with it. And he got a little bit more into depth instead of just saying, we're going to do something. Yeah, because, of course, last time there was essentially almost nothing in the environmental plan. Well, I did lose, Rosemary, so I recall. I went to those doors. So thanks for that.
Okay, we'll get you an extra coffee or something to make up for that. Ian, you've got some results.
Yeah, let's take a look, Rosemary, at vote change in New Brunswick at this point, and keep in mind that some ridings like Fredericton still do not have a lot of votes that they're counting, but basically all the major parties are up. The Liberals, the Conservatives, the NDP, the People's Party of Canada up by a huge amount, 5.8 percentage points. All of this at the expense, as you can see, of the Greens. But how has that changed in terms of seat totals in New Brunswick? At this point in the evening, not at all. And so Acadie-Bathurst, for example, a place where the Liberals have traditionally done very well, Serge Cormier has been declared elected, huge lead in Acadie-Bathurst. So again, vote share changing, but seat totals not changing, at least at this point in New Brunswick. Fundy Royal, Rob Moore is leading. That is a huge lead, right? When you have 1,400 votes counted, basically a lead of more than double the second place. So it is interesting to me that you see this significant change in vote share, but right now it's status quo in New Brunswick, though we are still waiting to see what might happen in Fredericton.
Jerry, I'm going to pick your brain about the Green vote, too, now that I've hurt Lisa's feelings. And she's stuck with me for many hours yet. Is that surprising to you? Because that's been your work of your life, is the environment. So to see that there would be people pulling from all parts of the Green Party support?
No, I've always felt that the Green Party as a political party is more of a protest movement than a coherent environmental platform. And I think that Liz May's leadership, especially in Nova Scotia, where she's a native of Nova Scotia, gave it some heft that it doesn't have right now. And so it doesn't surprise me to see the support fritter away a little bit in Atlantic Canada. As Lisa said, we can quibble over the details of the Conservative climate plan some other time, but they do have a plan. And the Liberals have taken stronger action on climate change. So there's a lot of options on the ballot if climate is your thing.
Yeah, if that mattered to you. And Sarah, again, not to hurt your feelings as well, but the NDP no longer on the board at all here. And I mean, things that were flipping around, so maybe that's not where we end up. But that would be disappointing.
I think absolutely would be disappointing across the board. I think at one point we were up 3, and some of those are some still pretty tight, close races. So let's see where we end up tonight. But it is disappointing not to be on the board right now.
Yeah, because Atlantic Canada was a place where, to be honest, the NDP had done pretty well in the past with previous MPs, and so there would be an expectation that there would be some inroads to be made there. You'll notice on your screen that there is one riding that is a block riding. That's because one part of Quebec is in a different time zone, Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine, and Rafi Boudjikanian has been following the Bloc Québécois around in a minivan for the past week. And we appreciate that, Rafi. What is the expectation there tonight, Rafi?
Shout out to my camera guy who was driving that minivan, so that helped a lot. You know, this is probably something they're hoping to reproduce in where most of the time zones are in Quebec, like having a candidate who can unseat a cabinet minister. It's kind of a dream for Yves-François Blanchet because Gaspésie Yves de la Madeleine is Diane Le Boutillier, the National Revenue Minister's riding, and he had high hopes for Gaspésie. He visited it a lot during the campaign. Guy Bernatchez had run there in 2019, only lost by about 2 percentage points, so it was a tight race. And that's kind of been the theme of their campaign, visiting Liberal-held ridings that were tight races. He's hoping that he'll see this a lot again over the course of the evening. We actually don't have live images of Yves-François Blanchet watching this in his hotel room like we do of Justin Trudeau. The party has told us that will not be happening, but if I had to guess, I would say there is a smile on his face right now as he's taking this early result in with his 4 children and his common law partner next to him in a Montreal hotel room. You know, he did start this campaign talking about a dream of 40 seats. And then he kind of became more quiet about a goal toward the end. I asked him about that yesterday, and he said, you know, 40 is still the dream. Anything above 32 is a nice evening. So that's evidently what he's hoping for at this point. Of course, that question at the English language debate did give him a bit of a boost, but as the CBC poll tracker showed last night, that boost had not translated into a higher number of seat projections yet.
Okay. Dreams change through election campaigns, Rafi. That's what we learned there. Thank you for that. And to remind you what the campaign looked like for Yves-François Blanchet, it was sort of a bumpy start. And as Rafi pointed out, that English debate gave him a little bit of new life. Here's his campaign, 36 days and 36 seconds.
We have to protect our values. We have to promote our language. There is absolutely no issue, no topic, no jurisdiction, which I believe Quebec should not hold. That is sovereignty. Quebec transforming its own natural resources, using its research centers. It is so clear that what they say about Quebec is not very sincere. Those laws are not about discrimination. They are about the values of Quebec. Anybody that wants to be a Quebecer on the territory of Quebec is a Quebecer.
Okay, that gives you a sense of how the Bloc campaign unfolded. Right now, they're only on the board with 1, but that's, of course, because polls have not closed in Quebec yet. Those close at 9:30 Eastern, as they do from Quebec all the way through to Alberta. And that's when 262 seats come into play, and things on that map are going to start to change pretty dramatically. But this is what it looks like at this hour. And as you can see, the Conservatives are picking up seats as we leave Atlantic Canada. That was the goal. The Liberals have lost, but this probably isn't the worst place for them. Maybe I'll just quickly ask David Cochrane that before I go to Travis Danraj. Remind me what the Liberals were looking for coming out of Atlantic Canada?
They want to be between 24 and 26, and the math that we sort of spelled out at the start of the night, and we just made it a round number and went with 25, because they had 26 in the last election. They picked up Jenica Atwin through defection. They're hoping to get her through election. But right now, they're down overall in the region, and there's some interesting stuff happening in Newfoundland and Labrador. In one of the two, we don't have the graphics, so I'm just going to tell you what's going on. So in Long Range Mountains, Goody Hutchings is in a really tight fight with Carol Anstey. There we go. We have it. Look at the People's Party of candidate number there, 1,132. That is well more than the margin by which Goody Hutchings is ahead of Carol Anstey. But when we go to Costa Bay Central Notre Dame, where the Conservative candidate, Clifford Small, is leading Scott Sims by over 1,000 votes now, there is no People's Party of Canada candidate in that particular riding. So it's having an impact to save a Liberal seat on the West Coast. It is not having an impact in Costa Bay Central Notre Dame, where there is no People's Party of Canada candidate to siphon away that protest Conservative vote, and it's hurting Scott Sims right now.
Right, and that's why looking at those percentage points for the People's Party of Canada or any other party, you know, outside of the 3 or 4 main ones, becomes important, because it can block parties or help parties, as David just so also perfectly gave us an example of. Travis Danraj is in Saskatoon at the People Party headquarters there. And I know, Travis, for the past, well, since the beginning, Maxime Bernier, the leader of that party, has said that this is a real movement. This is a real thing happening. What is your sense that from them about what they want to see in order to prove that to Canadians tonight?
Well, I think the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding is seats. You know, they don't just want to split votes with other parties. They want seats. They want representation in the next sitting of Parliament. So Maxime Bernier, I was talking to him yesterday in Alberta. He is very optimistic. He says that he was even surprised by the size of some of these rallies that he has been at. Let me show you where we are right now. We are in Saskatoon. I have made it here. That over there is the hotel that they have a setup in the ballroom, but actually they are hoping for a big rally out in this field here. So they've got two different setups. There's not a lot of people here right now, but that could quickly change. When I was in Westlock, Alberta yesterday, about 20 minutes before the rally started, there were two people there. About 5 minutes beforehand, hundreds. So that is what they're hoping will happen tonight. They've also got a stage set up here where they will be hearing remarks from Maxime Bernier as well. But Rosie, that is really what they want. They want seats. They want. They think that they can win some in Alberta. Certainly, when I was at that rally yesterday, there was a lot of support, and this is a movement. He says that this is about fighting for fundamental freedoms. Obviously, he's been talking about vaccine passports a lot. That is one of the big selling points for a lot of people that I have been talking to that are supporting Maxime Bernier. And there was a gentleman that I was talking to in London, Ontario, who actually showed up at an Aaron O'Toole rally, who said he had been a Conservative voter for years and is now looking at Maxime Bernier's party because he feels as though the Conservatives have shifted too far to the left. So we'll see what happens tonight, but certainly they're hoping for a few seats to turn purple this evening.
Okay, Travis Danraj, who has made his way to Saskatoon for us tonight. Thanks, Travis. Also say that, you know, the People's Party of Canada has been trying to take advantage of some of the things that Travis was talking about there around the pandemic, lockdown and masking. If they can't translate some of the frustration and anger people were feeling around that issue into seats, it'd be hard to see how they do that in a future election unless some other issue takes hold. Now, I want to just explain something that you're seeing at the bottom of your screen that may confuse you, because it sure confused me. And that is the number 9 there for the Conservative Party. What we are told is that Elections Canada mistakenly inputted some data before polls closed in a different part of the country. Polls close at 9:30 Eastern from Quebec to Alberta. We're not going to tell you where because the polls are still open, and we don't want that to influence anything about your vote because it's very, very early. It's in the Liberal numbers. I'm sorry. It's in the Liberal numbers. It's very early results. So those Liberal numbers are up 1. But again, those are early results that we actually shouldn't have at this stage. So we're not going to tell you where that's happening. But the Liberals are actually at 23 with polls closed in Atlantic Canada. The Conservatives leading in 9, and the Bloc on the board with that one riding that is closed in Quebec, just to keep everything straight in our heads. Okay, let's go to Ashley Burke. She's at the Liberal headquarters in Montreal with a guest. Ashley.
Rosie, I'm with Liberal candidate Melanie Joly. She's also the national campaign co-chair, and when Parliament dissolved, she was a cabinet minister. Thanks for joining us, Ms. Joly. Can you start by telling us what your expectations are for tonight, and as well, what do you make of the results coming out of Atlantic Canada so far?
Well, we know it is a tight election. There are lots of tight races, a lot of three-way races. That will be the case all across the country, certainly also in Ontario and BC. And so people are still voting in certain parts of the country. So at this point, the choice is clear. It's between a progressive government, that is the Liberal Party of Canada, or the Conservatives who want to take us backwards on childcare, on the environment, and obviously also on gun control.
Looking at Ontario, where the polls are going to be closing shortly, what has been the strategy in Ontario? Well,
clearly, actually, we've been also making sure we have strong electoral, a strong game on the ground. In many of the 905 ridings, like I was saying, it's a three-way race, but we need to make sure that we get out our vote. It was tight in 2019. It will be tight again, but we think also that in certain ridings we can pick up seats. And so I think our message has been clear also when it comes to, like I was mentioning, the gun control, the environment and all. Clearly also in the 905, Bill Blair has been campaigning a lot for us. We know there's been shootings in the region. Security of Canadians is preoccupying, and so that's why this is something that we wanted to make sure that people knew that Erin O'Toole has been supported by the gun lobby and many other special interest groups, which supported him during his leadership campaign, provided him funding, provided him volunteers, and now he has made promises to them, and he has to keep them.
How important is Quebec tonight?
Very important to my heart, Ashley. But more than that, it is an important race. It is an important race because obviously there were 35 seats before the writ drop, and we hope that we can win some seats more. And in that sense, we've had a very positive campaign here, and we can be extremely proud of what we've done for Quebecers.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That was Liberal candidate Melanie Joly. Rosie?
And campaign co-chair, which we can tell by the talking points there that we got in a lot of those answers, campaigning till the very end, Melanie Joly. Andrew, let's hear some of your results.
Yeah, let me just show you a sure bet in Prince Edward Island. In Cardigan, sure bet, not a surprise. Lawrence Macaulay, we can project, will be elected in this riding. I mean, for the Veterans Affairs Minister, I mean, seeking his 11th term, he will certainly have it. Once again, not a surprise. But I should point out, it's not to say that he's always had an easy time securing the victory over the decades that he has been the MP in this riding. You know, in 2000, the year that Jean Chrétien won his third majority, Lawrence Macaulay only won by under 300 votes. So he knows a close call when he sees one. Yep. Tonight's not one of those occasions, though.
Yeah, you never take it for granted. That's what he can probably tell you. We're going to go back to Charlottetown PEI to talk to Carrie about how events are unfolding there. Carrie? Oh, you have a guest. Off you go.
Yeah, well, I do. I was just going to say the election before that, Lawrence Macaulay won by, I think it was 99 votes. So there were some close races, but those are kind of ancient history now. Anyway, I am joined here by someone who actually knows PEI's political history fairly well and who's graciously joined our election watching party here, PEI Premier Dennis King. Thanks so much for stopping by.
Glad to be here. Glad to be here, Carrie.
So what's it like to watch an election as a sitting PEI Premier? Because you have these agreements with the government that was in Ottawa, which, I mean, we don't know where things will land tonight.
Oh, look, my job as Premier is to work with whoever is elected to do the best we can for Prince Edward Island tonight. I am mostly just a fan. I'm a Canadian political junkie who is watching a very uncertain election and wondering how it's going to turn out. But my job will be tomorrow to work with whoever is declared elected, and I can't wait to do that and to move PEI forward.
Most of your time in office, you've been dealing with a minority government in Ottawa, so you don't have anything to compare that to. But I'm curious if we do end up with another minority, or if that were to change, do you think that gives the provinces any more leverage in that situation?
Look, I think my own experience in a minority and then working with a minority parliament in Ottawa is that more parties are more eager to get to the table to talk about finding solutions for the challenges that Canadians and Islanders face. So once again, whatever hand we're dealt, we will work within those parameters to do the best we can here. We did have over 30 First Ministers meetings with the Prime Minister during my short time, only 2 years and a little bit in office. So a lot of that due to COVID, of course. But I would hope that relationship will continue, whoever is the Prime Minister. We have a lot of important issues that we're facing here in PEI, and we need a good federal partner, and I'll be holding the 4 MPs, whoever is elected here tonight, to hold their feet to the fire and work as a good partner to get things done for PEI.
The rest of Canada doesn't know this, but before you were the Premier of Prince Edward Island, you were a political pundit on CBC Radio and elsewhere on a political panel. What's your political pundit take on what you've seen so far this evening?
I think I said all day that anyone who told you they knew what was going to happen tonight was probably lying to you. I think it's a bit of a dog's breakfast all over. I thought all day we'd probably end up close to where we were when we started, which would make a lot of Canadians wonder why we're even here. But who knows? We'll see how the votes are tallied across the board, and just looking forward to seeing how that all unfolds.
All right, there you go. Political pundit and PEI Premier Dennis King. Back to you, Rosie.
Kerry Campbell, maybe our favorite premier after that honest response. Ian, let's get some results for you.
I'll tell you, the political pundits in New Brunswick representing various parties said in Fredericton they could not call it. It was just too close as we were heading in. And take a look at what's happening right now in Fredericton. For the first time this evening, we're starting to see a number of votes, and I've been watching this lead go back and forth. Jenica Atwin, just a tiny lead right now. One of the frustrating things for the Liberals in Fredericton is that there is no potential split on the right. There's no People's Party candidate in Fredericton. There are, of course, other candidates on the left, but right now, Jenica Atwin in the lead. Let me tell you, St. John Rothsay, I talked to Wayne Long earlier today. He said he was feeling good. I talked to Mel Norton, who said, I'm not going to look at the polls. I want to see what happens on election night. And what he's seeing right now is that he is in second place in St. John Rothsay. And one more elected MP in New Brunswick, Rob Moore, is going back to the House of Commons. He's won, 5 of the last 6, so now 6 in the last 7. He's won in Fundy Royal. Rosie.
Okay, Ian, thank you for all that. Let's give you a sense of where things stand right now on the map. You can see lots of swaths of red, but yes, the Conservatives have made some inroads here as we leave Atlantic Canada, leading or elected in 9. Remember, they only had 4 in the last election, and the Liberals at 24, which means that they are coming out of here down a little bit. The Green Party not on the board, the New Democrats not on the board. These would be of some concern to those parties as they try to pick up some seats and build towards what is about to happen very shortly. Because as we move into the next half hour or so, we're going to start to get some big results from Quebec all the way to Alberta, including the territories, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. All of that still to come. As you can see, lots still ahead on a very exciting evening here, an important election for this country. Canada Votes 2021. More results coming in about 30 minutes.
This is a CBC News special presentation.
We've had your back, and now it's time to hear your voice.
More flexibility, more options, and more immediate help for all families.
We want to put the burden on those that are at the very, very top so we can invest in the solutions that people need.
We have to protect our values. We have to promote our language.
Our country is suffering. It needs leadership.
We believe in freedom, so we believe in freedom of choice.
If you have a choice, empower families.
Protecting the environment.
Pick a voice.
Compelling vision.
It is 6:30 p.m. Eastern in downtown Toronto, outside our CBC News election headquarters. For 36 days, you have heard the promises for your family, your community, your country, and your world. We are living through an unprecedented time, fighting a 4th wave of the pandemic. Now you get to make your choice about the future direction of Canada. The CBC News Decision Desk is watching ballots come in. Our team is here preparing to bring you all the results all night, no matter how long it could take. Across the country, from east to west, as we learn which party will form your next government. Canada, this is your choice. This is your vote. This is Election Night 2021. Hello, I'm Rosemary Barton, and welcome to Studio 42, our Canada Votes election headquarters. This is a historic night for Canada. Every election is, but this one comes during a pandemic, a test of the very strength of our democracy. And what happens over the next few hours will decide what a post-pandemic Canada will look like and shape the nation. Our team here with me will bring you the results and analysis each step of the way. We have you covered from coast to coast to coast with our reporters on the ground, with the major federal party leaders as they get set to watch this night play out, and in battleground ridings where the voters are casting ballots, waiting to see who comes out on top. Hello and welcome to Canada Votes 2021. The evening has already started, but things are about to get pretty intense and fast and furious as seats will start to come in 30 minutes' time from Quebec all the way through to Alberta. It is 9 p.m. Eastern. The polls will close at 9:30. Here is what the country looks like so far. Atlantic Canada and at least one riding in Quebec have weighed in. The Liberals are coming out of Atlantic Canada with leading or elected in 23 ridings. That extra number you see on the board, some initial results that weren't supposed to come out from Ontario. So we'll put that aside for now. The Conservatives are up, leading or elected in 9, and the Bloc Québécois registering with the only riding that has closed in Quebec, the riding of Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Every party at this stage has lost seats with the exception of the Conservative Party of Canada. They are up seats as we leave Atlantic Canada. Is that a sign of some sort of trend? Should we watch for that to develop through the course of the night? We sure should. And we should also know, of course, that the Conservatives would be happy for pickups as they leave Atlantic Canada. The Liberals, though, probably not panicking quite yet. Let me show you a little bit of what the vote share looks like, because that too tells a bit of this, the vote change rather, that too tells us a bit of the story of where things have moved and where they have gone. So yes, yes, the Liberals have gone up. The Conservatives have gone right up 4.5%. But look at where that is coming from. The Green Party down 9 points, almost 10 points in Atlantic Canada. A lot of that support has gone to the Conservative Party and some elsewhere, but most of it, frankly, to the Conservative Party. This would be incredibly disappointing, given that the Green Party has had success in Atlantic Canada provincially and, of course, had one seat in Fredericton until they lost it when she crossed the floor. The People's Party of Canada, also a factor in this vote share, up 3.2%. That is a rise from the last election, too. Another part of the story that we should keep our eye on as polls close through the country. Let me show you what the seat change looks like now as we leave Atlantic Canada. Because as I said, everyone lost seats except the Conservatives. This may not be a situation where the Liberals are worried yet, but they have to hope that this trend does not continue as we wait for more seats and polls to close and start reporting. There you go. That tells you the story already as we come out of Atlantic Canada. The Liberals down 3, the Conservatives up 5. NDP not on the board at all. They've lost St. John's. They are losing St. John's East in Newfoundland and Labrador, and the Greens down that 1. Okay, we are going now to Andrew Chang to give us some perspective.
Yeah, so Quebec is certainly one of those ridings that I'm paying very close attention to. And, you know, at the outset of this evening, I was talking about how you can divide Quebec into 3 broad regions, and I'm going to take you through a couple of them. The Quebec City region, this was Conservative country in 2019. Dramatic gains in this part of the province for the Conservatives would be something of a surprise, but let's see what kind of impact that the endorsement of the popular Premier, François Legault, for the Conservatives has over the course of this election night tonight. But look at the island of Montreal. So in 2019, everything went red, except for a splash of Bloc. You've got a hint of NDP. But the Liberals want more. They want to build support off the island, both north of the island and on the south shore as well. And they're going to have to go through the Bloc Québécois to do it. Now, one riding that they're targeting in that vein is the riding of Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Just last week, in fact, both the Liberal and the Bloc Québécois leaders were in this riding campaigning on the very same day, at different times of day, mind you, but at the same park, basically within 50 meters of each other, polling virtually deadlocked in this riding. I mean, in 2019, the Bloc only won by a few percentage points, but the Liberals need to pick up a riding like that if they have any hope, any path to a majority.
Okay, and frankly, if they want to keep a minority, they also need to hold those seats and do some pickups in Quebec, especially if you're coming out of Atlantic Canada short. Adrian is going to be watching the prairies. What are you watching for there, Adrian?
Yeah, you bet. Of the 62 ridings, we know the Conservatives currently hold 54. They're coming out of Atlantic Canada, maybe pretty confident they're going to hang on to those. But 2 trend lines to keep an eye on. The People's Party of Canada, to what degree does that peel away any support from the Conservatives? And in Alberta in particular, in the cities, bottom line, does anger with Jason Kenney in any way translate to trouble for Erin O'Toole. So if we look specifically at Calgary, let's say Calgary Skyview, for example, currently held by Jack Sahota. This is a place where the Liberals have poured a lot of attention. Georgia Hall just got endorsed by Mayor Naheed Nenshi today. Alberta is very much thinking about Jason Kenney today. This is the day those restrictive, what do they call it, restriction exemption program comes into effect, a vaccine passport by any other name. So he might be front of mind when people go to the polls in Calgary Skyview.
Okay. Thank you for that, Adrian. And Ian will be looking at Battleground, Ontario.
Yeah, the most populous province in the country, and therefore the province that has the most ridings. And when you look at the party standings from 2019, what stands out is 79 Liberal seats, not only the majority of seats that were won in Ontario, but also critical, of course, to the Liberal government, minority government, last time around. And this time around, the Liberals are facing kind of encroachment on both fronts, from the left and the right. So I want to show you quickly two ridings that kind of illustrate that. Two-term MPs for the Liberals seeking re-election. So first of all, Richmond Hill, Majid Johari won this by only 112 votes last time around, and he's up against a formidable opponent, Kostas Menegakos from the Conservatives, who held this seat from 2011 to 2015. And in Toronto, Danforth, Julie DeBruzen is hoping to win a third term, but up against Claire Haxel, really well known in the riding. This is Jack Layton's former riding. It is strategically important to the NDP to win this back, symbolically important as well.
It sure is. Okay, so we will wait for results as polls close at 9:30 Eastern in those parts of the country, so in just over 20 minutes. Some people in these parts of the country are facing long lines. Elections Canada says don't leave if you're in that line. David Common is at Elections Canada, one of their distribution points, and he's got some information for us on that, David.
Yeah, absolutely, Rosie. And I want to talk to those people who are in line right now, but also taking a look at those mail-in ballots, just to sort of peel back a bit of the process, because we've never had this many people do mail-in ballots. You may recognize this, brightly colored, and I'll explain why in a second, but you basically put your ballot in this package and it ends up heading to Canada Post. The reason it is brightly colored like that is because on Election Day, they actually send Elections Canada workers to the main post office in Ottawa, and they search all over the place before the deadline, trying to find any ballots that have been missed. What do those ballots look like? They look like this. So this is the actual outer envelope that you put it in. Don't worry, Caroline Pellerin is not a real person. This is a sample ballot, and there's someone watching me like a hawk right now to make sure I don't walk out of here with it. They're very big about integrity here. So you would put your ballot like that, voting for Member of Parliament specimen, according to this, inside that inner envelope and then into the outer envelope. And that is what a mail-in ballot looks like. Now, just to give you an idea, what happens is they come pouring in here over many days, including today, and they actually get loaded into this door. Why is it closed now? Interesting story. Bats will fly in at night if they don't close it. So, yes, bats. That's what I said. Let's head over here to talk about all those people who are in line right now at voting stations. And don't want to run over Natasha. She's right here. Natasha Gauthier is an Elections Canada spokesperson. So, Natasha, a couple of things. We're seeing long lines in some places in this country. Why is that? Why is it that we're seeing something we don't usually see in elections?
So every election, though, there are lineups in some areas. It's true that we're seeing, maybe more lineups for a little bit longer this time. And this is what we've been telling people about since the beginning, because of the precautions we've taken for COVID. So physical distancing in the polling locations, limiting the number of people who can be in the polling locations, having to keep that 2 meters apart, having to sanitize your hands and clean off the surfaces in between electors. All of that takes a little bit more time. Mm-hmm. So we really do appreciate people's patience. And we'll get you your vote, and we'll get your ballot.
Okay, we're now in this period of time where all of those polling stations are really just about to close, less than 30 minutes, or set to close everywhere: Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and then into many parts of the north. What happens to people who are in a line when 9:30 hits, when they're supposed to close in that time zone?
Anybody who's in a line, whether they're inside or outside, when the polls close, will be allowed to vote.
Okay, so stay in line if you're already there. And I should point out, when I say 9:30, of course, that would be Eastern time. It depends on the time zone you're in, but absolutely. And just to give you a sense of what goes on here, they're always ready for the next election. So a lot of these are the kinds of things that would go out for the next election. And hey, of course, if it's another minority, well, they might have to be ready sooner than we all think, Rosie.
Okay, I'm not even through this one, so let's not talk about the next one. Thank you for that. Look out for the bats. That's David Common in Ottawa. At Elections David Common at Elections Canada, where we haven't had that kind of access to see that stuff behind the scenes, and it sure is fascinating. The other David Cochran's over with his fascinating piece of technology there to give us some updated math on where things stand, David.
You know, Rosie, there's about 68,000 outstanding mail and special ballots from the Atlantic province that are probably in that room with David Common. So that could affect the outcome here now. But we said at the beginning of the night, the Liberals wanted to be at 25 of the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada. Right now, they're sitting at 24, and the Conservatives are at 8. So they're both right on the threshold of where they needed to be on their path of victory numbers. But, you know, we still have a couple of very tight races throughout Atlantic Canada. I'm going to broaden it out a little bit now and look at the key battlegrounds on where things are going to go when the polls open in the next little while. And look, Quebec, this is where the Liberals had dreams of making a big breakthrough, going from the 35 seats that they won in 2019 and maybe getting into the 40s, which could help them get to that majority level. The key battleground to watch is going to be right around here. The island of Montreal is solidly Liberal, was in 2019, but it's these suburbs on the north and south shore where they're going to be in a fight with the Bloc Québécois that we're going to be watching, because that could determine how Quebec is going to go. And there's another more of a three-way fight up here in the Quebec City region, especially where Cabinet Minister landslide Jean-Yves Duclos is trying to hold on to Quebec. Now, Ontario is the most seats. It's with the most Liberals, and the key battleground right now for the Liberals will be to hold on to the Greater Toronto area. This is how it looked in 2019. It is red from Oakville to Whitby, because you'll remember, Rosie, Justin Trudeau went through here beating Doug Ford like a vote piñata to hold on to all of these seats, making the Ontario Premier the central focus of his campaign. Well, now you've got Erin O'Toole trying to make an incursion from the east, saying that it's time for this region to have a prime minister from the GTA, apparently forgetting Stephen Harper was born in Toronto. So it's going to be a two-way battle in the suburbs around Toronto between the Conservatives and the Liberals, with the NDP waging an insurgency inside Toronto, trying to break into what was 100% Liberal last time. And outside of the big city, there are the smaller cities we're going to be paying attention to. Kitchener, Waterloo, Cambridge. This region went entirely red last time. There's some problems here for the Liberals. I'll start in Kitchener Centre, where they already know they're in trouble there. Raj Saini was their candidate there. Ashley Burke, our colleague, did an investigative report on allegations of sexual misconduct against Mr. Saini. He was disavowed as the Liberal candidate, stepped aside. The Kitchener region in general, these smaller urban centres, they're big compared to Atlantic Canada, small compared to Ontario, but this is where the Conservatives and the Liberals are going to be in big fights outside of the big prize, which is the Greater Toronto area.
Okay, David, that sets us up well for results when they start to come in and polls close in just under 15 minutes' time. We're going to go to Kitchener Centre. Halal Ghonaim is there. I believe she's at the Green Party's headquarters there in Kitchener Centre, which may sound surprising, but Halal, this is a place that is on the Green Party's radar.
100%. So I am here at the Green Party event in Kitchener Centre. Supporters are already trickling in, donning the green, and about 200 people have been invited here. And even though people in this building are hoping for a Green victory, as you just heard, it could be a toss-up between the Conservatives, the NDPs, or the Greens, and that's largely because there is no incumbent Liberal candidate. Now, just in the last week, 3 federal party leaders were in this riding, which just goes to show anybody has a chance. And now in Kitchener Centre, the Green Party candidate, Mike Morris, is trying to capitalize on his efforts from the previous federal election when he was able to boost local Green numbers. He took the party from 4th place to 2nd place. And if he's able to succeed and do that again this year and win, he could be the first elected Green MP in Ontario. Back to you.
Okay. Halal Ghonaim, thank you. I appreciate you coming to us from Kitchener Centre tonight. We'll come back to you if things start to unfold in that way. I do want to update people that the Bloc Québécois, who had been on the board there with the Gaspésie et la Madeleine riding, which closes in the same time zone as the Atlantic provinces, is now off the board because now the Liberals are leading in that riding. So that's something to keep your eye on. Let's go over to Adrian.
Yeah, Rosie, it looks like the map is changing in Nova Scotia. The Conservatives, CBC is projecting 2 pickups for the Conservatives of Nova Scotia. Start with Cumberland Colchester. Remember, that was Lenore Zan's riding. She only won it by 500. Look at that lead for Stephen Ellis, the family physician looks like he is elected. He is heading to Ottawa. So the next one, South Shore St. Margaret's. That was Minister Bernadette Jordan's riding. She won that by 7,100 before. Rick Perkins has now won it. He is heading to Ottawa with a pretty commanding lead there as well. There's one other riding to keep an eye on, and it's very, very tight right now. This is Sydney Victoria. Jaime Batiste is the incumbent there. He's in the lead. It has been going back and forth all night. It really is like threading a rope with this one.
Okay, really interesting to know that the pickups for the Conservatives are in Nova Scotia, because that's where the Liberals had some anxiety at the beginning of this campaign. Indeed, that's why lots of political heavyweights were brought in to try and shore up support for some of their candidates. Also now we've got our first Liberal cabinet minister who has been defeated tonight. Let's go to Hannah Thibodeau. She's at the Conservative headquarters in Oshawa. Hannah.
Hey, Rosie, I'm joined by Dan Mader. Dan Mader is really the architect behind the policy platform and had a policy really throughout this whole campaign. Dan, let's talk about what we're seeing in the Atlantic provinces, a pickup of 5 there. What are your thoughts on that? I'm sure it's great news for you guys.
Look, we feel good so far. It's off to a good start. What we're seeing is a number of the places where our leader campaigned. We're seeing good results. We're seeing some really good pickups of some great candidates. And so, night's off to a good start.
So do you expect this, and you're probably going to say yes to this answer, to go through Quebec and Ontario? In Quebec, what are you looking at there for hopeful pickup? It's between 2 to 4, right, is what you're looking at?
There are always places where we do well. The Quebec City region, some other parts, some of the more rural parts, the eastern parts of the province. And I think there are a few more seats in those areas that we have a good shot at. We had a dedicated Quebec campaign team. We spent a lot of time there traveling around the province. Really had a great team on the ground. And I think, we're looking to have that translate into results tonight.
And I think once we hit Ontario, when I was talking to some of you guys behind the scenes, that's where you're really going to have a feel as to whether you guys could win this in the end. Am I right when I'm saying that?
Yeah, look, I mean, as this election, as many of the last few elections, comes down in many ways to the GTA. And, this time we're running with a candidate from the GTA. It'd be the first Prime Minister from the 905. Spent a lot of time there, have a lot of great candidates again in that ring of seats around Toronto. And I think we're all eagerly awaiting the results there and feeling good about how we're, what we've been hearing on the ground there the last few days.
Okay, Dan, I'm sure we'll talk again. Thanks for joining us. And Rosie, I'll send it back to you now.
Okay, Hannah, thank you so much for that perspective. Let's go over to Ian, who's got more results now from New Brunswick.
Yeah, I remember at the beginning of this evening, we said that there were 3 ridings of the 10 in New Brunswick that were too close to call. Well, at this hour, those 3 ridings are still too close to call. Let's start with Fredericton, which has been going back and forth right now. Andrea Johnson is in the lead. If anybody is watching this on their phone and they're in a lineup somewhere in Canada and they're wondering if they should leave that lineup, look at Fredericton. Every vote counts in every riding, but particularly in the close ridings. And this one continues to be very close. But also look at the Greens, right? In a kind of third place, distant from the 2 leaders. Let's go on to another one of the ridings that has been considered too close to call, Miramichi Grand Lake. This is a pretty significant lead for Lisa Harris, but what I want you to take a look at is the People's Party. In 4th place, 220 votes. And, if you added that, right now they've kind of doubled their share from last time around in Miramichi Grand Lake. Not that you could add all those votes to the Conservatives, but if you did, suddenly that would be a really, really tight race between 2 former provincial cabinet ministers who are vying for Miramichi Grand Lake. A Liberal riding that right now they are in the lead. And then look at St. John Rothsay. Wayne Long, described to me by so many people as a great retail politician. When I talked to him earlier today and he said to me he felt good, I thought, everybody I've talked to said that riding is really close. How much of that is maybe he's oblivious? Well, he's not oblivious. He knows exactly what's going on in his riding. Interesting. It'll be interesting to hear from Jerry how he feels about Wayne Long going back to caucus, because he's a guy who's like his independent guy, riding first guy, probably not cabinet material given how he feels about Justin Trudeau, but he is doing very well right now in St. John Rothsay.
Okay, I'll get Jerry to answer that question in just a moment. I will say being nice to the leader probably helps you get into cabinet. That's probably the first thing that you should do. But what Ian demonstrated there with the Miramichi riding is that when you have the People's Party of Canada starting to edge up just a little bit, not to the point where they're going to win the seat, it does create problems for the Conservative Party. And Travis Danraj is in Saskatoon with the People's Party of Canada to talk about that very thing, Travis.
That's right, Rosie. I've got a guest to talk to me a little bit about that, but I got an update for you. As you can see behind me, pretty empty out here in this field right now. That's because I hear the party is inside, and that's where all the media have gone, and that's where most of the supporters are. So Maxime Bernier actually isn't going to do his speech out here. He's going to be doing it inside. And Daniel Tyree is with me right now. He is the executive director for the People's Party of Canada. I want to talk to you about what we have been seeing in Atlantic Canada. How are you feeling about those results? And do you feel that that has created some momentum for what you can see in the rest of Canada?
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. We always see that the results out in the Maritimes have a big influence on the results across the country as we move across the time zones. Polls are still open on the West Coast. So we're hoping that this will help push us forward and really activate our voters and help them solidify some big numbers across the country.
We've been seeing a lot of these large rallies that are happening in the prairies particularly. Tell me about those specific ridings in Alberta that you think that you can really have a shot of winning.
I think we've been seeing huge rallies across the country. I don't think the other parties could even pull out the numbers that we've been pulling out coast to coast. It's nice to see. But the prairies are definitely the heartland of conservatism and some of the areas we're most confident. I'm looking closely at ridings like Banff Airdrie, like Fort McMurray Cold Lake, for where we can see big surprise results this evening.
And what is it particularly? I know the message overall, broadly, is about freedoms and fighting the establishment, but is there one core message that Maxime Bernier has been delivering these past few weeks that is resonating?
I mean, we've seen extreme growth over the last year, and a big part of it has been the absurd actions by governments, provincial, federal, infringing on our constitutional rights. And fortunately, Canadians have a voice in federal politics pushing against these ridiculous restrictions and standing up for our constitutional rights. So that's seen people get disillusioned by the establishment parties, realize that there's deep corruption in all of these larger parties, and look for a new option. And we've been there to welcome them with open arms. We've seen voters from all different stripes, and especially non-voters, getting more involved with the political system, and they see us as their voice, and I'm very proud of that.
Okay, and we got to leave it there. Daniel, appreciate it. You're heading inside. We are heading inside as well. Most of this crowd is maskless. They say that they have a contingency plan if bylaw officers do show up because COVID protocols in this province are broken. They will be moving back outside. Rosie.
Okay, Travis, thank you for that. Just point out that some of the things that the People's Party of Canada is protesting against are, of course, public health measures put in place to keep you safe during a worldwide pandemic. Lisa, I'll just ask you whether you think there's anything to this notion that the People's Party of Canada could eat in at support, like we saw there with the example in New Brunswick with Miramichi.
Yeah, I don't think it's a direct correlation between the Conservative vote and the PPC vote. I think what the young man said there is true. People from all parties are coming into the PPC as a protest vote. And there's a lot of people who have never voted before who have suddenly decided they want to get out and exercise their franchise. Is it majority of Conservative? Perhaps. But you can't extrapolate one for one what's going on with the PPC.
Okay, Jerry, I'll come back to you on that point. We've got 4 minutes now till polls close from Quebec to Alberta. So let's go over to Andrew with some final results or some more results from PEI.
Oh, no, final is exactly the right word. Yeah, so I'm going to show you 3 ridings, 3 check marks, 3 Liberal candidates with good news tonight, starting with Egmont. So Bobby Morrissey winning his 3rd term here. The Conservative candidate, Barry Balsam, did not win, but hey, he owns one of the largest apple orchards on the island, and no election can take that away from him. We'll go to Charlottetown, where a man of many provinces, Sean Casey, born in Newfoundland, raised in New Brunswick, ran for a seat in PEI. He'll be going to Ottawa for work. But look at the Greens in 4th place in that riding, so that's notable. But also notable that the Conservatives are in 2nd. They've actually increased their share of vote in every single riding in Prince Edward Island tonight, so that's worth mentioning. But hey, as we go to this last riding here, Malpeque, Wayne Easter's success lives on in Heath MacDonald for the Liberals. But once again, the Greens, they would have hoped to have a stronger showing than they have here. Anna Keenan in 3rd place. But this is a Liberal sweep of PEI, all 4 ridings going red.
Okay, so good news for the Liberals. And as you say, for the Green Party, they're actually down 10 percentage points in PEI, a place that where you would have thought there could have been possibly some support. Let's take a look here at the share of vote in Atlantic Canada. That tells part of the story, certainly. The Liberals still ahead, but the Conservatives have pulled up, as Andrew said there, their share of support across Atlantic Canada. And that's why you will also see this in the seat change, which we will show you now. That is something that will be encouraging to Conservatives as we leave Atlantic Canada. Let me show you the seat change now. Takes just a moment to pop up. Okay, so the Liberals down 3 so far anyway, because not everything, of course, has been confirmed. The Conservatives up 5 and the NDP, they are not on the board at all tonight. They seem to have lost St. John's East, and the Greens are down 1 as well. We are 2 minutes away from polls closing from Quebec through to Alberta. There are 262 ridings that will begin reporting. That means that this map on the floor, well, it's going to become a lot bigger, but it's also going to start to be painted in many different colors as things start to close. That's a lot of seats at stake in a lot of provinces that have become key battlegrounds in this election, including Ontario, where you saw both the Liberal and Conservative leader in the last days of this campaign trying to make inroads there again. Okay, let's go now to Toronto Danforth. Davenport, my apologies, Davenport, where Janella Massa is standing by at the NDP office. Janella.
That's right. We're in the Davenport riding just west of the downtown core in Toronto, where the NDP are hoping that they might be able to take this seat from the Liberals. We are at the campaign office for Alejandra Bravo, who's hoping to unseat the Liberal incumbent, Julie Derwitz. And, you know, this is a riding that has been Liberal for most of the time, with the exception of 2015, when the NDP took the most seats in their history, and they were able to win this seat and hold on to it not for very long, and went back to the Liberals in 2019 during that Liberal wave. So with the polls closing in just a few moments, we will watch and wait to see if the NDP will be able to take that from the Liberals. I'll send it back to you, Rosie.
Okay, thanks so much, Janella Massa. I know that is certainly one that the Liberals were a little bit worried about, if there's any to be worried about inside the Toronto ridings. That was one that was certainly on their radar. But the Liberals leave Atlantic Canada in decent shape. Yes, they have lost seats, but they are still not probably in a place where they are worrying too much. The Conservatives, though, they've had some pickups. And if you're trying to form government, you've got to start picking up early and often. And so polls closing now from Quebec all the way to Alberta, 262 ridings starting to report right now. This is the big one, the biggest swath of votes coming all at once. Polls closed just seconds ago in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. 262 more seats to add to the count. These results will set the trend. Hello, everybody. This is Canada Votes 2021. I'm Rosemary Barton. This is the map of Canada at this hour. As you can see, we've had results from Atlantic Canada that leave you with what you see at the bottom of your screen there. The only two colors on that map right now, red and dark blue. Nothing else filled in yet. No other parties on the board. But we do know that there are some very early results from Ontario as we await now results from Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and the Northwest Territories, and, of course, Nunavut. I would never forget you. Ian, some of the numbers we're seeing there may be surprising to people, and that's because we had some early results go in from Elections Canada.
Yeah, lightning quick, right? So I guess these were advanced ballots that were accidentally inputted before the polls were closed. You didn't want to mention the riding because you didn't want to unduly affect things while the polls were open. But Brampton East, we can now name it. We can now tell you that it was Brampton East. So not many votes there. Maninder Sidhu is the incumbent. He won in 2019 by a big margin. And at this point, of course, everyone can see very few votes counted. But it is the first Ontario riding to officially have a vote count.
Okay, and it starts to explain why those numbers may not have matched up for you if you were counting the numbers coming out of Atlantic Canada. Very few votes were inputted at this point. So let's go back to that one riding that is the Quebec riding that is is reporting because it is in the Atlantic time zone, and Andrew's in charge of that one.
Yeah, so this has been such an interesting race. And, you know, over the last, I guess, hour or so that we've been watching the result here, it's been flipping back and forth between Liberal and Bloc. And here on my computer, I have this really interesting way of visualizing it where we see it as a sort of curvy graph. And it looks like, you know, like a DNA double helix strand, how the two things keep just crossing over each other. Anyways, a small pleasure that I have access to that I can't show anyone at home. But Gaspésie, you can see the Liberal candidate right now in the lead. One of the reasons why it's been so close is, you know, Gaspésie is such a difficult part of the province to campaign in, right? Yeah. It's such a large area. It's a very rural area, very beautiful, mind you, but you almost literally have to campaign in that place, you know, town by town, issue by issue. And here's another riding that we've got, Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. We can see very early results, a lead of 12, nothing to boast about, but nothing to be sad about either. And Peter Schiffke in Vaudreuil-Soulanges, this is just off the island of Montreal, and the western tip of Montreal, I should say, with a pretty sizable lead, given it's only one poll reporting.
Okay, there are 78 seats up for grabs in Quebec, and certainly this is mostly a battle between the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois. Jerry, why don't you weigh in on the importance of Quebec? I know Liberals that I talked to really felt the English debate hampered them because it helped the Bloc. That may be the case, but I'm not sure you're going to put all of your mistakes on one event. But it did allow an opening for the Bloc, and I wonder how concerned they are about that tonight.
Yeah, I think they're very concerned. There's no doubt that a lot of the majority hopes were pinned on winning new seats in Quebec. In my experience with Quebec elections, there tend to be clarifying moments toward the end of the campaign, and that was certainly one of them. It didn't help any of the non-Bloc Québécois parties on that stage.
Yeah, and we should point out that Yves-François Blanchet at the beginning of the campaign actually was not having a super great campaign. He was a couple of times being criticized for being arrogant and difficult with reporters, but he still had that goal of 40 seats. I don't know if he'll. I think it's unlikely he reaches that tonight.
Well, one of the things that people in the rest of Canada don't realize about Quebec is that people actually turn out to vote in Quebec. So whereas in the rest of the country, you have to spend a lot of your resources trying to get people to the polls, you have to spend fewer of them doing that in Quebec, and it's more of a persuasion game. Yeah. If you look at the 2019 campaign, for instance, Yves-François Blanchet was not even really on the radar screen until the TVA debate, where he put himself very firmly on the radar screen. So, he's an excellent debater and
listen, a skilled politician too, because when you see an opening, you take it. That's how you start to see advantages. Okay, we remember polls have closed now from Quebec all the way to Alberta. 262 seats have started to report. So this is when things get real. This is sometimes when elections get called, but remember, things are very close in this election. We may not know the ball game by the time we are finished with all of these provinces. What we do know also, though, is that lines continue to be long, particularly in urban settings like Toronto and Montreal, where polls have been, moved around a bit or stuck all in one bigger area in order to help people physically distance. Thomas Degla is in one of those lines or at one of those lines with people who are still waiting. Polls closed, Thomas, but I think they are still allowed to vote. Is that correct?
They are still allowed to vote. If you lined up in the past few minutes before the 9:30 p.m. Eastern cutoff here in Toronto, let's follow the lineup, then these people are being told they are going to be able to vote. Though, anyone who is just lining up now, they're being told it's a 2 to 3 hour wait just to get to the front of the line. And I can tell you from speaking to the people in the front of the line, 2 hours is the absolute minimum. We can't really get all the way to the front right now, but we can show you. This is the Spadina Fort York riding. This is the Fort York historic site in downtown Toronto. The lineup stretching all the way down there. And this, of course, is due to a number of factors, including the pandemic, including Elections Canada having to find locations where people can ensure physical distancing, for Elections Canada having trouble to find staff. The result is these pictures, which I think are going to be the defining moments, certainly of Election Day here in Toronto and probably some other cities where the number of polling stations have been cut. The lineups are huge. Rosie.
Okay, Thomas Degla, thank you for that. We'll check back with you to see how that's progressing. I will just say again, though, that we are all now much better used to waiting in lines for things because of the pandemic. And if you're going to wait in line for anything, My gosh, it should be democracy. Okay, Ian, over to you.
Well, especially when we look at how close some of these ridings have been, and I was talking about Fredericton early on. In Ontario, we are starting to get some results. Let's take a look. We're going to just jump around the provinces as we see these. Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, not many votes to count there. And really what people should note is Carol Hughes in third place now with so few votes counted. I mean, she has been the incumbent there for the NDP for, I think, the last 4 elections, and I think she's the person we should keep our eyes on as more votes get counted. Northumberland, Peterborough South, and there you see a lead of 1, and again, just small numbers. But we want to show you these. The Conservative Philip Lawrence, who's in third place at this point, is the incumbent. One more I want to show you is Nickel Belt, Marc Serre. Like Dominic LeBlanc, his father was in the Pierre Trudeau government. He has been in the Justin Trudeau government, and 2 terms I think he's won, and in the early lead in Nickel Belt right now.
Okay, thank you for that. Some early results coming from Ontario. Where am I going next here? I'm going over to Adrian. I'm sorry. Just wave. Just wave when I didn't know.
Listen, you're a Manitoba gal, so we thought we would start with one from Manitoba for you. Selkirk Interlake Eastman, which is just north of Winnipeg. So James Bazan, he is the incumbent. He is in the lead so far. Keep an eye on the PPC down there in, I guess, 4th place so far. And we've got a few more coming in. I think we have Kildonan St. Paul. Kildonan St. Paul. I know we don't have the graphics for it, but we're keeping an eye on it. Yeah. It's only a majority of 1 vote, so it really doesn't matter yet.
Okay, I was in James Bazan's riding over the summer. Going to a beach. So there you go.
As you do.
That's what it does. That's my only Manitoba story so far. Andrew, over to you. The Greens are on the board.
Well, we've got some Quebec results coming in right now. So let me start with those, starting with Honoré Mercier on the island of Montreal. We heard from Pablo Rodriguez a little bit earlier in the program saying he was optimistic. He's certainly got reason to be optimistic in this riding in particular. He won it by a whopping 40 percentage points in 2019. No surprise to see him in the lead right now. Moving to Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. The Liberal candidate here won by 50 percentage points in the last election. And so another non-surprise. Let's go on to Abitibi-Témiscamingue. This was a Bloc Québécois seat in 2019. You can see the Bloc with a lead right now. It would be something of a surprise. I mean, the Liberals are pretty close right now. It would be a bit of a surprise if they would be able to flip this riding. The Bloc won this riding pretty convincingly in 2019, and they were expected to do so in this election as well. But let's finish with Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, EU. This very early results, as you can see. You know, an NDP win here would be a surprise. This was very much a Liberal target at the outset of the campaign. They thought they could win in this riding. You know, at a recent all-candidates debate, reconciliation and the environment, 2 really big issues in this very large riding with a large Indigenous population as well. The Liberals felt that they were fielding a very strong candidate in Lise Kistabish, Anishinaabe of the Pikagan First Nation. So we'll see how that riding shapes up. It's one that I'm definitely keeping a close eye on over the course of the evening.
Great. Thank you for that, Andrew. And I should point out the green on the board there is actually in Quebec. So let me show you where that is playing out. Again, early results right now, but that is in the riding of Gatineau. Where you can see a small lead there for the Green Party. NDP not on the board there at all, but Jagmeet Singh is in British Columbia, of course, watching results as they come in. There he is with his wife watching results. Look. It's so much brighter in Vancouver, and that's because polls have not closed. It's not very late there. Many people still voting in British Columbia. As we wait for more results to come in through the biggest swath of ridings, the biggest number of votes that we are going to get in this country over the next couple of hours that could, and I really say could, determine the government, because that may not be the case tonight. Ian, over to you.
We're just jumping around Ontario as we have these early results. And let's start in Niagara Centre. What's interesting about this riding is not the results at this point with so few votes, but the fact that Niagara Centre last time around, Vince Badaway, the incumbent, but 3 parties all did very well here. 35% for the Liberals, 31% for the Conservatives, 27% for the NDP. So we'll be looking at Niagara Centre through the evening to see if there's any movement there, but the incumbent Liberal is in first place very early on. Simcoe North. We have, this was a riding that was held by Bruce Stanton for years, I think dating back to 2006. And now we have Adam Chambers, who is the Conservative candidate. And again, in a small lead early on. I want to show you one more. Patty Hajdu, the health minister, who obviously has had such a high profile during the pandemic. Again, early minutes there, but in the lead in Thunder Bay, Superior North, Rosie.
Okay, early results here in Ontario, but remember, Ontario has 121 seats, so an important province to keep an eye on, particularly because we know that the leaders pay a lot of attention to all those ridings in Ontario. Look at where we are so far. Again, these are early reports coming in from many different provinces. The Liberals leading in 40, the Conservatives at 16, the Bloc at 4, the NDP now finally on the board with 1, and the Greens leading in 1. All of these still early, so those numbers on the bottom of your screen likely to change a few more times. While I have them, though, I am going to talk to at issue because I didn't want them to, go off and do something else while they're all at their remote locations. Andrew, why don't I start with you? So, the story that we have so far anyway from Atlantic Canada is that the Conservatives are the only ones who have picked up seats. Anything that you make of that so far?
Well, the seat count for the Tories coming out of Atlantic Canada of 9, maybe 10, is certainly at the top edge of previous forecasts before the election. It's consistent, I think, still with a minority Liberal government. But the more interesting thing to me is the popular vote numbers. The Tories are about 4 or 5 points higher than the consensus of the polls had indicated in Atlantic Canada. The People's Party is significantly lower than they were forecast to have. The NDP is slightly lower as well. The Liberals are a little bit higher. So it does suggest that maybe the two main parties, in this very tight race have succeeded in getting people to migrate back to them who might have voted for smaller parties. But we'll see whether that trend holds up across the country.
That's a really good observation, Elamine, because it does mean that those closing arguments by Erin O'Toole and Justin Trudeau that, the only way to get a government was to vote for them might be working.
Right. To that end, I was looking at that NDP number, and it is closer to their floor than it is to their ceiling. And the fact that it is there, that that at least suggests for now that, the NDP support in the last few days, if not cratering, then kind of at least kind of leveling off at a pretty even level. And so that is to say that the Liberals may have been succeeding in that argument they've been making for the last week, which is a vote for us will prevent a Conservative government, and everybody else has kind of been shut out.
Yeah, which is always the argument that Liberals make, particularly at the end of campaigns, Chantal. I don't know whether you draw that conclusion this early on.
I learned at my expense never to draw conclusions based on Atlantic Canada outcomes, and let me tell you why.
Please do.
And how 1997, Jean Chrétien, EI reform, very unpopular in Atlantic Canada, lots of losses. If you had looked at the results from Atlantic Canada that night, Jean Chrétien was certainly not winning another majority government. And then that wave stopped. And as you know, he won a majority government. Another point, yes, the Conservative popular vote is up, but part of it, from everything I can see and hear from people of the region, is that the Conservatives did get a boost from that Conservative victory in Nova Scotia, which happened just as the election was being called. So, feel free to extrapolate, but I'll pass until I have more.
And it's interesting that you bring up 1997, because that's, of course, the benchmark that we use for the lowest percentage that was ever won in order to form a majority. 1997, also a Liberal who called a snap election at a time when people didn't think it was right. Manitoba was dealing with those catastrophic floods at the time. Althea, what do you think Liberals, because you're at Liberal headquarters, what do you think they would make of where they're at coming out of Atlantic Canada?
I don't think they're too worried, frankly. I think one of the things that we are going to notice this year, perhaps more than in the past, is the importance of local contest, in the sense that, there was a lot of anger around the government about the fisheries dispute. We saw that with the fisheries minister seeming to take a hit. But you can see that in a swath of 905 ridings, in southwestern Ontario ridings as well, where in some cases there's no Liberal candidate, or the Liberal candidate has been disavowed, or there's just no incumbents. So I think that we're going to have a lot of, there's a lot of strong local candidates who might swing things in one direction or another that are not necessarily tied to the performance of the party leaders. And that's something that we'll need to keep an eye out on.
Okay, I'll let you guys go back to studying the results and the numbers, and you then can come back and I'll force you to extrapolate as needed. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. That is at issue with us throughout the evening. Ian, I think you have some results, do you?
I'm trying to text friends, and then you want me to actually report results? Sure.
Can we do that later?
I can do that for you. Let's see. Maybe we have Elgin, Middlesex, London is the first one. We're going to, Beaches, East York. This is interesting because Nathaniel Erskine Smith, who, a couple of interesting things about him. First of all, he describes himself as a thoughtful, independent voice in Ottawa and maybe part of the same section of the caucus, Liberal caucus, that Wayne Long from St. John Rothsay belongs to. I'm still, teasing you. I know. You'll get a chance to talk about that, Jerry. Let's look at Elgin, Middlesex, London, Karen Vecchio, Conservative incumbent, and early leads. And just so for people watching at home, I fully understand that these are early leads. But here's one that I think is interesting, is Ottawa South. David McGuinty, he's part of the McGuinty political dynasty in Ottawa South. Eli Tannis in first place. Listen, just before we go here, Rosie, I do want to go back to Beaches, East York for a moment. One of the interesting things there, people might remember, Lisa Robinson, the Conservative candidate, in second right now. She no longer is part of the Conservative Party, I don't think. I think that they said that they kind of distanced themselves from her. So I'm not sure if those votes are advance polls before that happened, or people that came in today and voted for her. We're going to hear that theme again with a few other ridings and candidates who are no longer associated with their party, even though they're on the ballot. But just wanted to flag that in Beaches, East York.
Okay, good. Yeah, because there's a couple other examples of that in Ontario that we will get to. Andrew, you've got some results coming in from Quebec.
Yeah, here, I was just checking results on my laptop. You want me to report on...
I want you to talk out loud. All the results to all of us now.
I guess we should all do our jobs here. So let me take you to Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel. This is a riding right around Trois-Rivières, just between Montreal and Quebec City. Louis Plamondon in the lead, Dean of the House, current longest-serving member of the House of Commons, MP since 1984. He wouldn't mind taking this seat once again. If we go to Lac-Saint-Jean, Alexis Brunel-Duceppe. Speaking of dynasties, this is Gilles Duceppe's son, so he's in the lead right now. Again, these are all small numbers, but a small lead of 16 votes. And Manicouagan, we have also another Bloc Québécois candidate with a lead, Marilyn Gill. This riding, it's no surprise to see her in the lead. It's gone Bloc in 8 of the last 9 elections, the only exception being 2011, that orange wave, when this riding went NDP. But in the last election, no other candidate came close to beating her. She won that one. She may win it again tonight. We'll see.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's just check the bottom of the screen there. Liberals are leading in 47 ridings, Conservatives in 22. Bloc on the board with 6, the NDP at 6, and the Greens, I believe that's still a lead in the riding of Gatineau in Quebec. So we'll keep watching that one to see if there's something to that, because again, these are very early results coming in right across the country, and Adrian's in charge of the prairies.
Yeah, and I'm not texting anybody, so,
I'll text you later.
I was texting you.
Exactly. I was not answering. I saw it bouncing. Okay, let's go back to your favorite province, Manitoba. Brandon Souris. So there we go. Larry Maguire, he is the incumbent. As it's only one poll, but already a lead of 51. Staying in. No, let's go over to Alberta. Kelly McCauley. Again, this is the incumbent, a lead of 54. Just one poll reporting. But not very far away in Edmonton. When you have the riding of Edmonton Centre, this is one to keep an eye on because it's only a lead of 4, but Randy Boissonneau is taking the lead so far against James Cumming. They've gone back and forth. These two men used to train together. Their offices are across the street from each other. But this is one where Chrystia Freeland showed up early. This is one that the Liberals have their eye on, one of those cities in Alberta that they'd like to make a change in.
And Randy Boissonneau has won it before, so he's hoping that he can do it again. Here's the beginning of what the map is filling in as. Again, these are early results, so some of those colors are going to bounce around a little bit as we get more results in from Quebec, Ontario, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Manitoba, and then up north as well. As those results come in, Liberals leading in 54, Conservatives at 25. All right, we do have reporters in the prairies, in different parts of the prairies, who are standing by to bring us the stories as they unfold. But let's start with Cam McIntosh. He's in, well, my home. Everyone's giving shout outs to their home cities, so I may as well. Cam, you're in Winnipeg. What are you watching for there tonight?
Well, Rosie, welcome back to Winnipeg, where masks are still mandatory out here on a restaurant patio. We are getting some evidence, and we are hearing that there are still some people waiting in line to vote. We'll keep an eye on that as that progresses through the evening here. We're in Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley. That's basically the west end of Winnipeg. This is one of 3 or 4 seats that the Conservatives and Liberals both believe are in play for them. The Liberals took the seat in 2015, lost it in 2019 when they lost their majority. That old Liberal MP is trying to get his old job back. Doug Elifson running against Marty Morantz, a former city councillor here in Winnipeg. This is one of 3 rematches between the Liberals and the Conservatives from 2019 tonight. Another seat that people outside of Manitoba will want to keep an eye on is Winnipeg South. It is a true bellwether. It has gone with the party that makes up the government ever since 1998, so that's 9 straight elections. This could be the 10th. It's one of the reasons why Liberal leader Justin Trudeau was in here late last night trying to shore up support in the 4 seats that the Liberals hold here in Winnipeg. But if there's one thing that might be a little bit concerning to the Liberal campaigns, it's this. Over the last little bit, there's been some polling done in Winnipeg, and basically it shows the people that are the most frustrated with this election call right now are Liberal voters here in Winnipeg. Rosemary?
Okay, Cam, that's some good context as we get more results in from Manitoba. Appreciate that. Remember, Isa, you're in Saskatchewan. You're at a Conservative headquarters. Tell us what you'll be watching for there.
Well, Rosemary, Saskatchewan, of course, in the last election was a huge Conservative stronghold. The party swept all 14 seats, so it'll be interesting to see how it does, how the party does this year. If Erin O'Toole has any chance of becoming, if he hopes to become the next Prime Minister of Canada, he can't afford to lose any of those seats right here in Saskatchewan. So it'll be interesting to see. Of course, Saskatchewan is right now in the middle of a 4th wave of COVID-19, and we've seen huge levels of hospitalization as well as record numbers of COVID-19 cases. So this election is happening at the back with that in the backdrop. So it'll be interesting to see how that will play out.
Mariah Isa in Saskatchewan. Thank you so much for doing that. Appreciate it. Another place, of course, grappling with a very difficult 4th wave because of some decisions made in that province is in Alberta. Carolyn Dunn is in Calgary Skyview at this hour. Carolyn.
Right, and it's that 4th wave that you're talking about is exactly why we are here at George Chahal's Liberal campaign event, if you will. It's one of very few that are going on, and as you can see, it's being held in a parking lot. So right behind me here is a lot of media who are here just to have an opportunity to be in and amongst voters and volunteers and campaigners as they, hear the results coming in. This is one of the battlegrounds in Calgary, one of 3. The incumbent, Jag Sahota, is trying to hang on to her seat. She's a lawyer. You might remember her name from being on the Status of Women Committee. She is being challenged by George Chahal. He is a very well-known name in this riding and the neighborhoods that are within it because he was a city councillor for 4 years. One of the things that we are watching for, too, in this riding is Harry Dillon, who is with the PPC. It might be the only riding in urban Alberta where we see the PPC actually having an effect on the outcome. 2 other ridings that we are watching for, Calgary Centre and Calgary Confederation, both of them too close to call at this point, but we're going to be monitoring it for you and bringing you the results and hopefully some reaction as we can get it in this 4th wave that is hitting this province so brutally.
Okay, Carolyn Dunn, thank you so much for that. You're in Calgary tonight. Appreciate it. We will, of course, come back to you. Let's give you a sense of the vote share at this point in the evening nationally. Now, I want to do that with a big caveat, and that is that right now there's not a lot of results coming from Saskatchewan, coming from Manitoba, and coming from Alberta. So that means that Conservative number, which is right now at 32, is probably going to track upwards. In case Conservatives saw that and had a panic, your base and your heartland is still to come on the board there. But let's look at some of the other numbers you see. Listen, the People's Party of Canada registering ahead of the Green Party at 4.5%. That is something to note there, and certainly an improvement on where they were in the last election in 2019. Maybe we can see a seat change. Are we going to do that here too? Yes, we will. So seat change at this hour. And again, these are not all confirmed. Things are still coming in. So these are more a sense of the leading in seats right now. But you can see the seat change again, very early, plus 7 for the Liberals. But remember, plus 17 if they increase by 17. They would be tracking towards a majority. A majority for anyone here tonight would be 170 seats. I don't think we're at a place yet where we have any sense of what's happening, but let's keep an eye on that. There are 62 seats with a 100-vote margin, and that's why I say early hours, everyone. Let's just see how things unfold very slowly, and Andrew will give us some more results now to give us a sense of what. Yeah,
it was a Liberal +7 that you had just seen on that graphic. Yeah, so I'll tell you. I mean, that could be something of a precarious +7, and I'll show you why. So one of the ridings that I want to show you is the riding of Joliette. This is on the North Shore of Montreal. A Liberal lead is kind of an interesting result here so far because the Bloc have owned this riding for an awfully long time. But I will say that the Liberals at the outset of this campaign, they did say that they wanted to expand their ring of influence around the island of Montreal, try to capture some of those South Shore and North Shore ridings. So this would certainly meet that goal. Going to the riding of Mirabel, this is also an interesting one. Early results, so a Liberal lead here. I mean, take that for what it's worth. But the Bloc Québécois candidate who had been the person who had won the riding in 2019, Simon Marcel, there was actually some controversy around that candidate, around undisclosed leave, and so that candidate not running. So this is something of an open race with no incumbent, and we can see the Bloc Québécois candidate in second in that riding. And then we have this, Berthier-Masquinongé, Ruth Ellen Brosseau, a pretty well-known name, sort of famously went on vacation to Vegas in 2011, was something of a parachute candidate when she actually won the riding in 2011 on that orange wave, won again in 2015, lost by the narrowest of margins in 2019 to the Bloc Québécois candidate, under 3 percentage points, really tight margin, and announced mid-campaign in 2021 that she's back. She wants to run again, and so here she is with a tiny lead.
Tiny. Those are some hard-fought ridings there. I will say the Liberals are up 3 here, leading in 3 as we move out of this part of the country. That is encouraging. That would be encouraging if you were a Liberal sitting at home watching these numbers. I'll quickly get Sarah to weigh in. I didn't even tell you I was coming to you. I'll quickly get you to weigh in on the leading 11 for the NDP. I mean, the NDP is probably waiting for British Columbia, which is closing in 30 seconds here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's exciting to be back on the board. I mean, at one point we weren't even on there, and to see 11 up there and to have many of those seats be in Ontario, which is a battleground for us. It's great to see this happening and encouraging results. And of course, we're waiting for what's happening in BC.
Yeah, okay, and many three-way races in British Columbia. But here, take a look at the board at this hour as we wait for British Columbia polls to close. That will add between BC and Yukon, because that's there too, 43 more seats as they start to report across the country. And we get a better sense of what government Canada has chosen. That all starts right now. Okay, you are looking at beautiful British Columbia. It is beautiful. Where polls have just closed in British Columbia in 42 ridings. You add in the Yukon with one more, and we're up to 43 more ridings coming your way. All polls have now closed right across the country from east to west and coast to coast to coast. We know some people are still waiting in line. If that is the case for you anywhere in the country, stay in that line. Elections Canada says you will be allowed to vote. Voting matters. We know the race was close going in, and so your vote will count here. Ian Hannah-Mansing has been tracking Ontario for us through the evening. Again, early results, but Ian, what are you seeing?
Well, one of the things we're keeping an eye on in Ontario is where there may be the potential for change, understanding that we're still very early on in the vote counting. But let's take a look at 3 ridings where we're seeing that potential for change. Kenora, the incumbent here, the Conservative, Eric Malilo, he was the youngest Conservative MP ever elected, just 21 years old in 2019. Janine Seymour is an Indigenous lawyer and activist, and that is a pretty big lead, even with so few votes counted. Let's look at Dufferin Caledon now. This has been a solidly Conservative riding dating back to 2004. David Tilson, the longtime MP there. Kyle Seaback won here in 2019 with 42% of the vote. Early, I know, but interesting that he's in second place. And Haldeman Norfolk, look at Leslyn Lewis, the leadership candidate for the Conservatives, in second place. And that's an interesting one to watch. Diane Finlay was the Conservative MP here for 6 straight terms. You would think that would be a pretty solid Conservative riding, and it may still be. It's still early. But in terms of, you look at the numbers at the bottom of the screen and you wonder, where's that change coming? Well, right now, it's those 3 ridings, among others.
Yeah, really strong MP for that part of Ontario, a very beloved MP for the Conservative Party, certainly. So her retirement was disappointing, but we'll see whether they can hang on to it. David, you're back at your board there with a state of play. I don't know what we're seeing yet and whether we can determine anything. So give us a sense of what you see.
Well, Rosie, you know how British Columbia always complained that we'd have the election call before the polls close out there? Welcome to the party, British Columbia. You're not the empty net goal of election 2021. Look, the Atlantic right now, we said the Liberals needed to be at 25. They're at 23, so they're down a little bit there, though some of these ridings are still a little bit too close to call, but the Conservatives are up at 9. We're going to go into Quebec. The challenge we have right now in doing a proper assessment of the state of the race is that we only have reports from 39 of the 78 ridings in Quebec. And when you go to the greater Montreal area, look at all this gray that we still have on the board. I mean, this is the big battleground between the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois. So we don't yet know, have a clear sense of what is happening there. I'm going to assume that it's a situation like what we're seeing here in Ontario, where if we go into the greater Toronto area, which is the big two-way battle here on the suburbs of Toronto between the Liberals and the Conservatives. Look at this. We have seen reports of long lines, people there well past voting being closed. Thomas has been showing us that people are lining up for hours to wait. So, like, absolutely no results to speak of from these key battlegrounds. So, I mean, this, just to show you 2019 again, to remind you, I mean, look how liberal this was, from Whitby down to Oakville and Burlington. Now, we've got little specks of blue in places like Mississauga Lakeshore, but the results are so early, it's impossible to draw any conclusions from them, but we are seeing a lot of orange in northern Saskatchewan, northern Manitoba. I mean, these look gigantic, but these are single ridings. And we're also seeing a speck of it right here in Saskatoon University. So the problem is, Rosie, is these are the areas where the NDP want to gain, the urban prairies in particular, northern Ontario, northern Saskatchewan hold here. But there is so much vote still to come, so much still to be counted. And even out here in Atlantic Canada, Rosie, I have to underline this point. There are tens of thousands of mail ballots and maybe even advance polls still not counted across this region. Some of these races are tight. So while normally by this time of the night, these numbers are locked in, there's still some seats there that could change based on what happens when they start opening the mail tomorrow and counting those votes.
Okay, David, thank you for giving us a state of play. Part of that state of play right now is that in about 91 ridings at this hour, it is a divide of about 100 votes. So that gives you a sense of how close this is in many, many places. I would also say that we've got lots of urban ridings reporting, which is usually to the benefit of the Liberals. Fewer rural ridings are reporting, which is usually of the benefit to the Conservatives. So keep all that in mind as you look at those numbers at the bottom of your screen. This is far from over or determined at this stage. British Columbia, the polls have now closed, 43 seats there with the Yukon as well. And Renee Filippone is in British Columbia. I think she's in Vancouver to tell us what she'll be watching for as the polls have closed there, Renee.
Well, Rosie, there are long lines at some polling stations, but not here. They were able to close the door a minute after polls closed in Vancouver, Granville. This is a very interesting riding to watch. It's really the only one at play in the city, the others being very safe Liberal and NDP seats. This is the seat of Jody Wilson-Raybould, who won under the Liberals in 2015 by a large margin, and then she was embroiled in the SNC-Lavalin affair, booted from caucus, and then won as an independent in 2019 with 17,000 votes. So the question tonight is, where will those 17,000 votes go in this riding? Will it go to the Liberal candidate, Tlaib Nur Mohammed, who was just behind her in the last election, or the Conservatives or the NDP? For the Conservatives, if they can take this riding, this would be their first riding in the city of Vancouver since 2011, and the NDP are hoping this could be a place where they could pick up some seats tonight. Rosie?
Okay, Renee, that's lots of interesting things happening in that riding. That was the good one to choose. We'll come back to as we know more. Let me show you just quickly the map of Canada as we will wait to get some results from Andrew in just a minute in Quebec. But this is what it's starting to look like. But again, as we say, the colors here on this map, they're going to switch around a little bit and fill in because the results are very close in a lot of different places. But you can see it starting to fill in. And Andrew's going to tell us how it's filling in Quebec, Andrew.
Yeah, so for the Liberals to have a good night, they need to pick up ridings, but also hold the ridings that they won in 2019. Right. And so we're going to take a look at some of those examples. So Pontiac is a riding that the Liberals did win. There's no incumbent here, though, in this riding. Will Amos was the MP for this riding who infamously appeared naked in a hybrid parliamentary session in April. Yeah, as my colleagues are reminding me, twice that happened. But he's not running in this riding, but the Liberals with a small lead at the moment. We'll see if that can hold. Next up, we've got the riding of Saint-Maurice Champlain, Cabinet Minister François-Philippe Champagne, Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. His margin of victory, just as a side note here, in 2015 was much wider than it was in 2019. In 2015, he won by about 12,000 votes. Subsequent election, 2019, he only won by about 3,000 votes. And so this was a close race last time around. We'll continue to watch this riding this time around. Finally, here is a Liberal pickup if this result holds, but who knows, right? With a lead of 5 votes with only one poll reporting. But in Salaberry-sur-Loire, this is a riding on the South Shore, part of that coveted area that the Liberals were hoping to be able to kind of expand their ring of influence around the island of Montreal. The Bloc Québécois have had a really wild ride trying to win this riding over the past several elections. So we'll see how that plays out.
Okay, thank you for that, Andrew. As you look at the results on the bottom of your screen, please remember these are very early results. So yes, the Liberals leading in 97 right now, but things are moving quickly and those numbers could change. And we know that a lot of the races are tight. The margins are very small. So I wonder, Jerry Butts, how is that to live through? I mean, I don't think you've lived through an election where there's all those kinds of margins that close and you'd be sitting there biting your fingernails. That you wouldn't be taking anything for granted at this stage, would you?
No, not at all. And 2019 was very close. 2015 was over almost before the polls closed in Ontario, let alone closed in BC. I think just to get back to a point that David made earlier that I think is really important. There are 68,000 mail-in ballots yet to be counted, and they'll be counted over the next couple of days in Atlantic Canada alone. That's not going to make a difference in ridings like Fundy Royal, but it could very much make the difference in closer ridings like Fredericton. And I think it's really important for us to say that off the top because we certainly don't want a situation like we've seen in the United States about people questioning the validity of mail-in ballots.
No, and the reason why they're not being counted until tomorrow is for that very reason, to make sure they are valid and make sure they have been cast by the same person, that someone didn't come in person as well. And I should tell people that when you look at the sort of the top list of where mail-in ballots came from, a lot of them were in British Columbia. That's really where the vast majority of Canadians use those special ballots. But again, it may be a factor in other places. Lisa, would Conservatives be looking at that board and be concerned, or would they say, okay, well, we know that this is early and we shouldn't panic?
They'll be happy about Atlantic Canada, for sure. As far as Quebec goes, it's starting to warm up a little bit. I can see that our incumbents are starting to build their leads. Kenora is interesting to me because the actual votes from Kenora haven't really landed yet. Those are more of the smaller communities on the outside. Yep. So we'll have to see what's going to happen there with Eric. And I just think that with the long lineups, Rosemary, they can't start counting ballots until the last person votes. So
they can't start counting in that poll, but they can start in the riding.
Indeed, but in that poll. If you have that big lineup that we saw earlier, 2 hours, they're not counting for 2 hours.
Yeah, and if things are close, you're going to want to see all of that before you make decisions. Sarah, I'll get you to weigh in, too, on the fact that, things are bouncing around pretty quickly, but it does seem like a lot of races are tight.
Absolutely. I think in many of these ridings, there's 3 races that are taking place, and the mail-in ballots and also just voter turnout in general through this election, I think, is a huge factor that we need to take into consideration, looking at who's actually coming out and who was able to get folks out to vote today.
Yeah, and voter turnout, of course, not something that we will know tonight, but a good reminder to keep your eye on that, because it is a pandemic election. Whether people were reassured about the act of voting, the fact that you get your own pencil and get to take it home with you, I don't know. We'll have to see how that factored into things. Adrienne now is back with some results from the prairies. Adrienne.
Yeah, I was just listening to what you're saying about what's happening in the city, so we thought we'd have a little look-see, see what's happening in the city. So in Alberta in particular, if you look at Calgary Confederation, Len Weber, who ran in 2015, 2019, he is leading. He won then. He's leading by 20. This is a central part of Calgary. It's got University of Calgary. SAIT is in there. If we zoom over to Edmonton Manning, again, the 56% of the vote in 2019 went to the Conservative. So this is a lead. This is sort of early. It's way too early to make any presumptions here. The one that's interesting so far, it's a slightly larger lead, but again, not much, 41, Randy Boissonette. So this was James Cummings' riding. It's his friend. It still is. But leading right now is the Liberal Randy Boissonette. That is a place where the Liberal Party has paid a lot of attention. Chrystia Freeland, in particular, walking those streets with Randy Boissonette.
Okay, great. And conveniently, we have a reporter who's in Randy Boissonneau's riding. Paige Parsons is there tonight. Early lead for Mr. Boissonneau, Paige, but this is a riding that the Liberals were hoping for.
Yes, Rosemary, we're here in the heart of Edmonton, and it's the heart of a bit of a battleground right now. It's interesting for people watching. They're keeping a close eye on this because even though there's a full slate of candidates, it's a rematch between incumbent James Cummings and the Liberals' Randy Boissonneau. Boissonneau, of course, he held the seat. He won it back in 2015 and then lost to Cummings in 2019. So it's expected to be very close, and it's one of just a few ridings that are considered not safe here in Alberta. Those are largely a handful of urban ridings in Edmonton here and in Calgary as well. So it's definitely something we're going to be keeping an eye on, as well as, keeping an eye out on what's happening rurally as well, and seeing, if the People's Party of Canada or the Maverick Party or any of those further right options, grab away some of the popular support for the CPC, which is traditional here in Alberta. Thanks, Rosie.
Okay. Paige, thank you. And of course, some of what is playing out in Alberta, a response, perhaps a reaction to the way the Alberta Premier, Conservative Premier, managed the pandemic, certainly something the Liberal leader tried to take advantage of in the last week. Okay, we want to show you this board again because it starts to give you a picture of what might be needed for a majority government. You know already that the number is 170. You've got to get to that. The Liberals right now are leading in 121, okay? But it's leading. We know these are early races, but we wanted to show you, leading or elected in 121, we wanted to show you what they would have to add to that in order to get to 170. So the 45 number you see on your screen there, those are seats that they had before. They'd have to hold them, and then they'd have to pick up 4 more. So that is not an impossible road at this stage, right? 45 plus 4 more would get them to 170. Remember that is what Justin Trudeau wanted. He said that he wanted this election for Canadians to weigh in on the pandemic. That may be true, but he also had in his mind a majority government like he got in 2015. So let's keep watching that to see whether or not that can happen. And as we're watching that, I'll ask Jerry Butts whether you think that can happen, because Liberals that I was talking to did not wasn't impossible, but it seemed unlikely, was sort of what they were telling me.
The best thing about election night is that nothing's impossible until all the votes are counted,
that's
right?
Beautiful.
Look, I think people would be very pleasantly surprised, of course, if there were a Liberal majority government in the Liberal camp, but I think it's still way too soon to get anywhere near that call.
Yeah, and I didn't call it. I just laid out my pretty graphics to show what you might need in order to get there. But it does show you that there are some early results, at least pushing in their favor. So Liberals would be happy to see that so far. But again, we have very little from British Columbia at this hour. Ian, though, I think you have some stuff for us here.
Yeah, some early results. And let's start with Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. What's interesting about this riding is that it is a classic British Columbia in many ways because it was a three-way race last time around. There's no Green candidate in Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, and the Greens last time had 8%. So it'll be interesting to see what impact it has. And you see just a lead of one vote at this point. I want to show you a couple of NDP ridings, one over on Vancouver Island. Courtney Alberni Gord-Johns has been an incumbent NDP MP there, won 2 terms, and early lead now as he seeks his third. And Vancouver East, this has been an NDP riding for a long time, even before the NDP existed. Its predecessor winning here. So big lead for the Liberals at this point in Vancouver East. But I would think, given the history of this riding, no reason to jump to any conclusions yet. We'll see how things look when more votes get counted in Vancouver East.
Yeah, fractional results here, meaning low percentage points at this stage. So, maybe encouraging, but let's just slow down and make sure that we know where everything is going before we get too excited. But Anita Bath is monitoring things in Vancouver, and she's got a sense of a couple of things to watch for us tonight. Anita, over to you.
Rosie, polls closed about 15 minutes ago here, and we are in an interesting spot. We're in the parking lot of a mini mall because that is COVID for you. We're not allowed inside any of the candidates' headquarters, but we've got the Conservatives right here to my left. We've got the Liberals across the way in this mini mall, and behind me we have a polling station, no line anymore because people got in time, they got their vote. But we are also in one of 2 very tight ridings here in BC. We're in Port Coquitlam. Just down the street is the other one, Port Moody Coquitlam. Both ridings made big splashes last election. They were within a few hundred votes of each other, and that's expected again this time around. In fact, all 3 major party leaders spent quite a bit of time here in the Tri-Cities trying to swing the vote in their direction. Jagmeet Singh was just here last night. Tonight, people will be watching this area, these 2 ridings, in case the election is close across the country, and this could determine the balance of power. Now, the other thing I want to throw in there, I know Ian mentioned there's no Green candidate in Maple Ridge. Well, there's no Green candidate in these 2 ridings either, so we will be watching very closely to see where those votes go here. But all in all, it's going to be an election tonight in BC in a lot of parking lots, I think.
But the good news, Anita, is that the rest of Canada hasn't figured it out yet. So what happens in BC is really going to matter more than ever. So everyone can stay up late and watch. Thanks so much, Anita. We'll come back to you as the night unfolds. 42 seats obviously up for grabs in British Columbia. And as we've been talking about a lot of 3-way races, Sarah, I'm going to bring you in here if I can, just in terms of what would be the hope here for the NDP in British Columbia.
Well, obviously, I think it's to hold on to those incumbent seats. I mean, it's still early to call, for example, Jenny Kwan's seat. And I think obviously securing space on the island, growing as well, I think is a huge priority for us. I know earlier we chatted about some, lack of support perhaps from John Horgan and how that may impact the election there. But I think overall, Jagmeet has proven his leadership. He's liked for a reason, and we're hoping that translates to support in BC.
There are 11 seats, I believe, that you hold there now. So if you grew by a couple or a few, that would be a good thing.
It would be a great thing.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Sarah, let's do a quick look here at the bottom of your screen. So you are seeing, again, results as they come in very quickly. Liberals leading or elected in 131, Conservatives in 64, the Bloc at 25, NDP, leading or elected in 16. Greens still on the board with 1. I think that's still the riding in Gatineau, so we'll have to get some details on what's happening there. That's interesting. Travis Danraj is, though, with the leader of the People's Party of Canada. They are not on the board yet, but they have picked up some support in terms of percentage points, at least in Atlantic Canada, and we're starting to see that across the country now. Travis, over to you.
Thanks very much, Rosemary. And look who I have with me right now. It is People's Party of Canada leader Maxime Bernier. How are you feeling about those results in Atlantic Canada?
You know, I'm feeling good because if I look at the results, we were around 4%, and 4, 5, 6%, that's big for us, and in Atlantic Canada. So I believe that tonight will be a good night, and our goal is to increase our percentage of the votes. And we are doing better than the Green Party after 38 years. And as you know, we created that party only 2 years ago. So that's going well. It will be an important step for the People's Party of Canada, but I can tell you that this party is there for the long term. And I believe that tonight, at the end of the election, we will be the only real opposition party in Canada, because all the other parties share the same views on a lot of important issues for the future of our country.
We were in Westlock together yesterday for the rally there that you had, and you were telling me this is not an organized party, that a lot of the support has been through social media. Talk to me a little bit about the strategy and what the ground game was right across the country.
Well, you know, the strategy was for us to use social media because, as you know, the mainstream media didn't want to cover us in the beginning of the campaign. They ignored us.
But we are here right now.
Yeah, you are here. It's a little bit late, but I'm pleased that you are there. And we are not part of the national debates also. And I traveled across the country. The goal was to do rallies all across the country. And that went very well. You know, we have 1,000 people in a couple of our rallies and 400, 500 people. So I was able to speak to Canadians and explain our platform. This movement is growing step by step, but I'm very pleased with the campaign.
You know, I know that a large part of this is about COVID and, you know, fighting against COVID restrictions and vaccine passports. But what else is it that you're hearing from people that you're talking to about why they may be gravitating towards you?
But also, you know, real fiscal conservative are looking at us because we are the only political party that has a plan to balance the budget. All the other parties want to spend more money that we don't have, and we are paying for it right now. That's the inflation tax. As you know, the inflation in Canada, 4.1%. If you do your grocery, it's about 5-6%, and it will be bigger than that in a couple of months because they will add spending with money that we don't have. So people want to keep their way of life, their standard of living, and now they are losing that with these traditional establishment political parties.
Okay. We'll talk again once we get some more results. Maxime Bernier, appreciate it. Rosie, back to you.
Okay, Travis, thank you so much for that. Stay safe in there. Maxime Bernier says that this is a movement that is growing. That is certainly true from a percentage point of view, but they are not on the board, and Maxime Bernier is currently 4th in his home riding of the Beauce. If he wants this to grow as a political movement, he probably has to decide if he wants to also to get elected in Parliament and where that might come from in the future, because it doesn't seem to be coming in his home riding of the Beauce, where he would win, where he has won as a Conservative MP. Andrew, you've got a sense of some more results from Quebec at this hour.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and put them on the screen for you here, starting with Bécancour Nicolas Sorel. I was telling you earlier, the Dean of the House, Louis Plamondon, we can project that he will be elected and he will retake his seat. First elected in 1984. Imagine being in a job for that long. We're going to the riding of Mégantic-l'Érable now, Luc Berthold. This is another incumbent here. The Conservatives have won this riding in the last 5 elections. Now they'll make it 6. And if the name Mégantic sounds familiar, of course, that was the site of one of the deadliest rail disasters in Canadian history back in 2013. And finally, Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel on the island of Montreal. We have the Liberal candidate. This is no surprise. This has been a Liberal stronghold since 1988. So the fact that the Liberal candidate will be elected in that riding, that's as close to a non-surprise as you can come.
Okay, Andrew, thank you for that. We do have something to tell you now about where this night is headed. We've been building towards all night. Our CBC News decision desk ready to make a call. In Canada, your next government will be a Liberal government. Justin Trudeau will continue on as Prime Minister, gaining back enough seats to form government tonight. It's his 3rd election win in a row. Canadians have chosen who they want to lead this country out of the pandemic after making what some thought was a political gamble here. Justin Trudeau will remain in power, but with many votes still to come, it is unclear whether or not the Liberals will be able to form a majority or a minority. So we will bring you that information when we have a better sense. But Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister yet again. This is the Liberal headquarters at COVID time. So that's what it looks like. But you can imagine balloons dropping in a normal situation. Ashley Burke, you're at Liberal headquarters right now. Liberals, hang on to government.
Exactly. There's no cheers. There's no big smiles. There's no party going on here. It's hard to get a sense of what people's reaction was. I was just out in the hallway trying to get a sense of the mood from staffers. They said that the staff room here was quiet. People were very neutral, that it was too early to know what was going to be happening. So I'm sure they are relieved right now to hear this latest news. We had been asking this week when we were on the campaign trail with Liberal leader Justin Trudeau what his expectations were for tonight. He had been very tight-lipped about it, saying that he wasn't going to take anything for granted. He has not used the word majority throughout this campaign, being very careful with his wording, saying that Canadians had a choice to make. Their strategy this last week has really been to hammer home the contrast between themselves and Trudeau's main rival, Erin O'Toole, the Conservative leader, to try to contrast themselves. And on top of that, this past week we really saw a shift, and they were working on trying to get progressive voters to vote for them strategically. So I'm sure a lot of relief right now hearing this news.
For sure, Ashley, because it wasn't clear for much of this campaign that this is going to be the result, but it is. We will let you know and let everybody know once we're ready to declare what form of government this will take. But the Liberals, hang on, Justin Trudeau's gamble paying off, at least for now. Let me show you what this looks like in terms of the vote share, how this breaks down. This is where the vote has gone or moved. And you can see there that the Liberals are at 40.2%. Remember, we had 38.5%, was historically the lowest ever achieved by Jean Chrétien to achieve a majority. The Liberals at 40.2% right now. There is a lot of rural votes still to come. So that's why we're not willing to say exactly what Justin Trudeau will end up with, a majority, a minority, Saskatchewan, Alberta, all those things to come. Let me show you here, though, the seat change, because this, too, will start to paint a picture of why we feel we can tell you that it will be a Liberal government. So Liberals, so you'll see the Liberals aren't actually on the board here with the seat change. Why is that? It's because they are right now holding every seat they had, which was critical to holding on to government. The Conservatives are down 3, the Bloc down 1, the NDP up 4, but the Liberals holding seats. That's why they're not on there for seat change, and it's also why we feel comfortable saying they will form the next government. Jerry, what do you think?
It's a great moment for the Prime Minister, and it's a great moment for the Liberal Party. I think he's been vindicated in calling this election. And lots of people will debate whether this is really a win. As I said at the outset of the show, Rosie, I'm very old-fashioned about this stuff. When you're Prime Minister after an election, you won the election.
Yeah, and we'll see where we end up, too, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, if the goal was a majority, we'll see. If it's a stable minority that it goes back to, good enough as well.
Yeah, and you have to hand it to the Prime Minister, unless you'd expect me to say this, of course.
Yes, I would.
But look, the guy has won every election he's ever stood in, from the nomination in Papineau back in 2006, I think, 2007,
yeah.
All the way up to tonight. And it's a pretty remarkable decade and a bit in politics.
Okay, I'll get Lisa's reaction in just a moment, but first I want to go to David Cochran to show us how some of this has unfolded and what we're still waiting for in some ways, David.
Yeah, Rosie, we're still waiting for a lot. Now, the projection has been made, but I'm going to tell you that right now the most certainty we have is in Atlantic Canada, where it's a 23-9 split, but there's still some ping-ponging back and forth in the Atlantic provinces. And in Quebec, we're still waiting for results from 7 ridings. But I'm going to go into the greater Montreal area. You can see the Liberals holding on to their base of strength in Quebec here in the island of Montreal, and it looks very much like it looked in 2019. We've got a few blanks to fill in yet. We don't know what color those are going to be, but there's a stability emerging there. I'm going to just have a poke up at the Quebec City region. We still haven't even heard from the Quebec Liberal incumbents right here, in Joël Lightbound and Jean-Yves Duclos, but right now they're up in Beauport-Limoilou, which we know is a Conservative target. Now, here's where there's a lot of Liberal votes left to come. We haven't got the results from them. We're going to go into the Greater Toronto area eventually when I start using the map properly, Rosie. There's still a series of seats here to get some details on, and in the 905 as well. But look at all of this. This was a target for the Conservatives. This is where Aaron O'Toole made his closing argument in the final days of the campaign. It looks a lot like 2019 with those two blue right now being red here in the suburbs north of Toronto. The concern was that you'd see some loss up here for the Liberals, and down here in the Oakville-Burlington area, we're still waiting on results from Milton and Oakville-Burlington North, so not a lot of information to give you there. And even out in the smaller areas, in the Kitcheners, these are seats that the Conservatives are hoping to pick up. We're still waiting on numbers there. But by far, the biggest blanks to fill in are in rural Alberta and in British Columbia. And just zooming in on the lower mainland, the greater Vancouver area, these suburbs are a big battleground where the Liberals, the New Democrats, and the Conservatives are expecting to be in play. So still a lot of numbers to come in. We are short results from 48 ridings at this point, which just goes to show you what's happening in places across the country, or even in Ontario. Rosie, people are still in line voting potentially.
Yeah, but a lot of those ridings, and this is why we've made the call for Liberal government, are in places where we know Conservatives are going to pick up, but it's still enough. There's still enough of a gap here. Just a reminder, as we hear more about the results that have led us to make this projection, the Liberals left the House when it dissolved at 155. So they're still tracking below that. It's a win. We'll see whether it was a win that gets them any higher than where they left off 5 weeks ago. Andrew, you've got some of the results from Quebec.
Yeah, well, and it's so interesting that Quebec, a province that we've come to know for its volatility in federal elections, is sort of the picture of stability in 2021. But you know, if the Liberals are to form government, it's because they're doing things right. There are some key pickups and some key holds that I want to show you. Trois-Rivières is one of them. This was a Bloc Québécois riding in 2019. The Liberals knew that this would be one that they could target, where there would be opportunity. It was very close in 2019, within just a few percentage points. Martin Francoeur right now with a lead, slim lead, and you can see it's still a three-way race. I mean, the Conservative candidate in particular, Yves Lévesque, very well-known former mayor of Trois-Rivières, but Martin Francoeur, he's been a journalist, a columnist for decades with the local paper, also very well-known figure. In Beauport-Limoilou, this was another riding that was a Liberal target, but you see the lead, right? So slim. So, you know, kind of helps you tell the story in terms of why it's not easy to predict what kind of a Liberal government this will be. But the Liberals in the lead right now in what was a really tight three-way race in 2019. And in the final week of this campaign, both Trudeau and Yves-François Blanchet visited that riding. Finally, Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine. I've been watching this riding so closely over the last little while. Diane Leboutillier, a cabinet minister who's got that cabinet posting on the line, not just the seat. This would be a key hold for the Liberals. They'll be heartened to know that they're still maintaining that lead in this place in particular, because they knew it was going to be close. It was close in 2019. They knew the Bloc Québécois had invested resources, more resources into this riding than they had last time around, because they saw it was a viable shot. Yves-François Blanchet visited that riding a number of times over the course of the campaign. That's a key hold.
All Liberal cabinet ministers are leading in their ridings right now, with the exception of Bernadette Jordan, who was defeated in Atlantic Canada. Let me show you the map at this stage here. Sorry, there's one other cabinet minister trailing. That is Mary Monsef in Peterborough, which was of concern to the Liberals. So we'll keep our eye on that. This is what the map of Canada looks like right now. So you can see that the Liberals have picked up. The reason you can't see a lot of red here is because the Liberal support is largely in some of these urban centres. So concentrated pockets of red down there at the bottom of your screen is why it doesn't look like it would necessarily be a Liberal government. That is, though, in case that is the fact. That is where we are headed towards at this hour. We're also getting word right now that Liberal leader Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister, who will continue to be Prime Minister, will speak at 12:30 Eastern from Montreal, which means that we will also have to hear from other leaders about how they respond. We'll see whether or not we can give you more information about what kind of government it is before that time. Ian has some more results from Ontario.
12:30 Eastern, so I have to extend my parking?
You may have to stay overnight.
Okay. I'm quite happy to do that.
Okay.
A lot of churn in Ontario, right? And let's take a look at 3 ridings where the Liberals are doing maybe a little bit better than they had expected, even though it is very early. But Markham Unionville, Bob Soroya, the incumbent Conservative there, Paul Chang, who is a former York Region police officer. And notice there are a lot of former police officers running for various parties in this election, and Paul Chang is one of them. And, pretty sizable lead at that point. Niagara Falls, Tony Baldinelli is the incumbent there, and he is in second place. But this one is really close, right? Just 44 vote difference between first and second place. Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Leona Alislev was elected as a Liberal 2 elections ago, crossed the floor, elected as a Conservative. Now she's in second place, and still a lot of votes to be counted there. And I want to show you this one. It's interesting. Kitchener Centre on a few levels. Raj Saini is on the ballot, but the Liberals have, parted company with him, but they're not losing that seat to the Conservatives. Yeah. It looks like they may lose it to the Greens. Mike Morris placed second last time around, and of course, as we can all see, he's in first place. That is the Green riding that we see at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, I had thought it was in Quebec. It is not. It is in Kitchener Centre. We have a reporter there, and we'll go back to her if that pans out, if that is indeed a new pickup for the Greens. It is a place where they thought they would have a chance. Okay, Liberals right now, as we say, they are going to form government. The Prime Minister gets to keep his job, and they are now leading in 145 ridings. But you can see the Conservatives now starting to track back up, because when they left, of course, when the House was dissolved, they had 121 ridings. So they are hoping that they can at least get back up to where Andrew Scheer left them in 2019, which was a bigger overall popular vote and 121 seats. Let's see if they can get there as these things start to fill in on the map in the prairies. Block at 26, which would be a bit low for them. So we'll see whether or not that holds. And Greens, as Ian mentioned, on the board with 1 in Ontario. So let's go to Adrian now, who can start to tell us about how, though, that blue is filling in a not very surprising way in the prairies.
No, it's true. It's not filling in a surprising way. But what is kind of interesting right now are some of the patterns that you're talking about, the places the Liberals may pick up. So if you go into, again, Manitoba, and we're not doing this on purpose, Rosie, just for you, but here we go. Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley. This was the tightest race of 2019. This is a place where Trudeau went to spend some time. The ER dog, Doug Ellefson, is certainly in the lead there. The lead is very tiny, 176. If you keep in mind the tightest race 2019, but that was by 2,400 votes. So ways to go there. If we go to Edmonton Centre, this is going back and forth between James Cumming and Randy Boissonneau. 38 lead, but this has been bouncing back and forth. That one clearly not over yet. And this one's interesting, Saskatoon West. So if this proceeds as it's going here, this would be the only non-blue seat so far in Saskatchewan. Robert Doucette has had a huge amount of support from the NDP party. He's a former Métis Nation Saskatchewan president, lifelong politician, very good ground game. This was a Conservative seat, still is right now, but 5 of 169 polls reporting Robert is in the lead there.
So let me just say to you, if you are still in a line anywhere in this country, we may have called a Liberal government, but your vote is still going to matter. It's going to determine where the Liberals end up in all of this. So stay in the line. Your vote will still be counted. You'll still get the chance to do that. And it will still matter when it comes to the results here as well. Lisa Raitt, I haven't heard yet from you.
You haven't called on me yet.
No, I know. I know I have time for you. Obviously, a disappointing night for Conservatives.
It's going to be a disappointing night for Conservatives. They picked up in the Atlantic Canada, which is great. I'm just watching what's happening in the GTA area. Still not really sure on a lot of the outer ringed ones to see whether or not the message connected. But, I give credit to the Prime Minister. He won. He is going to form the next government. And when we look at the numbers, we'll all wonder, was it worth us going through the pain of the last 35 days of an election? And that's something that, will be part of the next election, and I'm sure it'll be part of the Parliament, too, in terms of discussing. But he won.
Yeah. We'll see where he ends up as final numbers. But I think that's a really fair point, Jerry. I mean, if we go back and it's 5 weeks later and we end up with about the same or a little less for the Liberals, I don't know. Can Canadians say, oh, well, we're okay with you, Justin Trudeau, but we're not thrilled that you put us through this?
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point that Lisa's making. And most importantly, I think we all said at the outset that we expected people to get instructions to go right back to work. And obviously, we've still got a pandemic raging, more so in some parts of the country than others. We've still got climate change to deal with. We've still got the recovery to construct. There are all these things that need to be done. And I think the message Canadians are sending loud and clear is they like the direction that the government is taking the country, but they're not quite sure they want to give anybody carte blanche.
Yeah. Is it a validation? Is it an approval of the Liberals' handling of the pandemic? Is it that we're in the fourth wave and there's concern that they don't want someone else to start taking over during it? What do you think, Lisa?
I don't know. I don't know whether or not you can say that this is an affirmation. I mean, if this is a performance review and you're at work, it's kind of like, yeah, you're doing okay.
You might not get a bonus.
Yeah. You may not get a bonus. You're doing okay, but we're watching.
Yeah. Jerry?
Look, it's hard to disagree with that assessment. It's not an overwhelming majority government, but there's no doubt you were showing an empty room there in Montreal. But I guarantee you, somewhere in that place, people are very happy with this result.
Yes, Liberals are very happy. Listen, as you all both said, a win is a win is a win. But I think your point is an important one too, Jerry. Time to get back to work.
Time to get back to work.
Okay. Ian, you've got some results in British Columbia.
Yeah, so let's start with Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. This was pretty close in 2019, 390 vote lead for Ron McKinnon. He is leading, but you can see this is one of those ridings just outside of the city of Vancouver, kind of Metro Vancouver riding, where it's a three-way race, and so lots of potential for change there. Let's move on to Steveston, Richmond East, and we have Parm Baines, who's a university instructor, who's in the lead, but again, small leads, but interesting to see the incumbent Conservative in second place. Kootenay, Columbia, this has been a very strong Conservative riding, whether it's Reform Alliance or the Conservative banner. Right-of-centre parties have won here for years and still doing well there, but in second place. And second green, as soon as I saw that, the number 2 at the bottom there, I was pretty sure that it was Saanich Gulf Islands, Elizabeth May. Big lead there, no surprise, and all she does is keep winning that riding for the Greens.
Okay, so that's what gets them to 2. That's Kitchener Centre and Elizabeth May out in British Columbia. No sign of the Green Party leader herself in Toronto Centre. Maybe we can come back to that. We do, though, know that the Liberals will form the government. Let's go now to a number of reporters that we have. 2 in British Columbia, I believe, and 1 up north. I'm not sure who you want me to go to first. I'll go to Tanya Fletcher. Can I do that? I'll go to Tanya Fletcher, and she can tell us what she's hearing. Tanya, hello.
Hi, Rosie. Yeah, we're just here at the de facto Green campaign headquarters behind me. We've got the contingency gathered. You can see them here watching the results on CBC behind us. And on Vancouver Island, there are 7 ridings, and about half of the candidates for the Greens are here tonight, including Elizabeth May. So she's just arrived. Polls have just closed here in BC. And as you mentioned, Elizabeth May, no surprise, leading in her riding here. The big question will be whether BC can maintain its only 2 seats. Their entire caucus is here on Vancouver Island. Elizabeth May and Paul Manley up in Nanaimo Ladysmith. Elizabeth May is considered a shoo-in. Paul Manley will be in for a bit more of a struggle here. But it's interesting because we were here Saturday when Annamie Paul, the leader, came to Vancouver Island for the first time during the entire campaign. And it was interesting to watch the dynamic because you have her predecessor, Elizabeth May, who's recognized everywhere on the street. You can see people shouting her name. She has the facial recognition, the name recognition, and she's just so enormously popular here. And it did feel like a bit of a disconnect to have a new leader who hadn't yet come to BC at all, in fact, over the course of the campaign, come here. She really was trying to, she called it a whistle stop, Annamie Paul, to really support the candidates, to get them across the finish line. But it will be interesting to see what voters gravitate to. The NDP are hoping to sweep the whole island orange. But we do know that voters, we were at Vancouver Island University, for example, in Nanaimo, and they're saying they're young voters, and the youth vote is essentially the climate vote talking to them. And so they really said, we don't don't want to vote strategically like maybe our parents did. We want to vote with our hearts. Yet down here in Victoria, where we are, you had other voters who are very savvy, and they do know about splitting the vote. They do know about strategic voting. And they said, we'd love to vote the Greens, but they're never going to form government. They don't have a chance. So it'll be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out here on the island through the evening. Rosie?
Okay. Tanya Fletcher, thank you very much for that. I should tell people we didn't know where the Green Party leader is. I can tell you that she's in 4th place right now in Toronto Centre, so we'll keep monitoring that. Angela Sterrett, you're also in British Columbia. I believe you're in Kelowna. Kamloops. You're in Kamloops. My apologies, Angela. What are you watching in Kamloops?
That's right, Rosie. And there's been a lot of wind here today. Indigenous leaders are telling me they hope that signals the winds of change politically in this country. Rosie, I'm standing in front of the former Kamloops Indian Residential School, where a national conversation was cracked wide open about the thousands of Indigenous children who didn't make it home from residential school. So voters here are really leaning in, listening to what the candidates have to say about reconciliation, but also about climate change. Remember, this region was hit hard by the wildfires that ravaged British Columbia. But there's not likely to be an upset here. The Conservatives have dominated this territory, this riding, for about 17 years. So the Conservative candidate, Frank Caputo, is likely to get in and not be edged out by Indigenous people's favorite, the NDP candidate, Bill Sandhu. So tonight we'll be looking at the losses and the wins, and we'll be back here tonight with Cookpee Roseanne Casimir, the chief of the Kamloops District Nation.
Okay, Angela Sterrett, thanks so much for that. I appreciate it. Juanita Taylor, you are in Yellowknife tonight. Tell us what you're hearing.
Hi, Rosie. Well, definitely Liberal supporters across the north are cheering this hour, given the prediction that Justin Trudeau will once again take office. Now, what we don't know yet is just who will be representing the north in the House of Commons. Interestingly so, only one seat is occupied in the House of Commons by a member of Parliament from each territory. So Northerners only have a select few to choose from on the ballot. And there's some really interesting races that we're watching tonight. In Nunavut, it's all women in the running. In the Yukon, its Chief Medical Officer of Health has put his name forward. And in the Northwest Territories, a parachute candidate from Ontario is hoping to get the seat, yet has never stepped foot in the Northwest Territories. But the main issues that we've been hearing throughout this campaign include climate change, housing shortages, the economy, the pandemic, and of course, reconciliation. Rosie?
Okay, Juanita, Angela, and Tanya, thank you all so much for giving us a taste of what is happening in your regions of the country. Appreciate it very much. We'll continue to monitor all of that. I'm in charge of telling you which leaders have been elected or defeated. I'm in charge of a few other things, but that's one of them in terms of riding results. Yves-François Blanchet, the Bloc Québécois leader, handily wins the Belleuil-Chambly riding. Of course, now, we'll have to see what's going on there, but the Bloc right now is trailing where they were, so we will watch to see whether he performs as well as he did in 2019. But he has won in his own riding, and here the Conservatives hold on to the riding of the Beauce. Maxime Bernier, the leader of the People's Party of Canada, may want to grow his party. Right now, they're holding at less than 5% on average across the country. So yes, that's a bit of an improvement from the last election, but not a dramatic one. And he again fails to win in the riding of the Beauce. Right now, our results at 150 for the Liberals, 151, leading or elected, Conservatives at 120. Keep your eye on that number of 120. When we dissolved the House of Commons, the Conservatives had 119 seats, but Andrew Scheer won in the last election 121. Does Aaron O'Toole have to at least get that high in order to keep his job? Is that conversation already happening? The Liberals are tracking now towards where they left off as well. So it's very likely, or it looks very much like the House of Commons that we left with back before the summer. Okay, Rafi Boudjikanian is at the Bloc Québécois headquarters right now. Mr. Blanchet keeps his job, Rafi, but listen, the Bloc is leading in 28 ridings. That's a far cry from the 40 that Mr. Blanchet talked about in the early days of this campaign.
And Rosie, if he was here, he would likely want to remind you he never said that as a goal, just talked about it as a dream or an aspiration. But yes, they are not close to there. Right now, they're not close to the 32 they had at dissolution. You're hearing some cheers around me as we, see Radio-Canada broadcast talk about the Bloc candidates who are getting elected. Funnily enough, a couple of minutes ago, there were some cheers for a loss, for Maxime Bernier losing in Beauce, which was just declared here, and some clapping happened. But the night isn't over yet, of course, and Yves-François Blanchet had suggested that he might have to come out tonight and tell people to be patient about results. Perhaps that's what we will hear from him tonight after all. But, of course, we do know that it will be a Liberal government, so it'll be curious to see what his reaction is to that. He ran most of his campaign attacking Justin Trudeau for calling this election in the first place, and now it looks like Trudeau at least got to win part of his gamble.
Okay, Rafi Boudjikanian there in Montreal. Thank you for that. We'll come back to you, Rafi, as needed through the evening. Appreciate it. Andrew now is going to explain a little bit of what we're seeing there and whether that block number is going to tick up a bit, Andrew. I don't know.
Yeah, well, the question that I'm trying to answer here is what would it take for the Liberals to actually hit that magic number of 170, right? Is that we know it'll be a Liberal government. We don't know if it'll be a majority or a minority. And when I dig deep into the Quebec numbers, what's really interesting to see is all of those ridings where the Liberals are trailing right now, but by very small margins. So it kind of goes to show you just how much volatility, how much potential there is for the Liberals. So let's go ahead and show you what I mean. Starting with the riding of Terrebonne. This was a Bloc Québécois riding, the Bloc Québécois in the lead, but not a huge lead. We're only talking about a couple hundred votes right now. And interestingly, just with this riding, Michel Boudrea would have been the incumbent for the Bloc Québécois had Yves-François Blanchet wanted him to run. He won this riding in 2019. But there was some infighting and some controversy around the nomination process. Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, another riding that is razor close. The Bloc Québécois candidate in the lead. This was a bloc riding in 2019, but look how close it is. 33 votes. This was a Liberal target, a rematch, in fact. Linda Lapointe ran in 2019, fell just short back then. She's falling short right now, but this story ain't done. Let me show you another riding. Shefford, another Liberal target. Pierre Breton, he actually won this riding in 2015. He lost in 2019 by 898 votes. Still very much in the race, just a couple hundred votes shy right now. And one more riding, Thérèse de Blainville, another Liberal target, a riding that they thought they had a real shot in. Again, same story. They won this riding in 2015 by 3,000 votes. They lost this riding in 2019 by about 3,500 votes. Still very much in the race, down just over 100 votes. This could go anyway.
Okay, Andrew, although we will say that the path to a majority for the Liberals is like one of those tiny little trails up the side of a mountain. It is not a very big one at this stage. Someone left some breadcrumbs. They could maybe get there, but I'm not sure it's going to happen tonight. Anyway, they have secured government, and Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister, he will remain Prime Minister, and he's been reelected in the riding of Papineau tonight in Quebec. So that's probably a good thing for him, too. David Cochrane is at the board now to explain some of what we're seeing. David.
Yeah, Rosie, if he's going to be Prime Minister, it helps to have a seat in the House of Commons. But I think he might have to jump on a mountain goat if he's going to get to a majority, because that path is getting pretty narrow. I'm going to take you across the country now and talk about some of the benchmarks we set out at the start of the night. Remember, we said Atlantic Canada, the Liberals needed to be at 25. Well, right now, they are at 23, and some races in that region are still too close to call. So they're below the metric, but they've made up for it as we start moving across the country. We said 35 would be a good night in Quebec. Now, it's not over yet in Quebec, but they are sitting at the current time at 37 seats in Justin Trudeau's home province. The big reason for why we've been able to project a Liberal majority is the strength in Ontario. 65 was the floor we set for them. Anything below that, they were in trouble. Well, right now, they're at 70. Wow. Oh, my finger's running out of ink, Rosie. They're not at 713. They're at 73. Take it from me. Okay. And the 5 in Manitoba. Right now, it looks like goose eggs at this point, with a lot of voting to come still in Saskatchewan and Alberta. I know they're keen on Calgary and Edmonton ridings here. And in British Columbia, at this count, they're at 12. And with 2 in the north, Look at this.
Yeah.
It's starting to go a little bit crazy on me. So all of that adds up to 153 if you deduct the 700 or so I put there by accident. So that's how you can see how they've gotten to this point, but it's going to take some big breakthroughs out here in the heart of blue country to get closer to that 170, Rosie.
Okay, but that helps me understand as these things come in really quickly, and I'm trying to better understand. Maybe, if you could zoom in on Ontario, that would also help me understand, because the ridings are so squeezed together and with such a large population. Maybe you can walk us through that too, David.
Yeah, so this is a big thing here. We're looking at the Greater Toronto Area, and this was Erin O'Toole's big target. This is where the breakthrough had to happen if the Conservatives were going to take government away from Justin Trudeau. And look at this, all the way down to Hamilton, Oakville, Milton, right next door to Whitby, where I was with Erin O'Toole twice in a single day in Whitby when I was with him, because they had really targeted that one, but the breakthrough just isn't there. And I want to take a look at another area that we were talking about earlier, the smaller urban centers. The Kitchener region, for example. Now, right now we have blue in Kitchener-Conestoga, but look right there, Kitchener Centre. This was a Liberal seat where Raj Saini was forced to basically step down, step aside, be disavowed by the Liberals, thanks to Ashley Burke's reporting. The big concern for the Liberals is seats like this would go Conservative. Whenever it goes green or orange, a Liberal gets his wings, because that is exactly what they want. They don't want to see the numbers going up in the blue column. They're okay with it happening in the other columns, so long as they hold on to the big areas in the suburbs around Canada's biggest cities. Because right now, the path for a Liberal government always went through the suburbs of Montreal, the suburbs of Toronto, and the suburbs of Vancouver. And right now, I think they're up about 5 seats in those areas overall. So that was their target. That was their plan to get the minority and then fill in the other parts of the map to get towards the majority. Step 1 is done. Step 2 is still possible, but that's for the big brains on the decision desk, not for me, Rose.
Okay, and I mean, what this map also shows is that, yet again, the Liberals, for now anyway, you're right, Calgary, there's still a couple of ridings in Alberta. For now, they're shut out of Saskatchewan and Alberta, which would be the same message that those two provinces sent to the Liberals the last time round, and may be difficult to manage. But again, we are waiting still for some results there. Let's look at the green number on your board there. That's leading in 3, so we know one of them is Kitchener Center. One of them is Elizabeth May out west, and the third one is indeed Paul Manley. This is not what I'm talking about, but I'll take a minute since it's up there. Kevin Vuong is no longer not allowed to be a Liberal, essentially, but it was too late when he was told that wouldn't happen. He is still a Liberal on the ballot, and he is leading in the riding of Spadina for York. If he wins that, he will quickly be made into an independent. And I don't know, maybe some of that is advanced polls before people heard some of the reports around sexual misconduct made against Kevin Vuong. Okay, let's go back to the green story. So the two out on the West Coast that we thought might be able to hold, we'll see whether or not that happens. The one in Kitchener Center would be a pickup. Fredericton is no longer in play. At least it wasn't the last time we looked. But the other riding that is not in play is where the Green Party leader, Annamie Paul, decided to run yet again. This would be her third attempt in this riding of Toronto Centre. From what I understand, she is in 4th place. So let's go to David Thurton, who is there tonight. I don't know, David. That's going to be that's a rough night then for Annamie Paul personally.
Yeah, it's a kind of an awkward vibe here right now. People are cheering that there are 3 Greens on the board, and certainly they are pleased with how things are going in Kitchener Centre. That's in Ontario. But yeah, Annamie is in 4th place. Annamie Paul is in 4th place. That doesn't look good for her chances of winning her seat and her future within the party, because as insiders have told us, there really isn't a path forward for her if she doesn't win her seat, given all the infighting, given the opposition that she's had in her party. She came out about, I'd say, 30 minutes ago. She addressed her supporters. She basically said that, she's concerned with the long lines that we're seeing in Toronto. And she's especially concerned about her own riding, because in the last election, they had 91 poll sites. This time they're down to 15, so that is a significant drop. I think the greatest drop in poll sites compared to 2019 in all of Canada. She said in the past that calling an election during a pandemic is akin to voter suppression. So she's very concerned about the long lines and the ability of people to vote. I'm sure she's concerned about the numbers that we're seeing so far when it comes to her chances of being reelected in her riding, Rosemary, as well.
Okay, David Thurton, you're in Toronto tonight, where it doesn't look at this stage like Annamie Paul's going to win that seat. It's her third time trying.
It's a tough one.
Perhaps she'd have to try another riding if she wants to stay on. But given the conversations I've had with her and David Thurton has had with her, it doesn't seem like that is where things are headed. Okay, we are looking now at the Liberals leading at 152, the Conservatives at 120. That's pretty close to where we were 5 weeks ago, which, as we've all pointed out, begs the question, why did we do this? I hate that question because I do think it's good to weigh in on things and have a debate about issues. But anyway, here's where we are. So I have two questions. One for you, Jerry Butts. Does the Prime Minister remain the Prime Minister for as long as he wants now? Or do people start saying, well, that's a second minority, I don't know. Does any of that start happening?
Well, as long as he wants. I mean, eventually you have to consult the voters.
Yes, okay, but he's just one, so he has a little leeway here.
I think there's an opportunity here for all of the parties involved to say that we've gotten a clear mandate to work together on a set of issues, and we're going to do our best to work together to make this Parliament last a full 4 years.
Right.
That's my perspective on things. It's certainly not speaking for the party, but that's the note I would be sounding tonight if I were a leader of any of the parties.
Yeah, but you didn't really answer the question.
What was the question again?
I'm not going to be as hard as you as I am on elected people. I'm just asking you, I'm not asking if you think he's going to quit. I'm asking you, at some point, does it become a question of how long he wants to be the Liberal leader?
Well, I think that's always a question for any leader, but I think retiring from politics would be the farthest thing from Justin Trudeau's mind tonight. He just got a fresh mandate. Say what you will about the circumstances of it, but to me, it's a 4-year mandate, and it will stand unless the government is brought down for some reason.
Yeah. Okay, so then same question to you, Lisa Raitt. If we look at that, we're back up to 121, which is where Andrew Scheer left the party, and he was pushed out. How does Aaron O'Toole make the case that he gets to stick around for another election?
Well, he goes to caucus, and he's got a couple of new members from the Atlantic caucus, and he's going to have a couple of few less from the Ontario caucus. And that's going to be a difficult conversation that he's going to be having with members of his caucus. You know, there's no policy convention for a year and a half. There's no automatic membership review. It has to be all dealt with under Michael Chong's old bill that was introduced, that they have to decide whether or not they're going to accept it first. So there's lots of procedure to go through between now and then. But let's see what the last of the numbers show us, and then he'll have to make a decision.
Would he want to stay with that? Would he say to himself, well, I'm okay with that? I mean, that was sort of what the expectations they were trying to set tonight was, if we can keep him at a minority, we're good. Yeah. So, I mean, we already know. We've seen some of the people already posturing for the job publicly, right? So I don't know how long that lasts, but
12 months in, he increased the percentage vote out in Atlantic Canada. Let's see what the numbers look like in Quebec and Ontario, holding our own out in the West and BC.
Yeah. So he could make a case. He could make a case.
A little too early tonight, but to say that it's all bad for him. But he can totally make a case. And is his heart in it? 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I could just add one more point to this, Rosie, and I think it's an important one to observe, because I think most observers would say that the first couple of weeks of the campaign went well for the Conservative campaign. Sure. One thing that is super clear tonight, in particular in Ontario and Quebec, is that the gun lobby was thoroughly rejected by mainstream voters in Canada. And I really hope that the Conservative Party absorbs that lesson going forward.
Yeah, I think they would probably take issue with the word mainstream. There are lots of mainstream gun owners who are responsible gun owners, not to speak for them, but I think that's probably what Conservatives would say, Lisa, that they're... Yeah. Or do you agree with Jerry?
Well, I would say that the Liberal campaign of scaring people with respect to guns in downtown Toronto and in Barron's worked.
Yes. Yeah, that was a turning point.
Yep, it worked.
For sure. Okay.
Whether it's good or not, I don't know, but it worked.
I think it's pretty good not to have assault weapons on our streets. And I think most Canadians agree with that.
Well, I wasn't saying that.
But
I was
that's
not
what the
saying
campaign
that.
was.
I was talking about the fact that it was a tactic that worked.
Yeah.
Sarah, let's bring you in. We'll let them just decompress for a moment. The NDP right now at 29. So that is also tracking up for Jagmeet Singh. I mean, it seems like everybody in the party likes him. So, because I asked the other two the question, I'm going to ask you too. Is there a point in time where someone says, it's not really as good as we wanted it to be? And I say that only because they were pretty rough on Tom Mulcair when he didn't perform. Does that happen ever in this case or no?
Well, I think Jagmeet's still a relatively new leader. In the last election, we saw him perform well, and I think he's done the same in this election. He ran a very positive and hopeful campaign that inspired a lot of young people to get engaged in our political system that probably will be voting for the first time in this election. We're trending upwards. I think he's doing a great job as leader, and we've got to give him that opportunity to demonstrate his abilities.
You're trending upwards in seats, but the percentage of vote is about the same. And Tom Mulcair didn't get 2 kicks at the can. I mean, I don't want to relitigate that one. I've spent enough time on it in my life, frankly, but just that is not something that you would hear inside NDP circles, I guess is my point, that he would ever have to think about leaving as long as things improve slightly or held.
Yeah, I think at this point, he's doing a great job as leader. And I think in terms of the NDP circles, we're all very proud of him. He's been very positive in terms of his reception to Canadians, the way he's been engaging with people. I think he's doing a phenomenal job as leader. And I think Canadians are also supporting that as well.
Okay, Sarah, thank you for that. If you look again at the bottom of your screen there, you can see we are very close to where we were when Parliament left off and before this election was called. Maxime Bernier is in Saskatoon right now speaking to supporters. He has not won any seats and he lost his seat, but let's listen to his message to his supporters and those who did vote for him.
Thank you, Purple Army. Stay strong and free. Et à bientôt. Merci. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Well, clearly, Maxime Bernier probably had more to say than that, but we just caught the tail end. We'll bring you some more of his response to the outcome for Maxime Bernier tonight. There has been an increase in support for him, just not a significant one, and certainly nothing that would translate into any seats. I would say that is not, Maxime Bernier doesn't seem to be walking away, though, from this political movement. He believes he's on to something. I think a good question for at issue would be whether that movement is deeply attached to some of the response around the pandemic, or whether there's something else that they can work off going forward. Okay. We are waiting as well to hear from other leaders, because typically after a government has been projected, as we have in this case, projected a Liberal government, you will then start to hear speeches from those who did not win tonight. And those speeches should come around pretty quickly. Justin Trudeau and his team have already signaled that he's probably going to speak around 12:30 a.m. So you would hope to hear from the other leaders before then. But we'll see how all of that shakes down. Let me show you the map of Canada as it looks right now. And if you are a bit of a political nerd, you're probably looking at it and seeing some familiar colors from the last time we had an election. You'll see that notably in Western Canada, where for now, anyway, the Liberals have not made really any significant inroads. You will also see some NDP support both in Northern Manitoba, Northern Ontario, a little bit there at the tip of Saskatchewan. You'll see the block colors on the board in Quebec. And why it may be difficult here to see on the screen that the Liberals are forming government, if we were able to dive all the way down with our camera into the bottom of Ontario, you'll see that that's where the vast majority of those ridings are. Look at, we can do it. Aren't we amazing? You can actually see the ridings there that the Liberals held around the GTA and in Toronto. And that is really between that, Atlantic Canada and Quebec, that is what has led them to another government tonight. Cam McIntosh is in Winnipeg at this hour. Cam, over to you.
Hey, Rosemary. Well, when we talk about the Liberals holding on to their minority, they're also holding on to their 4 seats here in Winnipeg, or at least leading in them, and possibly leading at this early time still here in Winnipeg in a 5th. That's the seat that I'm in right now. It's Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley. Dr. Doug Elifson is leading Marty Morantz, the CPC incumbent, by 374 votes with 58 of 170 polls reporting. So clearly not over yet. But what's interesting about this race is it's basically the race between two incumbents. Dr. Elifson held this seat after 2015, lost it in 2019 when the Liberals lost their majority. Now appears to be at least competitive and potentially winning this seat at this point in time. Speaking to the Liberal campaigns around Winnipeg, a lot of them said to us that in order to hold on to their seats and for the Liberals to do well here, they felt they may need to draw some vote out of the NDP. Looking at things again at this early hour in this riding, that appears not to be happening. The NDP actually have their vote percentage up. So the Liberal vote percentage has also come up, with the PPC not being much of a factor. Many people thought that for Liberals to hold on to their seats here, that the PPC would need to do much better than it has done, or at least appears to be doing. So right now, Liberals seem to be holding their own here in Manitoba.
Cam McIntosh with The View from my home province tonight. Thank you so much. As we look at those results there, again, that are very similar to where we left off, just another point to remember is that was actually a House of Commons that Justin Trudeau made work. He had complaints about it, for sure. And when I interviewed him last week, he said that it wasn't always an easy one. But there is support there for some of his policies. One of the big ones that we could just remember right off the top is the National Childcare Program. 8 out of the 10 provinces and territories signed onto deals over the course of the summer. It is something that he pushed throughout the campaign. He will undoubtedly be able to get the support both from the NDP and the Bloc to push ahead with that policy. And that means that some sort of national childcare system will go ahead in this country, because he knows that he can get that support from other progressive parties. Let me bring in Adrienne, who's got a look at the northern ridings for us now.
Yeah, you bet. Rosie, we heard Juanita Taylor, characterize what was happening in the north. 3 ridings to look at there. If we can start with Northwest Territories. Michael McLeod is the incumbent. That lead isn't big, but that is that's not inconsistent with up there. If you head over to Nunavut, this was the riding that was held by Mumula Kakak, who, as you know, stepped back. Lori Idlout is a lawyer. She's a new candidate, but she's very well known up there. And if we head into Yukon, Brendan Hanley is taking the lead. It's a very small lead, but Yukon has a history of very tight races. He's the Chief Medical Officer of Health there, has only taken a leave from that job to do this. And Barbara Dunlop, just keep an eye on her. She is a romance novelist, has written some 50 of them. So no love for her in the Yukon. I'm
tonight. So glad you got to find a way to use that line.
I've been trying to get it in there.
Just testing it in the makeup room. Okay. We're going to go to Thomas Degla, who incredibly is still outside in Toronto. And there are still people waiting in line. God bless them, because they should wait in line, Thomas. They still will get to vote. And their votes still matter. Tell me what people are telling you there.
Yeah, can you imagine that it's been about an hour and 40 minutes now since people here in Toronto officially can't vote anymore, but the people who were in line by 9:30 Eastern are being allowed to vote. Here's the lineup still here under what's known as here in the Bedway, under the Gardiner Expressway, here in the Spadina-Fort York riding. You're seeing people, we might see them actually just here, Elections Canada officials coming over with clipboards and papers and just getting people's information after about a 2-hour wait. Is what people are telling me who've made it to the front of the line here, who in some cases made it just before polls closed at 9:30, made it to the back of the line, and are still waiting. I've been talking to people and asking them, why was it important for you to wait and be patient like this? And they said, well, it's our right to vote. It's our privilege to vote. We need to vote. And if it's going to take a couple hours of waiting, so be it. I can't quite see the end of the line. It's very dark here under the Gardiner Expressway, still noisy from the highway above, but I can tell you there's still at least a few dozen people behind me here, and so I would say there's still at least 45 minutes of waiting for the people in the back of the line. Very late here. Rosemary.
Okay, Thomas. Well, I applaud those people, and I applaud you for sticking out there with them as well. This obviously a clear sign of how a pandemic affects an election. We'll see whether the voter turnout has any impact as well. Thanks, Thomas. Appreciate it. And now we are ready to bring you some more news right now. Our CBC News Decision Desk ready to make another call tonight. Canada, your next government will be a Liberal minority government. Justin Trudeau, as we already told you, will hang on as Prime Minister tonight. The Liberals remain in government, but after calling this snap election with the hopes of a different outcome, let's be honest, Justin Trudeau will not get enough seats to form a majority government. This is, as he said, Canada's choice to weigh in on the future of this country. You have done that, and you have told Justin Trudeau that you want him to have some checks and balances around him in the form of those other parties. And we are returning basically to a House of Commons that is close to a standstill to where we left off. Very close numbers to where we were when the House was dissolved and this election was closed. It is a victory called, rather. There's a victory nonetheless, but it is not probably what the Liberals had in mind when they headed into this campaign 5 weeks ago with polls that had them as much as 10 to 12 points ahead. Ashley Burke is at Liberal headquarters in Montreal. Ashley?
Again, hard to tell the reaction in this room. Still quite quiet here because people are not in this room due to COVID-19. But after I got off the air the last time when the CBC News called the Liberal government, headed out in the hallway, I saw people high-fiving, excited faces. I was told that in the staff room just down the hallway that there was cheering at that point. But people were saying at that time that they were watching the numbers carefully, that the seat matters count, and they were trying to get that majority or get more seats than they won last time. They would have to hit 157 seats. We're not at that point yet. So it will be interesting to see what the reaction is from the Liberals tonight. Of course, staying in government with a minority is still a success for them, but it's not what they were aiming for when they called this election. Throughout the campaign, you have not heard Justin Trudeau say that he wanted a majority. He was very careful with his wording. There was only one minister, Dominic LeBlanc, who was the only one who came out and said that. And so, interesting to see what the reaction will be tonight. We're waiting for Justin Trudeau to head out on the stage tonight. We're hearing could be about an hour and a half or so. His son was down here earlier, his oldest son, checking out the stage. But there's certainly going to be questions raised tonight about, perhaps Justin Trudeau's judgment for calling this election in the midst of a pandemic when some people didn't feel this was the right time, and coming out of it with perhaps, around the same seats or a little bit more, what that means for his future.
Okay, Ashley Burke is in Montreal tonight. We're standing by, of course, to hear from the Liberal leader, the Prime Minister, when he is ready to emerge. Let me show you what we have seen that allows us to make this call, that there will be a Liberal minority. So look at that historic benchmark there of 38.5, which is the lowest we've ever seen to call a majority government. The Conservatives are ahead in the share of vote, which is not unlike what we saw in the last election, right? They had more in the popular vote, but fewer seats. The efficiency of the Liberal seats is what brings them government. So they are just slightly trailing behind the Conservatives when it comes to share of vote. Let me show you what it looks like in terms of seat change, and it's not going to look like much. We already know that because it looks shockingly like where we were just 5 weeks ago. So the Liberals right now down 2, the Conservatives up 2. Look, the Bloc down 3, which is an interesting storyline we can dig into more in the days ahead. NDP up 5. So they have an efficient vote there, too, for the NDP as it comes out. We should tell you as well, if you are wondering that there were races that are close and you are wondering at home, you said to yourself, well, I mailed in my ballot. How do you know for sure, given that that ballot isn't being counted until tomorrow, that the result won't be different? The decision desk took all of that into account. We know how many special ballots, how many mail-in ballots were sent in from which riding across the country. We are able to tell you that that is how we made this decision. We know that it's a Liberal minority, and we took all of that into account. So it's not that your ballots don't matter. It's that they are in ridings that we already were able to call based on other information. So those ballots will still be counted tomorrow, but this is still the outcome tonight. David Cochrane is over at the board with another look at how we got here.
Yeah, Rosie, really for things to change tonight, we needed to see one of two things. We needed to see exponential growth and a big breakthrough in Quebec by the Liberals to get to a majority, or we needed to see that kind of exponential big breakthrough in Ontario for the Conservatives. And really, neither one of those things has happened. So just to walk it through, the Liberals are down 2 in Atlantic Canada. Right now, they're flat at 35 in Quebec. They're down 4 in Ontario at 75. The Conservatives only up 1 to 37. So it's just incremental change right across the board. The Conservatives are losing some seats right now to the New Democrats in urban Saskatchewan and urban Alberta. So those are losses that the Conservatives are having in their column going to the New Democrats. So it just stops them from catching up to the Liberals even further. Now, there's still a lot of volatility in British Columbia. Only 8% of the polls reporting there. And the Liberals are currently leading in 15 seats. That's a higher number than we expect that to be. So we might see some change in the Liberal seat count in British Columbia. But really, it's all about ballgame Ontario. We said that from the very beginning, that if the Liberal seats held in Ontario, in particular in the Greater Toronto area, which you can see is red from Whitby down to Burlington right now, there was no breakthrough here for Erin O'Toole. And, you know, you look at where things are going to stand, Rosie, what you just talked about in vote share and what you just talked about in seat count. It's very much like 2019, right? That Justin Trudeau is going to be the prime minister of potentially a slightly diminished minority Liberal government. And Erin O'Toole could win the popular vote like Andrew Scheer did, increase the seat total marginally like Andrew Scheer did, and still face a leadership challenge potentially like Andrew Scheer did, because within 1 month, Andrew Scheer had more knives in him than an episode of Top Chef, and Erin O'Toole is going to face some of those same questions.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it also brings us back to the points that happened with Andrew Scheer and after the departure of Stephen Harper, is if you are trying to grow the base, where are you growing it and how are you growing it? And if you can't make sure that the seat count also grows, you know, how are you going to get back to forming government? I think unless you look for other ways to stop or split the Liberal vote. I'm going to, David, I'll come back to you. I'm going to now, though, make sure that you all know that the Conservative leader, Erin O'Toole, has been re-elected in his riding of Durham, Ontario. So not only will he be re-elected, but he will also return to the House of Commons for now as leader of the official opposition. We'll see whether that satisfies both him and his own party. I'll tell you as well that the last time we had 2 successive minority governments was under a Conservative Prime Minister, and that was Stephen Harper. Okay, Andrew, over to you.
Yeah, so let me expand on a point that David was just making about the lack of a breakthrough in Quebec, because when you think about Quebec, the Bloc Québécois did 2 things in 2019. They took a big bite out of the NDP and they took a big bite out of the Liberals. And if the Liberals were going to really have traction tonight, they would have had to undo a lot of the damage done by the Bloc in the last election. But we can see in a number of key ridings, they were not able to do that. I'll show you what I mean. Okay. So in La Prairie, this was a riding that did go to the Bloc Québécois in the last election. A riding that the Liberals had pegged as one that they had a shot in. It was close in 2019. They lost just by 5 percentage points, but Alain Terrien, well-known politically, you know, he spent 6 years at the provincial level with the Parti Québécois, a known quantity with a lot of voters. He's in the lead right now. Another riding, Montarville on the south shore of Montreal, another Liberal target, but another strong candidate in the Bloc Québécois. Stéphane Bergeron, a career politician, you know, for 30 years, both with the Bloc Québécois and with the Parti Québécois at the provincial level. And Yves-François Blanchet played defense in this riding just in the last week. He visited, and so he knew this was a riding that was under threat, and he knew that this was one that he wanted to keep. One more that I'll show you, Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EO. You can see the Bloc Québécois candidate with a check mark. Yeah. Sylvie Bérubé, you know, abolishing the Indian Act was a big part of what she campaigned on during this election campaign. And in a riding as big as this one with as large an Indigenous population as it has, this is something that resonated.
Okay, I don't mean to put you on the spot. Do you know what's happening in Trois-Rivières? And I only asked that because the Liberals were hoping to hold that. We're hoping to gain that, rather. And
hoping
it was
to gain it.
Yeah, and it was a tough fight.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. It's like magic around here. Look at that.
You have that power.
You say something and someone does something. It's
amazing.
So
this was a Bloc Québécois riding in 2019. You're right that this was a really tight 3-way race 2 years ago. Yes. A really tight 3-way race this time around. Star candidates fielded left, right, and center. Yves Lévesque, though, the Conservative candidate, with a marginal lead. He's a very well-known figure in that part of the province, former mayor Trois-Rivières. So
okay,
yeah,
interesting.
that's how that race is going.
And it's not just magic. It's a woman named Allie who just listens and knows everything
yes.
and does it. It's not magic. It's magic that is Allie. Adrian, you're going to tell us more about the prairies.
You bet. So this conversation that we've been having about the NDP making gains at the expense of the Conservatives, that's definitely happening in the prairies. 2 spots, really, to keep an eye on. Edmonton, Griesbach. This is a place where Jagmeet Singh was there twice in a month. It's a place where there's been lots of conversation about tactical voting that may be working out just fine for the New Democrats. And then there's the tightest race in the prairies right now is Saskatoon West. You've got Brad Redekop, who is the incumbent. He's in the lead, but just by 86, Robert Doucette. It's been going back and forth throughout the night.
Okay. Thank you for that, Adrian. I'm going to look at the map because I like to do that when I have a minute to pause and take a breath. And you can see again, once we pull back, that the map looks a lot like the one that we left with in 2019. And that's because the Liberals are leading and elected in 156. Remember, they won 157 in 2019. Conservatives at 123. They won 121. This means, of course, yes, that Justin Trudeau has a Liberal minority government, but it also, he could probably make the argument now inside the House of Commons that what he went to Canadians to ask for, to get a green light to go ahead with his programs, his policy initiatives, that he can now go ahead and do that and find the support with those other more progressive parties. Ian is back with some more results from BC.
Just before I get to the results, a note from Ben Nelms, one of our journalists at UBC in Vancouver. He's been talking to students in the line there, and the people at the end of the line have been told by Elections Canada a wait of 3 to 4 hours before they vote. I got to tell you, the 20-year-old version of me, young idealistic political science student, I don't know that I would have waited 3 or 4 hours. No, you would have.
You would have.
I don't know that I would have. Anyway, that's a long wait at UBC, and we'll keep an eye on that. Similar story happening in lots of places. But, one of the emerging stories in British Columbia is what could be a very good story for the NDP and gains there. And but, of course, just as soon as I say that, look at what Vancouver Granville is looking like. This, of course, is Jody Wilson-Raybould's old riding. She won it as a Liberal in 2015. She won it as an independent in 2019. And really curious to see how this would end up. I live in that riding. It was really hard to get a feel for what was going on there. Talib Nur Mohammed placed second last time around, ran into a controversy about flipping homes. Completely legal, but housing is a big issue across the country. Expensive houses, a big issue in Vancouver. But right now, he is in the lead. It's gone back and forth. And the NDP candidate there, Anjali Appadurai, is a very solid second at this point. Port Moody Coquitlam. This is interesting. It may have been, I think, the closest three-way race in the country last time around. Nellie Shin was in first place. She's the incumbent MP. She is now in second place. The Liberals poured a lot of time and effort in here. They really wanted to win this one. But look at the NDP in first place. A lead, not a huge lead, but a lead nonetheless. And let me show you one more riding in British Columbia where the NDP, the last time I checked, were doing pretty well. Nanaimo Ladysmith. Paul Manley now in third place here, really close between the NDP and the Conservatives, as you can see. But potentially of those three ridings could be two pickups for the NDP. And let's wait and see what happens in Vancouver Granville.
Okay, thanks for that, Ian. I'm just going to ask if we can get to at issue soon because I really want to hear their initial thoughts right now. But first, let's go to Tanya Fletcher. She is out on the island. There are two seats now for the Greens. One is in Kitchener Centre, but one is where Tanya is. So, Tanya, let's hear from you.
Yeah, so Rosie, I've got the former Green Party leader with me, Elizabeth May, and so let's just chat with her. Yeah. Elizabeth, thank you so much. And Ms. May, looking at the current results, perhaps some disappointments out east. Kitchener Centre's looking hopeful, still very close in Nanaimo Ladysmith with Paul Manley, and no surprise, you are doing very well at the moment. So take us through your surprises and, to be honest, your disappointments tonight so far.
Well, I still don't really know how to read it. I'm extremely, for the good of the country, I'm extremely pleased that Justin Trudeau's gamble has not paid off. I think minority parliaments where people work together are vastly preferable to under the first past the post system where 39% of the vote gives you 100% of the power. So standing back and looking at this, what does this mean for Canadians? A minority parliament is much better news than a false majority. That said, the number of Greens who appear to be set to go into Parliament in a much narrower margin is probably good news for Parliament and for Greens. It's obviously very disappointing that at this point Annamie Paul is trailing in Toronto Centre, but all of us knew that she made a very daring and risky choice because Toronto Centre is, as everyone knows, a Liberal stronghold. That said, she has a lot of support there, and it's early in the evening, but I'm always optimistic. I've been hanging in for Naomi Hunter to take down Andrew Scheer in Regina because she's just one heck of a great Green, but that's not going to happen.
You mentioned Annamie Paul. I want to go back to that. And I mean, looking at her, you talk about the risk of her staying in Toronto Centre during the campaign. I mean, is that why we're seeing those low results for her tonight? And what happens next for her as leader? Could you make a reincarnation as former leader?
No, I am former leader. That's what I'm saying. But I would say that the risk was in choosing Toronto Centre, but it's the place where she was born. She has deep, deep roots to the needs of that community. She's driven by what that community needs that has been, overlooked by the Liberal MPs historically, including when Bill Morneau was Minister of Finance and represented that area for so long, and still it had the highest child poverty rate in Ontario. So she was driven by what Toronto Centre needs for change. Staying in the riding and campaigning, in my view, is the right thing to do because I was leader of the Green Party for 5 years before winning a seat. And it's really hard to lead a federal political party if you don't have a seat in Parliament. So the questions of Annamie's future are really up to Annamie, and she has to. We'll see how the rest of the evening goes.
And looking at this campaign, though, compared to 2019, I mean, I was with you on your biodiesel bus on Vancouver Island. We blitzed all 7 ridings in 2 days. This year it was quiet. And so I'm just wondering why this year? I mean, even the polls looking at support for the Greens are half of what the support was compared to last election. So why even in BC, in a climate crisis that's so visible this year, why are we not seeing that Green support stronger right now?
Well, certainly, I mean, in terms of it being quiet, in a pandemic election, a lot was quiet. But obviously, Green support slipped in the last period of time. And I think we will, as a party, and we're run by our membership, so the members will be wanting to have a review of what happened in preparation. I want to know how we failed to have a full slate. We've had a full slate in 2004, 2006, 2008, 2011, 2015, and 2019. So what happened there? Because we know how to run a full slate. It's not. It was a shock to me that that's how it went. But we'll look into it, and we absolutely are here to stay. That's the message. Anyone who wrote off the Greens was premature.
Thank you, Ms. May. That's Elizabeth May, former leader of the Green Party and current candidate, doing very well in her riding at the moment. Rosie, back to you.
Okay, some of that could be read as criticism of Annamie Paul, who Elizabeth May, I'm not sure, was the biggest fan of. The mention about the slate of ridings of members, for instance, could be that. Annamie Paul still in 4th place right now in her riding of Toronto Centre. Let's show you, though, how Jagmeet Singh is doing in his riding of Burnaby South. We have not called it for him yet. He is leading by 192 votes, 35 of 191 polls reporting. But we will see how that unfolds for Jagmeet. I'll bring in Sarah Singh here. I will say, though, that the NDP are up 5 seats right now, anyway, leading in 5, so up 5 from the 24 that you were left with. I mean, if everybody goes back to where they were, but the NDP gains 4, you could call that a party.
I think it'll be a great night for Jagmeet, and it's an election that nobody wanted, and for him to come out of this with a few extra wins under his belt, I think it's a good night for him.
Okay, we'll see if he can hold on to his riding too. We'll bring you back for that. Obviously, it was early polls reporting. Thank you, Sarah. Let's go to Adishu because I wanted to hear from them, so I'm sure all of you wanted to hear from them too. Hello, everyone. Probably a shorter evening than we all anticipated. Chantal, let's start with you on what you make of the results.
Well, it looks like nobody wanted an election and nobody got what they wanted. Justin Trudeau doesn't get his majority. The Conservatives do not get the government. The NDP, I think, would have liked to be in control of the balance of power. That's not happening. And the Bloc Québécois did not get the bump that it hoped for in the polls. Annemie Paul, the Green Party leader, and Maxime Bernier share the same we didn't get what we wanted, which would have been at least a seat for Paul or a seat for his party in the case of Bernier. I think, speaking from Montreal tonight, that François Legault probably will refrain from telling Quebecers how to vote in a future election.
Well, there's like 3 columns in what you just said there, including at least one headline: an election that nobody wanted and nobody got what they wanted. Althea, I'll go to you in terms of what you think of the results.
I'm shocked actually the ticker on the screen just went from 121 to 120, but when it was at 121, we were exactly at the same result as 2019. Nobody wanted this election. I don't have anything to add to what Chantal said. I think that's completely true. I think there's a lot of interesting local races. I think the Liberals are going to be really pleased to see Leona Alislav. This is the Liberal that walked across the aisle and became a Conservative. She has been defeated by a Liberal candidate in Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Miriam Monsef, it looks like she's going to be defeated in Peterborough-Kawartha, and that means the end of Peterborough-Kawartha being the bellwether riding of the country. Right. Yeah, so there's like interesting little factoids here and there. I think it's a little sad to see Scott Sims and Newfoundland lose his seat. I just spoke to him. He seems actually pretty zen about it. But I don't think that that's something the Liberals saw coming. I think the Liberals are immensely relieved. I spoke to some senior advisors over the weekend, and the numbers that they had were much worse than what we're seeing on the screen at the moment. And so they are feeling a little, thankful that the NDP vote has come their way. And so there's a big relief for them there. But this is kind of a pointless exercise, isn't it?
No, I never think it's pointless. I always think there's a point, because people get to weigh in. And if the message is just keep trucking the way you're going, then that's the message. I mean, we say
they didn't need to have an election to do that.
No, okay, but we had one. So, here we are. And to everyone's point here, Andrew, no one wanted the election. Well, one guy wanted the election. That's Justin Trudeau. Whether he still wants it now, I don't know. But he at least ends up with what he had when he started.
And yeah, so he gets to carry on governing without the majority. That was the whole point of the election.
Sure.
So you can always spin these things either way, as either a win or a loss, and it always depends on where you're measuring it relative. So relative to mid-campaign, when the Liberals were behind and floundering, this is a good result.
Sure.
Relative to just before the election, when they were ahead by 12 points, this is a pretty bad setback. But probably from the grand scheme of things, this is an accurate reflection of where the public's at.
Yes.
I do think, that both the Liberals and the Conservatives have to think hard about how stuck in the mud they are. They have come in 2 elections in a row where the 2 major parties, the parties that have governed Canada since Confederation, were at basically about 1/3 of the vote. And the Liberals in particular now have finished behind the Conservatives in 5 out of the last 6 elections in the popular vote. In this case, they did so having papered the country with money in the last budget, having had dominated the airways through most of the pandemic. So they've got to be wondering why they can't get further ahead. Mm-hmm. The Conservatives certainly looking at how the level of disaffection with the Prime Minister, why they were not able to capitalize on that, even with their complete makeover of their image and their policies in the platform. They've got to be asking themselves some searching questions as well.
Yeah, those are excellent points. I had made the point earlier about the Conservatives sort of, re-examining who they are. But you're quite right, Andrew. Maybe it's a question that the Liberals should be asking too, given that they've ended up with the support that they had in the last one. Elamine, your thoughts?
I mean, listen, we started off this campaign with the Prime Minister saying that this is going to be a historic election, an election where we sort of look at what the COVID recovery economy is going to look like. Well, that is not where Canadians' heads are at. And actually, I'm not sure that it was so much a repudiation of the idea of having this election, so much as it was, in fact, the event, right? Like the fact that schools reopening happened and the Delta variant kind of reared its head. And the parties kind of had to respond to that reality. And at the end of the day, it looks like Canadians did not want to suddenly change horses. That, in fact, the very delicate balance of how we got through this pandemic is something that is working. But also, I'm not sure that we can extrapolate something that is sort of a larger picture this early. A lot of the specific riding by riding results have been surprises in that regard. And so I think it's just a little bit too early to tell what the clear, coherent narrative is. But, you know, it's been like an hour and a half since we find out the results.
Althea, did you want back in there?
More than an hour.
Althea and then Chantal.
Yeah. I'll just say that, you know, if this result that we're seeing at the bottom of the screen holds, Justin Trudeau is greatly diminished. I mean, he cannot negotiate in the House of Commons the same way he did just 3 months ago. He no longer can threaten to send the opposition back to the polls. You know, we're obviously not going to have an election. I'm not sure that Jerry is right, that the Liberals are going to stick around for an extra 4 years. But, you know, he can't go around and say, oh, well, if you don't support my throne speech, we'll head back to an election. So that stick is completely gone, and that might actually hurt them, because that was the biggest thing that they had going over the past 18 months.
So Chantal, is the Liberal leader then chastened, or is he emboldened to seek the support of the other progressive parties to push forward with his agenda?
Well, I mean, I buy the no stick for Justin Trudeau, although I don't see why he would want to go back in an election, but it cuts both ways. You do not have an emboldened third party saying, I dare you to not do my bidding because I'm going to come back and if you're the Bloc Québécois, take over Quebec from you. I just want to go back to Andrew's point. I think it's important. This is the 5th election in 7 since 2004 where we've elected minority governments.
Yes, it is.
This isn't just the pandemic and people were busy. This is a pattern. And that pattern would suggest that Justin Trudeau was on a more proper track when he was talking about electoral reform and changing the culture of cooperation in the House of Commons than he has been once he won a majority and made himself believe that the Liberals were back as the dominating party. But I don't see, when you look at 5 out of 7, anything that will make the NDP, or for that matter, the Bloc Québécois, disappear so that it accommodates the Conservatives and the Liberals again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we want to go down the can of worms that is electoral reform. I know Althea and Andrew would love to, but we might hold off on that. But I think that's a very good point. Is there something that Canadians are saying about their preference for governments and having other parties have the ability to weigh in and use leverage and not have majorities run roughshod over the country, Andrew?
Well, what we have is kind of de facto coalition government, not with apportioning of cabinet seats, but with what you have is a fairly enduring progressive majority in the vote. It's just not giving itself to any one party. It's splitting amongst these different parties. And that seems not to be going away. So they're going to have to learn to work together if they want to, continue to govern that way. And for the Conservatives, they have to start thinking, how can we expand our base beyond the sort of 40 to 45% that even charitably can be assigned to them in the best of elections. And they now have to think about whether they're going to have to share that vote with the PPC in the elections going forward.
Yeah, although I thought that's what Aaron O'Toole was trying to do. Anyway, I have to put you guys on pause for a moment. You're going to be here for a while longer, I'm afraid. The leaders are going to speak, and we'll come back and talk to all of you. Thank you so much. Okay, look at that. If you look on the bottom of your screen, as I turned my back there, I didn't notice it, but the Bloc and the NDP moving back and forth, flipping, with 29, 28, 29, 28, all of that still moving ahead. So who will be in third place inside the House of Commons? That is an interesting question for us here tonight. I think Andrew has some of that story to tell us.
Yes. Yeah. Let's do that.
Do you? I don't know. Cobble something together.
Give me 10 seconds here. Let me type something up. Okay, so let's go to Quebec. And so the fortunes of the NDP, a very interesting thing to watch. Berthier-Maskinongé, of course, one of those key ridings that we have been watching. And in Ruth Ellen Brosseau, one of those rare candidates who was swept in on the orange wave in 2011 and managed to
She's
win.
leading. Wow.
Yeah, and managed to win again in 2015, which is what most NDP candidates in Quebec weren't able to do. But right now, she's in the lead right now. It's still reasonably tight to the point where we can't confidently say who is going to win, whether it'll be the incumbent, Yves Perron of the Bloc Québécois, or Ruth Ellen Brosseau. But boy, this is a close race.
Yep.
Very strong performance for her. And in Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, we can say that Alexandre Boulris will be elected once again. He was all alone in Quebec. He has said over the course of this campaign, I miss my NDP friends. He had 58 of them in 2011. That number was whittled down in 2015. But really on the strength of his popularity, his charisma, he has won his 4th term here in Rosemont. So good news for him. Potential good news in Berthier-Maskinongé for Ruth Ellen Brosseau.
Okay.
And we'll see what else produces.
Yeah, keep your eye on that one for us, for sure. In the meantime, we can give you an update on another federal leader. Annamie Paul has been defeated in Toronto Centre. Not just defeated. She came in 4th in the riding of Toronto Centre. Marcy Ian initially won that in a by-election against her. But that is a signal to Annamie Paul. Maybe it is a commentary on the problems that were inside the Green Party. Maybe it is a commentary on whether that vote would be quote unquote wasted. Annamie Paul was pretty clear in an interview she did with me about a week ago that she had thought during the election about no longer wanting to be leader. How do you vote for someone who's basically told you that they don't want to stick around in their riding or lead the party? She spent 25 of the 36 campaign days in Toronto Centre. She was part of 2 national debates. She was given an interview with me, for instance, and still not able to break through in Toronto Centre. We'll have to see whether Annamie Paul's political career ends here tonight. David Cochrane, you've got something or other to tell me about something.
I got a map with a lot of colors. You know, Rosie, people are talking about, you look at the numbers, not much has really changed. This is a bit of a tongue twister, but I'm going to show you something that did change that maybe stopped there from being big change tonight, and that's the People's Party of Canada. They're at 5.2% nationally, 6% in Ontario. And I want to show you some seats in Ontario where they may have saved the Liberals or in the process of saving the Liberals. So we're going to start here in the Kitchener-Cambridge region. Just look at this in Cambridge. The numbers are updating, but right now, Brian May is 400 ahead of Connie Cody for the Conservatives. Look at that People Party of Canada number. That is an enormous number when you think about what it potentially took away from the Conservative there. It's a similar thing in one of the neighboring ridings here in Kitchener-South Hespeler. Again, you have the Liberal in first place narrowly with a significant chunk going to the 4th party, People's Party of Canada. And this is happening all over Ontario. I've got at least 7, 8, 9 seats where you can see this, including a small one. See if it works. Yes, London West. There we go. London West, you have the Liberal candidate about 1,900 votes ahead, but 2,200 going to the People's Party of Canada. And we're seeing it also in the Hamilton-Niagara region in St. Catharines, where Chris Biddle is in the lead right now over the Conservatives by about 700 votes, with 1,500 going to the People's Party of Canada. If even half of those went to the Conservatives, we'd have a much different map in Ontario and a much different result for the country, a further diminished Liberal minority. Look at this, a 300-vote lead here with 2,200 going to the People's Party of Canada. This was the concern for a lot of conservative-minded pundits and advocates. We saw this on the front page of the Toronto Sun, saying that a vote for the People's Party is a vote for Justin Trudeau. We even saw it playing a role in Newfoundland and Labrador, where Goody Hutchings has won by about 1,400, and Darrell Shelley of the People's Party of Canada getting 1,500. So it's not just in things that are settled. In Ontario, where the government was kind of decided, we're seeing it as we move across the country. Oh, it's changed in Charleswood just a minute ago, so I'm going to leave that for a second, but I'm going to go into Calgary and show you where it could be playing out and what could potentially be the Liberal cabinet minister if this result holds. And this is in Calgary Skyview, where George Chahal is running for the Liberals. You see there a 500-vote lead with 671 for the People's Party of Canada. So whether it's a straight one-for-one vote split, Rosie, it's undeniable. It's had some impact on the Conservative vote. Otherwise, why would you see people get so concerned? And just to show you that it's not just helping Liberals, let's look at Kenora, which was a Conservative seat. you have a very narrow NDP lead with 554 votes for the People's Party of Canada. So it's having an impact on races. I mean, we're going to have to do some real serious post-election dissection of it. Yeah. But it wasn't just noise. It's showing up on the map.
Yeah, and it is not necessarily just hurting the Conservatives and not necessarily just helping the Liberals. It is all over the place, and that's why we'll need to look into that a little deeper in the days ahead. Ian now has some more results from British Columbia.
Yeah, you know, this is the time in the evening, Rosemary, that, of course, we've been at this for a long time, and here it is, 11:46 Eastern. It's not even 9 o'clock in British Columbia, and they're all sitting there in front of their televisions going, tell us more about what's happening in and around, for example, Vancouver. And Metro Vancouver has been relatively kind, or at least in terms of leading in some of these ridings, relatively kind to the NDP. We talked about that last time. And the Liberals. Let's look at some of the seats where the Liberals are doing very well. Richmond Centre, Alice Wong in second place here.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. She has been the MP here since 2008, a former cabinet minister in the Stephen Harper government, and still relatively close there, 344 votes, but still, yeah, wow is exactly the reaction I had when I saw those numbers as well. Steveston, Richmond East, a riding not too far away, and now you see this lead widening for Parham Bains over the incumbent Conservative, and Cloverdale, Langley City. This is a really interesting one. Let's keep this up for a sec, because first of all, that is a significant lead for the Liberals. John Aldag won this riding in 2015, but he lost it 2 years ago. What's interesting here is the margin last time around between the Conservatives and the Liberals was 2.5 percentage points. The Greens had 6.4 percentage points. So not to like drown people in numbers, but there was no Green candidate this time around. And, you know, to Lisa's point earlier about the PPC, you can't assume the Greens, for example, that those would all break one way or the other. But that's a lot of free votes that were available in that riding, and you wonder if that didn't help. And in Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, this is a reminder that the Conservatives are incredibly strong in huge geographic swaths of British Columbia, the interior, the north, Fraser Valley, and here Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou in the interior. Big lead. We were projecting elected for Frank Caputo. Interesting, the three major parties all had lawyers running for them. And in third place, Jesse McCormick from the Liberals, an Indigenous lawyer who did make reconciliation a really key theme of his campaign.
But all of those examples you gave there do prove that BC is a three-way race. Like it's very, very tight often. Okay, let me again show you what has happened here tonight. We, again, are projecting a Liberal minority government. Numbers very similar to where we were in 2019, where we were around dissolution. In 2019, the Liberals won 157. Right now, they're leading or elected in 156. The Bloc is down a little bit, so that's something that we will continue to track. And the Greens, I imagine that's still Kitchener Centre. We'll bring you that update when we have a minute. That would be an interesting breakthrough on a bad night for the Green Party. Okay, Ian mentioned Kamloops as one of those ridings that he is tracking and watching closely. Angela Starrett is in that riding, in the riding of Kamloops, with a guest. Angela?
Yeah, that's right. And like Ian said, like I said earlier, it is no surprise that Frank Caputo, the Conservative candidate, is in the lead and will most likely perform very well tonight. Again, I'm into Kamloops to Secwepemc. This is a territory that captured worldwide attention when it came to the thousands of children who never made it home from residential school. And leaders here have been looking throughout this election for accountability. What are the leaders saying when it comes to residential school survivors and the missing? I have with me Roseanne Casimir, the chief of the Kamloops to Kamloops. What are you thinking, knowing that this is most likely a Conservative win? What are you thinking going forward for this?
So what I'm thinking going forward is for the past 13 years, there has been a Conservative MP here within this area. And, you know, I know that with a newly elected Conservative MP, we'll be continuing in that relationship moving forward. And I also just want to take this opportunity to say thank you to former Cathy McLeod, MP riding here within the Kamloops region. We had an excellent relationship and we wish her well in her retirement.
Throughout this election, we didn't hear a lot about residential school. We heard that in people's platform promises, but we didn't hear a lot about that in this election in particular when it came to the missing. What were you hoping to hear from the federal leaders when it came to this issue that's so important to you in this community, is the children who never made it home from residential school?
Well, we are a very progressive First Nation community within this area, and we're very active in this region, and we're going to continue that path forward. And regardless of the leadership that is going to be in that capacity, we expect to be continuing having these discussions and having some clear mandates from the federal government to work in a good way that's going to co-develop a path forward.
What does accountability look like to you when we're thinking of whoever, projecting a Liberal government? What does accountability look like for you?
Well, accountability is looking like, we know that back in 2018, there was the 10 principles guiding the relationships between the Government of Canada and First Nations and Indigenous peoples. We want to hold them to account to basically uphold what was mandated, because they address things such as discrimination, respect and honor for, law and democracy, and, having that collaborative approach and moving forward. And they addressed issues that were within the Section 35 as well as the UN Declaration, and upholding the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action.
Thank you so much for your time. Cookpee Roseanne Casimir, the Chief Cookpee of the Kamloops Nishnawbe. Rosie?
Okay, Angela Sterritt, good to get that reaction out in Kamloops immediately. Thank you so much for that. Okay, where am I going here? Oh, I'm going to Andrew.
Hey.
Sorry.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. Still fine. Still fine.
When you take stock of the night, it's easy to see how, from the Liberal perspective, you might have mixed feelings, right? Is it a good night because the Liberals have won, or is it a disappointing night because the Liberals have fallen short of securing a majority government? Similarly, when it comes to Liberal cabinet ministers, there are some mixed feelings, because do you feel good about the fact that, from what we can tell right now, every cabinet minister is either leading or elected in their riding? Or are you disappointed that there are still two key ones whose futures are uncertain? Let's take a look. The riding of Quebec. Jean-Yves Duclos, cabinet minister, president of the Treasury Board. He's got a lead right now, just over 1,000 votes, but we don't have enough results at this point to be confident that he will be elected in this riding, beating his Bloc Québécois candidate, Bloc Québécois rival, I should say, Louis Saint-Fasson. And one more riding I'll show you, Gaspésie, Les Îles-la-Madeleine. Diane Leboutillier, she's been fighting for her life this entire election night as the results have come in bit by bit. Revenue minister here, again, with a lead approaching 2,000 votes, but we knew this race was going to be close, right down to the wire, so we can't be certain how this one is going to end. Both of these uncertain results are significant because in most Quebec ridings, 62 out of 78 ridings, we have elects projected. You know what I'm saying? We know how they're going to end in most ridings, but in 16 ridings, and 2 of them involving cabinet ministers, we don't know exactly how it's going to end just yet.
Okay, Andrew, thank you for that. We do know one cabinet minister was defeated earlier in the night, Bernadette Jordan, out on the East Coast. And here's another one who has lost tonight, and that's Mariam Monsef. The Liberals knew that this riding was in danger. And interestingly, as Althea said, Peterborough-Kawartha has been used as a bellwether for federal elections since, I think, back to the 1970s, if I'm not mistaken. That is not the case anymore because the Conservatives have won, even though the Liberals are forming a government. Mary Monsef, of course, a fascinating story in her own right, an Afghan-Canadian politician who was first elected in 2015. She spent a large part of the early part of this campaign as an Afghan-Canadian working on what was happening in Afghanistan, trying to make sure that people were getting out, and part of, was able to campaign, but probably not as much as she would have liked, given the fact that she was still a minister and still had to do her job. Okay, we know that I just wanted to update you on your mail-in ballots, because there are, 800,000 or so of you who decided that you wanted to send in a special ballot via mail. Those will be counted tomorrow. And while we're confident with our decision about a Liberal minority government, some of those numbers at the bottom of your screen could still move because of those mail-in ballots that will be counted tomorrow. So we'll probably have updates through the day tomorrow as that comes in. Jerry Butts.
We're in the official "we're killing."
Here we are. We're just, well, maybe. I'll also tell viewers what we're waiting for right now is for all the leaders to figure out with the television networks who's going to speak first and when. Obviously, Justin Trudeau would go typically. Does he go first or last? He goes last. I don't
Typically.
know. Typically it goes last. Anyway, so we'll see how things shake down. We had some trouble in 2019. I remember people were not cooperating with convention for some reason. So we're waiting to hear how everything lines up, and we'll bring you the leaders' speeches as they come out. There is a stability in this government. This is not, to everyone's point, a government that needs to go. I mean, that kind of proves the point as to why did we have the election. But it's not a government that needs to fall apart anytime soon. And you could assume that no one will want that to happen either. So, there's less leverage perhaps for the Prime Minister, but there's also less leverage for the opposition parties when it comes to keeping that moving, right?
Yeah, I think that's one of the most interesting things about this outcome, Rosemary, is how are each of the party leaders going to absorb the lessons of the campaign, and how are they going to translate those lessons into the way they interact in Parliament and cooperate with one another to get things done? There are going to be a lot of entrails read over the next few days, right, on all sides. And I think it's going to be interesting to hear what they all have to say tonight.
And what would be the lesson for Justin Trudeau, do you think?
I think that
We'll pretend he's not listening. Like you just.
Well, he's definitely
he might be listening.
He may be.
Maybe putting on a tie.
But I really doubt it. I think he's breathing much more easily than he would have been this time yesterday. I think the lesson is that the country wanted the direction the government was taking major policy issues like climate change, like childcare, in particular, and like the approach to the pandemic. But they want to see, the public wants to see the government cooperate with people of different political stripes to try and form a consensus in Parliament rather than only a consensus in cabinet. And watching Chantal Hébert talk about this, it reminds me of how easy she makes this look, and how I will tell everybody at home it's not easy to do this, having done it for the first time in my life tonight. I think she's got an excellent point, and that is they're sent right back to work to keep doing the work that they have been doing, and to hopefully do it a little more cooperatively than they have been.
Well, it's been lovely having you. You seem to be doing just fine. Yeah. You might have a career in this.
No, I doubt it.
No, all right. Yes, David.
He can do the map next time.
Oh, he can do the magic board next time. Wonderful.
I don't know how you write that stuff on the board, David.
I don't even know. He keeps it in his head. I'm not even sure.
Magic.
What about you, Lisa? What is the lesson here for Conservatives?
I got a really funny text tonight from a friend of mine out there watching, and he said this was a $600 million cabinet shuffle.
That's not a lesson for Erin O'Toole. That's a lesson for Justin Trudeau, though.
But that level of cynicism, right? So, look, I think that what we see is a country that's pretty fiery in their division right now, whereas it wasn't as fiery before. And that's got to be managed in the House. So you're going to have folks coming back with a belly full of fire wanting to fight. And I think it's going to happen. I'm sorry to be,
I don't disagree with you,
pessimistic.
except I'll push back on this. On that screen there are a whole bunch of parties that have the same. The NDP has the same policy positions as the Liberals on climate change, on the exact same. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, is it not also a sign that there are progressive parties that are moving in the right direction? Is that not also?
I think there are two different things. I think Canadians have sent the message that they're comfortable with the progressive policies. I'll go with that.
Sure.
Canadians have sent the message that the parties are going to work together. So the policy is going to pass through because of virtue of the fact that the NDP and the Greens and the Bloc are going to vote in favor with the Liberals. But here's the part that we report on, that we talk about, which is acrimony in the Parliament. And what I'm saying is, all intents and purposes, there's going to be a lot of acrimony in that Parliament. It's still going to look as nasty as it looked.
Why couldn't they all come away chastened? Is that naive of me to think
that?
Why
couldn't
it is naive. Oh, why couldn't you all just come away and say you got what you? Yeah,
you all, not me anymore. I'm the nice one. But no, it's true. Yeah. Too much fire, too much division, too much crankiness. They're still going to go in and they're all going to fight with one another, and Canadians are going to go, what the heck?
To no end.
Exactly.
Because we're not going to have an election anytime soon. Not really. Financially, no one can do it. They're going to be looking at leaders. It's not going to happen. Yeah. Sarah, maybe am I the only naive one here? Would you think that they would come back and say, oh, well, we're gonna turn it down a notch because Canadians told us to turn it down a notch and figure it out.
You know, I think that's what Canadians would want to see. But I think to Lisa's point, we're going to see a pretty divided Parliament and people that are fiery and ready to, you know, keep fighting for what matters to them. You know, for us as New Democrats, Jagmeet was there in the House pushing our priorities forward. And I know he's going to continue doing that. But it's going to be pretty heated, I think, when they get back to work. But it's pretty clear, as Lisa said, this was a pretty expensive cabinet shuffle, an election that no one wanted. And to have pretty similar outcomes, I think it's really disappointing for Canadians across the board.
David, why don't you weigh in there too?
Well, I think it's going to be interesting because I think one of the reasons why the Liberals wanted this election is why the timing they wanted it now is they didn't want to go back into a minority parliament in the fall as sort of the vaccine high was fading away from people and deal with, you know, committees, for example, that they didn't control, where you had Pierre Poilievre and Michael Barrett launching prosecutions against every Liberal cabinet minister, senior public official or political staffer that they could drag before the committees. They were hoping to avoid that. They've delayed it. They hit a snooze button on those things because the committees are still going to be constituted in a way where the opposition still has a majority. And I guess the question is like, what message does the Conservative Party take out of this result, right? We just walked through what the PPC did to their vote. The Liberals with 37% in Ontario get 76 seats. The Conservatives with 35% get 36 seats. So you can just see the vote efficiency. So is it we weren't right-wing enough and that's why we lost people to the PPC? Because I know one of the concerns talking to Conservatives coming into this is that if they made this move to the middle that O'Toole was campaigning on, and it didn't work, would there be a slingshot effect, pulling them back to the hard right? And I think how this parliament works and goes forward, there's a clear path for Trudeau with Singh to find common ground on a lot of things right now. If you stack their two numbers together, it's just what is the personal relationship going to be like? Because Jagmeet Singh ran a very negative campaign against Justin Trudeau in this election.
That's true. He did. Last word to you, Jerry, then I'm going to Ian.
Yeah, I would just say, and I certainly agree with David's point about the consolidation on the right, but you have to look at the consolidation on the left as well. And if Conservatives are now worried about how much farther right they need to go to appeal to PPC voters, I would say welcome to life as a Liberal, where you're always concerned about having your progressive flank exposed to the NDP.
Okay, all very good thoughts and good analysis there. We're going to go to Ian briefly. We're waiting for the Green Party leader, Annamie Paul, to speak. But we'll go to you first, Ian.
Yeah, and let's look at three ridings where the Greens were prominent today. Trying to do the math. Math is really tough for me the best of times, especially on live television. But it was many hours ago that the polls closed in New Brunswick, and yet this one is still too close to call. We're looking at Fredericton. Jenica Atwin, the incumbent MP here, who was voted in 2 years ago as a Green, crossed the floor to the Liberals. There were so many questions. There are so many questions about how this riding will end up. But hours later, we have Jenica Atwin in a lead that has been going back and forth, but 310 right now. And the key thing here, as you look at the screen, is the Green candidate, a UNB law professor, is in a distant fourth right now.
Look at that.
Yeah, in that riding. Let's look at another a Green riding, or at least one where they hope to do well. This was indeed a Green riding. Paul Manley winning a couple of years ago, and he is in third place, closer than the Green candidate in Fredericton. What's interesting about this one is that if you looked at the results 2 years ago, you would have seen a three-way race with these three parties, but the order was different. Also interesting to note, you know, the Liberals, a national party, which does well in many ridings across the country, but in many ridings, or at least some ridings on Vancouver Island, they're a fourth place party, and it's just interesting to see that there. Let's go on to another riding, Kitchener Centre. This one I mentioned a few hours ago, but for people, especially on the West Coast, who may just be joining us in the last little while, Reg Saini was the incumbent for the Liberals. The Liberals said, we don't want to deal with you anymore because of allegations of sexual misconduct. And so he is on the ballot, but not wouldn't have served with the Liberals. But look at that. Mike Morris placed second last time around. He is in first place for the Greens in Kitchener Centre.
Thank you for that. That's a perfect transition to Annamie Paul, leader of the Green Party, defeated in her own riding tonight. Let's listen to her live.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for being here this evening. And thank you, Adrian, for that very special land acknowledgement. Merci tout le monde d'être ici avec nous ce soir.
Thank you all for being with us this evening. We are the traditional unceded territory of the Anishinaabe and Conishobe.
The traditional lands of the Mississauga, the Credit, the Anishinaabe, and the Haudenosaunee. First, let me start by congratulating. We're still waiting for the results, but it looks like we are going to be sending certainly 2 and looks like probably 3 Greens back to Ottawa in the next session of Parliament.
I want to extend my sincere congratulations to Elizabeth May. I'm going to do that now, although I realize that we're waiting for the final result, but I also want to congratulate Mike Morris in Kitchener Centre.
Incredibly well-deserved, an incredible leader that's headed to Ottawa. And also, Paul is in a very close race, but I feel very confident that he's going to take that one over the finish line. So I'm going to send him the good luck of, I hope it's good luck, to wish him good luck now in that seat as well.
I want to extend my sincere thanks to all our candidates right across this country. They did an incredible job in very little time, and I know that it requires a lot of passion, a lot of sacrifice, and a lot of dedication to decide to run, and a lot of courage and strength as well. So I want to thank them most sincerely for deciding to make the jump this time on my behalf and on the behalf of all our party and our members.
Every single candidate who ran for the Green Party in this election, it takes passion, it takes dedication, it takes sacrifice, it takes courage, and so many of them were running for the first time. We told them that it was time to run. We told them that we needed a new culture in Ottawa. We needed more diversity in Ottawa. And so many of them took up that challenge. I am so proud of them. I want to thank them sincerely on my behalf and on behalf of all of our members and all of our volunteers. Let's give them a round of applause. And I say that particularly so because this was a pandemic election. This was the 4th wave. This was a very difficult time to be running in the first place, very difficult circumstances. And so it means even more that they stepped forward. It means even more that they chose to live their values by standing up for us and running for us in this election. I'm so grateful to them. I also want to thank all of our members and all of our volunteers. We have so many here tonight. So many people, again, who put their lives on hold, who told their kids to go watch another video while they made phone calls, while they went canvassing. People who, again, were very passionate about the idea of sending more Greens to the next Parliament. It takes so much, and absolutely, we are driven by our volunteers and their work. And so thank you so much to all of our volunteers all across the country. Please know that whatever size our contingent of Greens in Ottawa, it's because of you and the work that you did, and I thank you sincerely.
We are a small party which is part of a system that was created for larger or traditional parties. So we are always very grateful to our volunteers for their efforts, their sacrifice, and their dedication, because it is thanks to them that a small party such as ours has succeeded. It is thanks to them, and I believe we will be sending 3 Green MPs to Ottawa to represent their constituents in the next Parliament, and I want to thank them for that.
And I want to, I just spoke with Marcy Ian before coming down here. I wanted to sincerely congratulate her. I hope that, and I'm sure that the people of Toronto Centre will make sure that that she provides them with good representation. Congratulated her on her race here in Toronto Centre. Clearly, I am, well, not clearly, but I will tell you that certainly I am disappointed. It is hard to lose. No one likes to lose. But I'm so proud of the effort, the creativity, the innovation that our team brought to this race. We promised to offer real representation. We promised to offer a real choice to the people of Toronto Centre who have so much need, so much work that needs to get done. And you did that, and I thank you for that. I have some of my family here and some of my family in the audience, and I want to thank them as well. This is something where we're all in this together. You know, they lived every second and breathed every second with me. And I've said this many times. I mean, I've been campaigning in one way or another for the Green Party for the last almost 2.5 years now. And so this has been a very long journey for our entire family. And of course, you know, I love you, Mark, Malachi, my son Jonas, who's not here, my mother-in-law, my nephew, my sister-in-law, all of my family that is here. Et en plus,
and also the family that we created during this election and in recent years.
There are so many members of my family that, you know, they're not necessarily family by birth, but they're certainly family because of what we've been through together. They're the most special people in the world. They are everything that is good about our country, everything that is good about our party. And I love you, and I will be grateful to you forever.
Okay, that's Annamie Paul with her speech tonight as Green Party leader still, although probably not for much longer, given that she's also been defeated fourth place in her own riding of Toronto Centre. That is not the case for the Green Party candidate in Kitchener Centre, and that's where we find Halal Gomain again with that candidate. Hello.
Hello, I am here with the Green Party candidate in Kitchener Centre, Mike Morris. Mike, you are leading in the polls, and if you do win, you will be the first elected Green MP in Ontario. How do you feel, and what would this mean for the party?
I think a mix of exhausted and exhilarated. Behind me are some of the hundreds of people who've been joining to knock on doors, you know, since 2019, and now these past number of months. We've had to step outside. There was so much of that energy inside, and so there's a bit of a deep breath after having walked on all these streets and, you know, listened to so many of our neighbors, to their concerns and priorities, with this aspiration to really be a voice for our community in Ottawa.
Interesting riding to watch. There was no Liberal incumbent in the riding. How do you think that impacted the race?
Well, a lot of folks in our community knew from last time that, you know, this was a viable option. Having come in second in 2019, this time around, even before that news, a lot more folks were kind of curious to share more of their priorities, to focus on democracy in place of politics, and actually being a voice for those priorities, from, you know, the lack of affordable housing in our community to the climate crisis. And so once the Liberal incumbent stepped back from the campaign, there were then that many more people right across our community who were that much more eager to have that conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all from Kitchener Centre. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Hala. Obviously, they turned the channel and realized that their candidate was suddenly on TV. There you go. That is an interesting move for the Green Party on a disappointing night overall. And again, just a reminder of where we are at as we ease towards the end of this night. A Liberal minority government leading or elected in 156. Conservatives at 121, which is where they were when they had Andrew Scheer as leader. They again are ahead in the popular vote. But again, questions around vote efficiency and where they could actually pull out those seats. Let me quickly go back to David Thurton, who is with Annamie Paul, who's in Toronto Centre. She is still talking, so I won't keep you too long or have you talk too loud there, David, but obviously there must be a sense of disappointment. Is there any rumblings right now about whether Annamie Paul leaves immediately from her position as leader?
Yeah, disappointed, but just a couple of minutes ago they were dancing. But I guess that's, just, people deal with defeat in different ways. It's also a campaign that's being run by black people, and typically black people dance, if there's ever excuse to dance, they dance. Anyways, so, there's a lot of disappointment right now. There is a feeling that this was not the kind of campaign, this is not the kind of result that they wanted to see tonight. I mean, she has placed in a distant fourth place behind the Conservative candidate with, a vote share that was, basically, identical to what she got in 2019 when she basically wasn't, as well known. So this is a very disappointing result for Annamie Paul. And as you mentioned, the leadership review questions begin under the Green Party's constitution within 6 months. After a federal election, a leadership review is automatically triggered. We heard from Elizabeth May out in Vancouver Island, basically saying like she wants to see a review as to, why they didn't have a full slate of candidates. So there were questions about Paul's leadership well before this election. Given the result, the disappointing result we have tonight, those calls are going to grow louder, Rosie.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see whether she even makes it to the review. David Thurton, thank you for all your reporting through the campaign and tonight. Have a good evening. Go, go to bed early. Well, earlier than me. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. That's David Thurton. He's in Toronto. We are right now, of course, standing by to hear from all the leaders. We've heard from the Green Party leader at this stage, but everyone will come out and have some response and reaction to the results tonight and to what they take from those results. If you end up sort of where you started out 5 weeks ago, do you take a message or do you just go back and just do the same thing you were doing? I think our panelists all agreed that you'd be wise to take some sort of message, so we'll see what that is. Let me bring you there. That is the Conservative headquarters in Oshawa, Ontario. Hannah had told us earlier this is a really big venue, so they were able to bring in a fair number of people under the COVID restrictions, and a lot of staff, Conservative staff too, are there and have made their way down in order to provide an audience to Erin O'Toole. It'll be interesting to hear from Erin O'Toole tonight. I don't know, Lisa. What would you know Erin O'Toole better than I do? What would you expect to hear from him? What do you think his mood will be?
Well, he's going to come out positive
for sure,
because he wanted to come out and have a positive campaign. He's going to thank everybody for doing such a great job, so working so hardly, and talk about our positive. He may mention the fact that he had a plan and that the plan was to be implemented.
Oh no, not the plan.
And he will, he'll be gracious and he'll say the right things and he'll say that they'll live on to fight again.
Yeah. Does he have to? He has to sort of demonstrate he is the leader, I guess, in order to send a not-so-quiet message to some of the people waiting in the wings.
He is the leader, and he's going to talk about the accomplishments, and he's going to recognize that there is some disappointment that some incumbents have lost. And then he is going to say, but for the future, we're going to go back and we're going to hold them accountable, and this is what we're meant to do. And Canadians have spoken. And
yeah. So you could see this one of two ways. You could see this as Canadians interested in the idea of a Conservative Party that moves a little further to the centre. Or you could see it as maybe some Conservatives not interested in that. How are you reading it? Like, is this a message about the Conservative Party putting forth policies that are a little more towards the middle?
Much like other parties, it depends upon which geographic area of the country you're sitting in when you have this conversation. So out east, did it attract people? For sure.
Yes.
Voter rate went up all across the way. Quebec, we're holding our own. Ontario, shut out a fortress Toronto. So obviously they're going to have to take a look at what's going on there and what's happening. And BC, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out BC.
Yes, I am as well. I'm not sure we have a clear picture of what's happening in BC. Okay. Thank you very much for that analysis. David, why don't you weigh in, too, on what you're thinking?
Well, look, the seat numbers are largely static, but what's interesting is the seat distribution, right? We don't yet know what's going to happen, for example, say in the central Newfoundland riding held by Scott Sims. That's not being totally called tonight because there's still a couple of thousand mail-in votes that need to be counted on the margin. It's just a few hundred there right now. But you have better seat distribution for the two leading parties right across the country. There are more Conservatives in Atlantic Canada, while the Liberals have not yet broken through or have failed to break through in Saskatchewan. Right now, they're leading in 2 seats in urban Alberta. Randy Boissonnault in Edmonton Centre and George Chahal in Calgary Skyview. So that's one, potentially 2 cabinet ministers from Alberta once you sit down and start figuring out what you're going to do with your cabinet because you've lost a couple of ministers. So this is the $600 million cabinet shuffle, as Lisa likes to call it. So you do have a better vote distribution. The BC numbers are up big. I mean, they won Richmond-Steveston, I think, one of the Richmond seats tonight, which was not on the radar at all in any of my conversations with the Liberals. So BC, as it so often does, Rosie, it surprises. And just to pivot back to the Greens for a second, if it wasn't for Raj Saini, it's unlikely they'd be at 2 seats right now. If Ashley Burke hadn't done her report and caused Raj Saini to step down, they'd be down right now to Elizabeth May in Saanich Gulf Islands, right back to where they started, because the chaos in the party kind of turned the party into a little bit of a punchline. And, you know, a zero-emission clown car is still a clown car. And that's what happens in politics when you don't put a professional footing out to the electorate.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little stunned that Elizabeth May said, we're still here. People think we're not going anywhere. We're still here. I'm not sure that you can make that assessment given what's happened here tonight.
Yeah, well, she's still there. And you know, and that seems to be the constant in the Green Party of Canada. But, you know, you look at Fredericton right now where they're well back. Kitchener Centre is kind of very, to take nothing away from the candidate there, there are very specific and unusual circumstances there for that to be in play. The leader, I believe, finished 4th in her riding, and the breakthrough Paul Manley candidate also right now is trailing, if I can see the map. And he's in tough there. I think, is that a Conservative lead right now in Nanaimo Ladysmith?
Yeah.
So it just goes to show you what a bad year it's been for the Green Party of Canada.
Okay, as we wait for Aaron O'Toole to emerge and speak to his supporters and to Canadians, Adrian's going to show us a bit of the picture in Alberta.
Yeah, well, let's look what's happened to the votes in Alberta, particularly to the Conservatives. If we can look at the vote change, you'll see that there has been, 14% down for the Conservatives. Where did it go? Well, clearly went some to the NDP, some to the People's Party of Canada. So what's the consequence of that? That's when you have to look at some of the very tight races that are still not done yet in Alberta. So Calgary Skyview. George Chahal, again, we've been saying all night, he might get a knock on the door. Would you like to come join cabinet? But his lead is 583. Again, look at the People's Party lead, People's Party numbers there. That's the difference there. Same sort of story that is happening in Edmonton, Griesbach. So you have Blake Desjardins, who is in the lead in Edmonton, Griesbach. But again, look at the distinction. Look at what's happened with the People's Party of Canada. And one last one to look at here that's still not decided, Randy Boissonnault. He is the Rhodes Scholar who won in 2015. Should he pull this off, he too might get that knock on the door. But again, People's Party of Canada, look at the numbers there. That's the difference.
If we can go back to that board of the vote share change, because yes, it is about the People's Party of Canada, but nowhere else in the country did the Conservatives take a tumble like they have in Alberta, down 14 points. Surely some of that is Jason Kenney's responsibility. You know, you can imagine that that's what some Conservatives are thinking tonight.
There's no doubt. And again, we cannot, you cannot lose the timing of when that happened with Kenney's. I'm sorry it didn't work so well. Today is, this is when the vaccine passports, although they will not call them that, go into effect. You know that's on people's minds.
Yeah, and it's also the position of Aaron O'Toole was not to be strongly supportive of vaccine mandates or vaccine passports. Right. And then he saw Jason Kenney come out and have to do it and put more restrictions in place. Is that something that would be occurring to people, Lisa Raitt, right now, that Jason Kenney didn't do them any favors?
Well, when you look at the numbers like that, you're kind of led to come to some kind of conclusion, but they're going to have to dig in. And what I do trust is I do trust those MPs who are getting elected in Alberta and Saskatchewan to tell you exactly what they heard on the ground. That's when you find out. So when they all go back and meet in caucus, they'll talk to one another and say, this is what happened because we heard it.
Yeah. Those two ridings that might go Liberal, that would explain that a little bit, I think, too, would it not?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah. I was just smiling because I'm going to wave to my kids. They just texted me and said they're going to bed.
They've had enough of you.
They've had enough. They've had enough.
Well, you've made your big TV debut. Now they're over you.
Exactly.
That's how it goes with kids.
Teenagers.
There you go.
Teenagers.
Good night, kids. Not to the rest of you, though. Everybody else got to stay awake because we've got to hear from the leaders. Aaron O'Toole is the one that we are expecting out shortly. He will be leader of the official opposition. He will remain Conservative leader so long as his party agrees with him. And as Lisa Raitt said, he will come out and probably thank his supporters and point to the victories that he did have. You know, those pickups in Atlantic Canada are significant. They would matter to the party and perhaps be an encouraging sign. But this is not the outcome they wanted here tonight. Okay, Aaron O'Toole is emerging now. Here he comes with his wife and children, Molly and Jack, and Rebecca, his wife, making his way up to the stage to speak to supporters and to Canadians. Aaron O'Toole, really, most people believe, ran a very strong campaign. And particularly in the beginning of the campaign, the first 2 weeks and a bit, his numbers bounced way back up to where the Conservatives traditionally are. He did a decent job introducing himself to Canadians, and then it just didn't punch through. And there were a couple of reasons for that. One, certainly the issue of guns and the Liberals' ability to manage that issue. And the other issue was, frankly, the pandemic and some of what we talked about here tonight. Some of Jason Kenney and how the Liberal leader and the Prime Minister was able to effectively use that as an attack against Aaron O'Toole and the Conservatives and question whether they would have the ability to manage the pandemic. You gotta love a little boy in a suit. That looks great. They'll wave hello, and then we will hear from Aaron O'Toole with a message that will have to, in some way, also assuage his party and convince them that he does intend to stay on as leader and that he feels he could do a good job. And you know, if you want to give a leader a second chance, sometimes it's that second chance that brings you to government. Whether he gets that second chance or not from his party, we will have to see. Okay, here he is now, Aaron O'Toole, leader of the official opposition going forward, leader of the Conservative Party. Down to 121, exactly where Andrew Scheer left them. And remember, Andrew Scheer didn't get another chance.
Friends, thank you. Merci beaucoup, thank you. Well, it was after 1 in the morning when I first addressed the nation as leader of Canada's Conservatives, so it's fitting I address you late again. At the start of this pandemic, I called for a Team Canada approach to combat COVID-19. 18 months later, our nation needs that more than ever.
Canadians spent too many sleepless nights worrying about their loved ones, the lack of a job, and the future of their children. The pandemic increased the differences among us. It also made the divisions among Canadians even worse. Unfortunately, this election only made things worse. But I am here tonight even more determined to secure this wonderful country.
5 weeks ago, Mr. Trudeau asked for a majority. He said the minority parliament was, quote, unworkable. But tonight, Canadians did not give Mr. Trudeau the majority mandate he wanted. In fact, Canadians sent him back with another minority at the cost of $600 million and deeper divisions in our great country. Just days ago, he said he would hold yet another election within 18 months if he didn't get his way. A
few days ago, Mr. Trudeau said he would call another election in 18 months' time if he didn't get what he wanted.
Mr. Trudeau was hoping for a quick power grab. Instead, he has thrust us into what he has promised will be 18 months of perpetual campaigning. Our country is facing the most serious economic challenge since the Great Depression. Even before the pandemic led to record debt and deficits, investment and jobs were leaving Canada.
Prices continue to go up for housing, for groceries, and election. Inflation is at its highest level in years, and it continues to rise every day. Families are having trouble making ends meet. But in order to address these challenges, we must work together. We must continue the fight.
We have been divided. For too long, we have seen politicians pit region against region, neighbor against neighbor. But when we are divided, Canadians get left behind. Mr. Trudeau thinks Canadians should endure 18 more months of divisive campaigning so he can try once again to get the election result he wants. We need to heal the divides in Canada, not risk worsening them for selfish gains. A few months ago, I told Conservatives that our party needed the courage to change because Canada has changed. Over the past 36 days, we have demonstrated to Canadians that we have set out on a path to engage more Canadians in our Conservative movement, one that addresses the challenges of today while advancing the dreams of tomorrow. Ours is a conservatism that dwells not in the past, but learns from it to secure the future. Qu'on offre un nouveau mouvement conservateur, un mouvement conservateur pour relever les défis d'aujourd'hui,
to address today's challenges, a conservative movement to achieve the dreams of tomorrow, and a conservative movement that does not only look to the past, but learns and acts to secure the future.
It is a conservatism that reveres strong communities and compassion for one another, for our environment, and for those in need at home and abroad. It is a conservatism that respects hard work and character, and the fact that millions have come to this great country for liberty and opportunity. It's a conservatism that believes reconciliation is more than a box to check. It is the very keystone of Canada reaching its potential, and it starts with clean drinking water as a basic human right still denied to Indigenous children born today. And above all else, it is a conservatism that believes Canada is the greatest country on earth and that our best days are on the horizon. A conservatism that builds Canada up. Let's build it up. In the months ahead, thank you, friends. In the months ahead, as Mr. Trudeau gears up for yet another election, we must continue this journey to welcoming more Canadians to take another look at our party. More people voted for Canada's Conservatives than any other party, and that's a strength to build on. Our support has grown. It's grown across the country, but clearly there is more work for us to do to earn the trust of Canadians. On est le parti fondateur de ce pays.
We are the founding party of this country and the party of its future. The Conservative Party will beat the Liberals, but only if it continues to grow.
We have shown ourselves to have the courage to be bold and to have the courage to change. We must hold fast to that courage. We must show Canadians that we will not waver in our commitment to grow. We
must continue to earn the trust of Canadians. We worked hard. We made progress. But the job is not done yet.
As we prepare for the election Justin Trudeau wants in another 18 months, we will take stock of what worked and what didn't. And we will continue to put in the time showing more Canadians that they are welcome in the Conservative Party of Canada. Above all, we must continue to show Canadians that whether you're black, white, brown, or from any race or creed, whether you're LGBTQ or straight, whether you are an Indigenous Canadian or came to Canada 5 weeks ago or 5 generations ago, que le français soit votre première
whether French is your first language or your second language.
Well or barely getting by, whether you worship on Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, every day or not at all, you are an important part of Canada, and you have a place in the Conservative Party of Canada. Friends, I'm standing here tonight because of the steadfast support of my true partner, the love of my life, Rebecca. Thank you for being my rock and my safe harbor. And I'm so glad more Canadians got to know the wonderful person you are these last 5 weeks. I also want to thank my children, Molly and Jack, for being my inspiration. It's because of you that I believe so strongly in securing Canada's future. My mother passed away when I was 9, but I know she is here tonight because I see her in my daughter Molly, who shares her name. I've been so grateful to have my second mother to guide me to this very day. I'm thankful that she and my dad, who inspired me into public service, are here tonight. Thank you. Merci à mon excellent équipe de campagne.
Thank you to my excellent campaign team. Thank you for your trust and your commitment to serving this great and magnificent country. Thank you to our incredible candidates and our fantastic volunteers.
I joined the military at 18 to serve Canada and its people. And some of the people I served with are in this room tonight. I will never stop serving this great country. And my pride in Canada has deepened these past 5 weeks as I've gotten to meet more incredible Canadians from all walks of life. My family and I are resolutely committed to continuing this journey for Canada. Ce soir, j'ai parlé avec Monsieur Trudeau.
Tonight, I spoke to Mr. Trudeau. I congratulated him on a hard-won campaign.
This country and the well-being of its people first. And I told him, if he thinks he can threaten Canadians with another election in 18 months, the Conservative Party will be ready. And whenever that day comes, I will be ready to lead Canada's Conservatives to victory. Thank you, Canada. Let's get to work.
Okay, that is Aaron O'Toole, the Conservative leader, giving his speech after losing the election. A strong defense there of his own platform. Sounded shockingly like a stump speech in many ways. He also went after Justin Trudeau and the idea that some of this was a selfish decision on the part of Justin Trudeau to try and get a majority. You might also note that he said that Justin Trudeau had suggested there would be another another election in 18 months. Justin Trudeau, of course, was making that bid in the hopes to get a stronger mandate, I suppose. Aaron O'Toole might be saying that again to his own supporters in order to make sure that there's no leadership race because they're worried again about another election on the horizon. Hannah Thibodeau is there in Oshawa. Hannah, how are people feeling there behind the scenes?
Yeah, you know what? I want to know where this energy from Aaron O'Toole was over the past 3 days. In the past 3 days, it was kind of a much more muted campaign. Tonight, he kind of gave the speech of, I want to keep my job speech. That's how I saw this tonight, because right now we're at 121 seats. That's the exact same number that Andrew Scheer won in the last election campaign. But he is considering this a win, keeping Justin Trudeau at a minority government. And clearly, he wants more time to be able to come back and fight another election. what I'm hearing is that by keeping him at a minority, that still is a win for Aaron O'Toole. Now, does that mean that people aren't going to have the knives out for Mr. O'Toole? Absolutely not. Talking to people behind the scenes, there are people within the party who are PPC. There's also the gun owners. There's also the people who are anti-abortion. They're all going to be pulling and tugging at him and potentially trying to take him down. But clearly from that speech and what I'm hearing from behind the scenes, he wants to stay on as leader. And you heard him in his very last line that he would be ready for it if it's called in, he says, 18 months.
Okay, I would agree with all of that analysis, Hannah. Thank you very much. Appreciate all your work throughout the campaign. We'll come back to you if we have time. I think, Lisa, maybe that speech also speaks to what you hinted at early, and that is that a bunch of people are kind of going to come back fiery than ever, because it wasn't really a big way to go, Justin Trudeau speech, and I'm sorry it didn't work out for you. It was pretty defensive.
4 times.
Or offensive, yeah.
Yeah, 4 times he said, he's going to try to call an election in 18 months, so he's planting that seed. And he said they're going to go back and take stock, and that they're going to be ready again, and that they want to grow the party. So pretty much what you heard the night that he became the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. Right. So it's the same message. And he seems to want to follow that path. So that's what he has to go back and convince caucus that he needs the ability to do.
He also said that there was growth in his vote, and there was not growth in his vote. So, I'll let everyone else do the postmortem tomorrow. 157 to 121 is where we ended up. We're going to Yves-François Blanchet, is that correct? All right. Here is the Bloc Québécois leader. He's also down 1 seat, so let's see what he's saying.
And we did get some surprises. This evening, now, I made a statement on this election evening, and I was greeted by a prime minister who decided to call an election. And 2 years ago, and now, 2 years later, we're still in a pandemic with the same minority government. And it is tempting to say, so no losers, no winners, which is certainly a harsh judgment on the part of the people who may say to themselves tomorrow morning, because they probably won't have spent all night watching, what is this all about? Why did they interrupt my barbecue? And it's a bit surprising, but there are parts of the exercise that I can go through tonight and some tomorrow. And that is the thanks. And of course, the thanks to all the Quebecers out there. My greetings to Quebecers, my greetings to all the activists who spent 5 very intense weeks. My greetings. And my thanks to all the candidates who showed their courage throughout the streets of Quebec. You know, there's something very personal about this when you can convince strong personalities, extraordinary people to get involved in politics. And of course, there's something personal that you can observe too. At the same time, there are other people who made the same commitment, who were elected, and who are now joining the Bloc team, and will make the Bloc team even stronger. I want to congratulate all of those individuals who were elected or will be elected from every single political party. I want to, of course, thank my family and Nancy, the activists, the teams that worked so hard, that worked tirelessly. I want to thank the advisors that you don't see, those discreet advisors who are there, who give you your opinion, and who do their very best. And that's very precious in politics. Now, the result is difficult to comment on. The percentage is approximately the same. The number of seats is approximately the same. It's just about the same thing for everybody. So what this all means is that with a positive and constructive and confident approach, it will be our duty to do more. We will have to do more and do better. The people of Quebec expect that we will do this, that each and one of us will do that. Our teams, our new elected MPs. Of course, we always have to do that with heart and sincerity and with courage, and we always have to do it with passion. Our mandate that we had to define during the pandemic to a large part, and that we were the only ones to be able to do this, was to support the seniors so that someone somewhere would look after them. I'm very sorry to have had to lead that fight and to be saying to seniors between 65 and 74 that they may get a check, but not what they deserve. And we will also have to continue our battle to increase the resources given to every province, including Quebec. In other words, to have covered 35% of the costs of our health care system. And we want to see an end to the provinces being taken hostage because of the fiscal situation in Ottawa. The wait lines in surgery, the way that medical personnel and our nurses are being treated. It's all about the way our seniors are being treated, and that means more money for our healthcare system. That is a fundamental mission for us. A fundamental mission to protect our healthcare system. And this is a fight the Bloc will not abandon. The Quebec regions, their recognition, their development, their diversity. This is again something we will focus on, that the regions of Quebec should be the places where Quebec's energy and natural resources should be developed. Our ability to do more and to do better with what we have and with what we are, and to stop supporting an economy of the past. We need to resolutely turn to the economy of the future. The duty that we took on as a party and that we will continue to fulfill, which is to bring the voice of the National Assembly of Quebec to Ottawa. Often they send us unanimous motions and they say the exact opposite of what the Parliament in Ottawa is doing. And I want to reiterate that no one has to fear the Bloc Québécois. What is good for the Bloc Québécois, and for Quebec rather, will be supported by the Bloc Québécois. What is not good for Quebec will see the Bloc Québécois stand up and block. But once again, we will continue to improve what is offered and proposed so that ultimately that will serve Quebec. And it's even the better, all the better, if it serves the other provinces as well. The only time when someone will have to fear the Bloc Québécois is when we want to propose something that is bad for Quebec. And I just want to reiterate the proposal I made in recent days. And in the next few days, I will be contacting each one of the political leaders in the House of Commons, and I believe that it is our duty to act in good faith and to hold a discussion among ourselves to ensure that Parliament functions. We are still in the middle of a pandemic, and that Parliament will have to last an acceptable amount of time. And in order for that to happen, and I'm saying this in complete sincerity, we will need to put behind the rancor of the past, because that is clearly what Quebecers and Canadians have said they want to see. In terms of that Parliament, how it will act, who will speak, and who will represent which interests. So collaboration and cooperation is a must, and we will fully participate. Why? Because we are still in a pandemic, and because we absolutely must now make the economic and environmental transition that will bring Quebec and Canada, I hope, away from the current model, which is taking us nowhere and probably taking us much closer to a disaster. It is in adversity that we prove our mettle. That is true for Quebec, it's true for Canada in a pandemic. And I would say this as well. This context did not make us or the Liberals or the Conservatives or the NDP. It didn't mean that it was an easy campaign. It was a difficult campaign, but it was constructive. It was a daily challenge to do better and to go further. The activists and the candidates proved themselves. They proved what they have to offer. And this is not the last time they will have a chance to do that. Quebec is strong. Quebec is very strong. And who knows, perhaps one day a strong Quebec will decide. I have an idea of what we would like in the Bloc Québécois. We would like we know what we want that decision to be, but we don't know when it will happen. In the meantime, it is our duty to put forward and to highlight the interests of Quebec every single day. And we must expect that later on tonight or tomorrow, and maybe in some cases on Wednesday, we will have to look again at the results as they progress in this election, because for now, we're in kind of a statu quo ante. That means we have to start up the same conversations that were suspended when the collaboration became a partisan exercise. So the results will only be known later. And it will be in another forum that I will have an opportunity to comment on them. And again, I want to extend my thanks to all Quebecers, all activists. We still have great things to achieve together. And again, we have the team to do it. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Bonne soirée.
All right, that's Yves-François Blanchet, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, tonight holding his own in Quebec, but not improving on his situation either, which is sort of the story of this election, if you will. We've now heard from Annabie Paul, Aaron O'Toole, Yves-François Blanchet. Normally now we should hear from Jagmeet Singh before we hear from the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, to see how he feels after these results. Sarah, what do you think we're going to hear from Mr. Singh? What kind of message does he have to deliver to Canadians tonight?
You know, I think Jagmeet has maintained a positive and hopeful outlook throughout this campaign. I think we're going to hear much of that. I mean, we're picking up seats, although some of the results are still coming in. I think he has performed well, and so hopefully we'll hear that. And rallying up support, I think he's going to need that as he moves forward as well. So looking forward to what he has to say.
Okay, and there he is with his wife, who they are expecting their first baby. We were chatting last week. He's very excited about that.
Probably some dance moves, too.
And some dance moves. He does love a dance move, that guy. Okay, Jagmeet Singh now addressing Canadians after after his results tonight. Here he is.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate all of you. Un grand merci. Thank you so much to our team, to all the volunteers, to all our candidates. Un grand merci. Thank you so much. I want to recognize the hard work of all the leaders and their teams. Thank you for playing your role and being a part of our democracy. I want to congratulate the Prime Minister on his re-election as Prime Minister of Canada. And I want to thank Canadians for voting. And I want to let Canadians know that you can count on New Democrats to continue fighting for you. As we've fought for you in the pandemic, when times were difficult, when people were struggling, when people were worried about their future, we were there for you. We fought to make sure people got more help. We fought to increase the CERB. We fought to increase the wage subsidy. We saved millions of jobs, and we helped millions of Canadians stay at home. We are going to continue fighting for you. Just the same way we fought for you in the pandemic, you can count on us to continue those fights. We're going to make sure that we fight hard to defend our environment, to make sure we're fighting the climate crisis like we really want to win. You can count on New Democrats to keep on fighting to make sure you can find a home that's in your budget for all those people struggling to find a home. We see you, we hear you, and we're going to fight to make sure that there is a home in your budget. To people out there that are struggling with health care, you can count on New Democrats to keep on fighting for you to make sure we get profit out of our long-term care system, to make sure our loved ones, our seniors, never again bear the brunt of any sort of pandemic or any sort of outbreak, that we care for our loved ones and our seniors and put them before profits by eliminating profits in long-term care. And we are going to continue to fight to make sure our healthcare system is there for you when you need it, there for you and your loved ones when you need it, by making sure we include medication coverage, pharmacare, that our teeth are covered through dental care, and making sure that our mental health is also covered and included into our healthcare system. Friends, I also want you to know that we are going to keep on fighting to make sure that the super wealthy pay their fair share, that billionaires pay their fair share, so the burden doesn't fall on you and your families. And I want you to know that we're going to continue to fight for justice for the first people of this land. Indigenous communities that continue to be denied basic human rights, clean drinking water, adequate housing. We are going to continue to fight for you. We've heard your stories. We see you. We are going to fight for you with everything we have. You can count on all of us, all New Democrats, to continue that fight. Pour les Québécois et Québécoises, peu importe le nombre de députés dans notre caucus,
whatever the number of members of parliament in our team or our caucus, I want to assure you that we will continue to fight for you, just as we did in this pandemic. We were there for you. We knew that there were difficult times. It was so challenging for people. And that's why we fought to increase the CERB, which helped millions of people in Quebec. And we will continue to support you, just as we increased the wage subsidy, and in so doing, we saved millions of jobs. So you can count on us and our team to continue to fight for you. All our members of parliament will be looking for victories and gains for the people of Quebec and people right across this country. You can count on us to ensure or to defend the environment and to address the climate crisis and to invest in health care. You can be sure that we will be there for you. And you can also be sure that if we work together, we can build a better society, and that's exactly what New Democrats will do.
Friends, I want you to know that our fight will continue. We are never going to give up fighting for you and your families. As we have done in the pandemic, as we showed you in this campaign, we will continue to make sure you are first, your families are taken care of, that your needs are met. That's what New Democrats are all about. I want to leave you with something that my mom always taught me as I was a kid. She always said that we are all one. And it is so true. We are connected. When people around us are hurting, we're also hurting. But when we take care of one another, when we support one another, when we lift each other up, we all rise. That's what you can be sure of. New Democrats will fight to take care of all Canadians so that together we all rise. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Je suis tellement fier d'être ici. Merci.
I'm so proud to be here. Thank you.
Okay, that is Jagmeet Singh, the NDP leader, and his wife, Gurkinkar Sidhu, who is pregnant. They're expecting their first child. Olivia Stefanovich is there in Vancouver. Olivia, what are you hearing from the NDP about how they feel about tonight?
Well, Rosie, New Democrats came into tonight saying that any growth would be a sign of success. And the NDP is certainly seeing that tonight with modest growth, adding a few more seats to the 24 seats it holds in the House of Commons. And we heard Singh speak about some of his priorities. Since he has a few more seats now, he might have more clout, more influence in Parliament. He spoke about priorities such as pharmacare, advancing reconciliation, things that he wants to bring to the negotiating table in a minority government situation. The NDP put a law on the table for this campaign, Rosie, visiting 51 ridings, all held in Conservative and Liberal held seats. So the NDP was being very aggressive, and it spent about $25 million on this campaign, which is double from what it did in 2019. Now, we aren't seeing numbers like we did in the 2011 Orange Wave. We're certainly not seeing that many gains, but the party does say that they feel like this might be something like 2008, when former NDP leader Jack Layton won about 37 seats. We're not quite there yet. It looks more like a 2006 gain at this point, but the NDP does feel happy about the gains that it is making so far, and they feel that they are building to something more, that they might be able to take advantage of this momentum in future elections, Rosie.
Okay, Olivia, thank you so much for that. Thank you for all your coverage throughout the past 36 days. Get home safe. Yeah, I mean, the Jagmeet, he seems happy right now. The speech was markedly different than 2019, when he was frankly giddy, even though he had lost so many seats. So maybe lessons learned as a politician there about how you should respond.
Thank you.
Again, Olivia talked there, Sarah, about wanting to create momentum moving forward. I mean, certainly there is some, but again, we probably shouldn't overstate the success. NDP is still the fourth party inside the House of Commons.
I think they're modest gains, obviously, but I think for Singh as a leader, I think he's definitely proven himself through his likability, through his performance throughout this campaign. And I think with younger voters, we're hopeful that this momentum will be something that we can capitalize on in the next election.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the difference between Jagmeet Singh and Tom Mulcair, and there's probably a very, very, very long list of differences. But the reason Jagmeet Singh is holding on to his leadership as opposed to Tom Mulcair is the NDP generally likes the direction that he's going in terms of his policy approach and his approach to politics, whereas Tom Mulcair was trying to pull the NDP in a different direction. Is that a fair assessment?
That's absolutely fair. I think, Tom really tried to bring us more towards the center, and Jagmeet has moved us more towards the left and has been bold and, unapologetic about his zeal to tax the rich, our bold climate vision, our push for pharmacare, dental care, these types of policies that Canadians want to see. And I think he's going to continue to hold Justin Trudeau to account to make sure that Canadians are getting those priorities and the things that they need actually happening here in Canada.
Yeah, the other difference, I suppose, is that Tom Mulcair was a very successful leader of the official opposition. He was actually vying to be prime minister. And so when that failed, the rejection of him as leader was probably more severe. Okay, I want to show you a couple of ridings where it is too close to call. You know where things are right now, but there's some places where you might be, where you are wondering, why don't I know what's happening? And it is late now. We're at 1 a.m. We're already on Tuesday, my friends. But look, there's 6 ridings here where it is just too close to call. Spadina, Fort York, is that riding with Kevin Vuong, who was the Liberal candidate, who still is as a Liberal on the ballot, but he will not be a Liberal if he were to win. But you can see on the far right of your screen there, that's the margin from 65 all the way up to 210. Vancouver, Granville, the NDP leading a little bit over the Liberals, the Conservatives in Kitchener-Conestoga. But remember, what is happening there, what you should keep your eye on in those races that are too close to call, you may not get any clear verdict on those ridings until tomorrow. Those mail-in ballots in some of those places may be important. 4,900, for instance, mail-in ballots in Vancouver, Granville, I am told. I didn't know that off the top of my head. Don't worry. Trois-Rivières is still a very close race there. Look, between the Conservatives and the Bloc, 84 votes separating the two. So those ridings, all ones that you'll probably know tomorrow when you wake up, unless you're already asleep, or in the days to come even. It might take till Wednesday for some of them. Okay, Justin Trudeau, the Liberal leader, is about to emerge in about a minute's time. So quickly, Jerry, I'll just ask you what you think the Prime Minister needs to say tonight.
Well, I think he needs to strike a conciliatory tone with the other leaders and hopefully let everybody get off to bed.
Do you mean you, Jerry? Is that what you mean?
I am one person who needs to go to bed, but I assume the rest of you do as well.
Yeah. I love this stuff. Okay, so a conciliatory tone, but also speak to Canadians about what he heard too, because there are some Canadians that are angry that he did this. Obviously.
Absolutely, and I think he needs to state in his terms what he believes the mandate to be, and I think he'll roughly say, we're being ordered back to work, and I look forward to getting back to work.
Yeah. How quickly would they get back to work, do you think?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Probably, you would assume 2-3 weeks.
Yeah. I think the last transition, when I looked back in 2019, was maybe 4 weeks.
Yeah.
I don't think they would leave it that long, do you?
I don't think so, but I'm sure everybody's exhausted. There's still a lot to do, though.
Yeah, I mean, it is, and David and I were talking about this earlier. We sort of went from the election in 2019, a couple months, into a pandemic for about 2 years, almost 2 years, and then into another election. I mean, and David and I aren't working as hard as people who are in government. I don't think so anyway, David.
Well, and on top of that, we had Iran shooting down the plane,
yes,
and the Wet'suwet'en rail blockades.
That's right.
Then the outbreak in China with Canadians stuck in Wuhan needing to be repatriated, and then the virus came to our shores, and now we're into wave number 4, and it's burning up, particularly in Western Canada. So in terms of like a transition, they've lost some cabinet ministers tonight, some more are in jeopardy, but the core of the government is still largely intact. So they're going to need to get back to work really fast. I mean, the government still exists. There's still a prime minister. There's still a cabinet. It's parliament we're picking here tonight. But the challenges in front of the country are still absolutely enormous, which is one of the reasons Trudeau was criticized so much for calling this election when he did. And essentially, you know, Canadians seem to feel that the minority parliament was doing a good job for them during the pandemic. And while it may have been inconvenient for Liberals, I don't think they convinced the country it needed to change dramatically enough. So the message here is the homework assignment is incomplete, as Jerry said. Now get back to work and finish it off.
Yeah, I do wonder whether there was uncertainty around letting a different government lead during a pandemic. Like, you already know the Liberals have figured some stuff out, right? I mean, they've got it in hand. I mean, there might be things to criticize, but you already know that, okay, well, we've seen how they manage it. So maybe we'll just let them finish that off. I don't know how much of that was a factor.
Well, I mean, when you look at the seat result, it's pretty clear that people are effectively saying, didn't you hear us when we told you the first time?
Yes.
Let us yell a little bit louder this time, Mr. Trudeau. Yeah. Okay, we are waiting to hear from Justin Trudeau at Liberal headquarters in Montreal. Maybe we can pop up that shot, can we? Yeah. Okay, there we go. So that's good. It's filled in, at least. Some people showed up to hear him, because earlier when we called this Liberal government, there was nobody in the room. And I see on Twitter that Margaret Trudeau, Justin Trudeau's mother, is there, and I'm sure Justin Trudeau's whole family, although maybe the children have gone to bed at this hour. So he will come out and give his speech, as Jerry said. It will have to be conciliatory. It will have to reach out to the other parties, and it will have to recognize that Canadians have said, sure, you can be Prime Minister a little longer, but we want to make sure that you're doing what we say, sort of thing. Yeah, David?
Yeah, and I think there is obviously a willing partner at the table right now. There is a more conciliatory tone from Jagmeet Singh than we saw from Erin O'Toole. I mean, O'Toole kind of said, this isn't over. We're going to keep trying to grow, and we're going to maybe get you next time. Singh said they wanted to work together on a lot of things, but I think the most interesting part from our visit at NDP headquarters tonight was not what Jagmeet had to say. It's what Olivia Stefanovich had to say when she said they spent $25 million on this campaign. That's big money for the New Democrats, and that's a lot of fundraising to fill those coffers back up, and that's going to take a lot of time because there's probably a lot of debt there. They've mortgaged the building they own in downtown Ottawa, so that, as much as anything, could determine the life of this minority government.
Just noticing someone on Twitter, Jerry Butts, saying, I like Jerry Butts in the back and forth with Rosie Barton on TV. He should do more of that. I mean, I know you have a career, but in case.
People have spoken, Jer.
Yeah, well.
People have spoken.
I'm sure they'll say the same about you too, Lisa. Let's be clear.
No.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the map because that does paint the picture of where you have decided to throw your support and what you have voted for. And I know some of you still waiting, perhaps, to have that opportunity to vote. That still matters because it could matter in your particular riding, right? We saw how some ridings were too close to call, but this is where we have ended up tonight. With, as we saw there in Alberta and Saskatchewan, at least now anyway, the Conservatives have held those two provinces, although does it look like the Liberals are going to pick up either of those? Have you looked lately?
Sorry, just say that again?
In Alberta.
Well, right now they're leading in Edmonton Centre, I believe. Right now they're still in two and in Calgary Skyview. So there's a potential there for Alberta representation in a cabinet. But Rosie, one quick note.
Yes.
Campaign Life Coalition has already sent out an email saying that Aaron O'Toole lost this election because of his shift to the left. So right now you're already seeing the first shots being fired and what's going to be a period of reckoning for the Conservatives.
Yeah. What do you think of that? There, Lisa Raitt. You're just shaking your head.
Really? We haven't even heard from the Prime Minister yet.
Yeah.
Everyone just calm down.
Yeah, I think that's good advice from you.
Yeah.
That's very good advice.
Let's just see how things go. Maybe let's just see how things go.
My mom voice for the night.
Go to your corners.
You use it. You use it. All right, there you go. But David's right. That does. It's a sign of something anyway. Okay. As you know now, you have chosen a Liberal minority government. The Liberals at 156. Remember, they won 157 the last time. Conservatives right where they were under Andrew Scheer at 121. The Bloc right where they were at 32. The NDP have tracked up a few. If all of those seats hold, and we know that there are some races that are too close to call. The Greens have lost one, but they have picked up a different and interesting beachhead in Kitchener Centre in Ontario. Some of that may be because there wasn't a Liberal to vote for, but it's interesting nonetheless. And Elizabeth May keeps her seat as a Green member out on the West Coast. Let me show you a little bit more of how the evening has unfolded as we wait for the Prime Minister of Canada, who does tend to be tardy, so we'll see if he can get himself whipped into shape with his third mandate, his third government. This is the national vote share. Again, that's very close, right, between the Liberals and the Conservatives, and you're probably looking at it and saying, well, wait, I thought the Liberals won. Well, they did. But this is the story of how the vote share works in this country, at least it seems to be, and it's certainly what we saw back in 2019. So the Conservatives ahead on the vote share. Let me show you what that looks like in terms of seats. Again, basically a redux of 2019. And what you'll see here is not much of a seat change at all. Again, look at that. So, yeah, the Conservatives aren't even on the board because, of course, they haven't changed seats at all. They are exactly where they were in 2019. The Liberals are down 1 and the NDP up 3. So that tells you the story of this evening. Again, I know many people say, well, why the heck did we do this? You can say that, but I still think that you did get to decide. And I think that matters because it was your vote and your decision to limit everybody in this way. Okay. We are waiting for Justin Trudeau to come out and speak to supporters and speak to Canadians in his third mandate as Prime Minister, not a majority, another minority. David, what would you spent some time on the Liberal campaign. What would you expect from the Prime Minister tonight?
He had the campaign in a far more negative tone. They ran negative attack ads than we're used to seeing from the guy who came to power in 2015 on Sunny Ways. But I think that's a function of being 6 years in office and having a track record that follows you around on the campaign trail. Every time you get on that campaign bus, you're bringing some bags with you, whether you want to or not. It's interesting to see how he's going to address this, right? Because, as Chantal said earlier tonight, it's an election that nobody wanted, where none of the parties got what they wanted. And that includes Justin Trudeau. I mean, he failed to convince the country that he needed a strengthened mandate because he's at 156 there, and I don't know if that includes any of the controversial candidates, so we have to discount from the tally. Yep. He has, to answer your question earlier, George Chahal was elected in Calgary Skyview. We are projecting him having been elected there. So he has got a better seat distribution.
I don't mean good. I mean good. We've got a result. That's what I mean, to be clear. I don't even know George. I wish him well, but I don't even know him.
The only province they don't have seats in this time is Saskatchewan. The Conservatives are going 14 for 14 right now with the results that we have. There's still a bunch of mail-in votes that are coming in, and the Liberals will tell you that that's going to increase their vote share. They think that's 31, 32%. They're going to do well in that based on what their data is, and they think it could increase.
I'm not sure it matters, though, does it? I
don't think so.
That's nice for them.
But I think
I'm not sure what difference it makes.
You're essentially back to a fairly static result.
Right.
But the message can't be static. I mean, when we sat here in 2019, he came out and spoke mostly to the West, right? Because they had been shut out in the West. You're important parts of the country, Alberta and Saskatchewan. We're going to work towards regaining your trust. There's a lot of angry Canadians out there. And, you know, we were talking about this on your show Sunday. One of our colleagues said the pandemic has made normal people angry and it's made angry people crazy. And if you ask them for their opinion in an election during a time like this, you might not like their answer. I don't know if they really like this answer. I mean, you know, he's still prime minister. He's sort of doing the reverse Harper, majority, minority. But it is 3 election wins in a row. It's just, how does he approach it now with a country that might be skeptical?
Yeah, and I would imagine, like, just because you've won that one seat with George Chahal, and maybe you pick up and maybe you pick up Randy, you're still going to have to talk to Western Canada, because Western Canada is also saying to you that we're not on board with everything you have. But
now they'll have a couple of Westerners speaking inside the caucus and the cabinet room, which they didn't have before. I mean, Jim Carr kind of had the global responsibility for it. Dan Vandel and St. Boniface, they're relying on him as well. But there's nothing like local representation, right? I mean, I remember in Newfoundland when Lisa was in power, and there was, you know, Rob Moore in New Brunswick was the Newfoundland cabinet minister. I think he'd been born in Gander, but he, you know, was living in New Brunswick. It's not quite the same. And Alberta's a bigger, angrier place right now than Newfoundland was even back then, and Labrador, of course. And it's just a question of how do you make it all work now?
Okay, we are standing by for the Prime Minister of Canada on his 3rd mandate, Justin Trudeau, now going to come out and speak to Canadians and to supporters and to anyone who is awake at this hour. But we sure are. I am a little bit surprised that we've wrapped things up. I thought we would tonight, but I thought it would go a little bit later than it has. So there you go. That's a bonus, I suppose, that we've gotten this far at all. Look, maybe we can have a look. There we go. Maybe we can have a look inside the Montreal headquarters, Liberal headquarters, if possible. That would be good to see. Just see where things are at. I will say that all prime ministers tend to be late. It's just a thing that happens to them when they get into the office. And sometimes it's because they're busy governing, and other times you just don't understand what's going on. And that's where we're at tonight. Okay.
You know,
what would we expect, David, do you think would be the first kinds of things that the Liberals would try and do at this stage? So, I mean, daycare was a big one, and they worked really hard through the summer to try and bang off some of those deals with the provinces, I imagine, because they were planning an election. It was a nice thing to do. But what are some of the other things that we could expect from them in the early months?
Well, I think childcare right off the bat. I think if you look at the dynamic in Alberta, Jason Kenney could use a win, so maybe this is a way to get something done there. And Doug Ford has an election coming up next June, I believe, and, you know, $10 a day daycare for all these suburban voters who just went heavily for the federal Liberals might be inclined to support.
And he kept quiet through the most of the election for Justin Trudeau.
He did. They laid off each other quite a bit. In fact, there was not a lot of premier bashing in this election. The other stuff I think's got to happen right away, Rosie, is when they called this election, it looked like the 4th wave was not going to be that big, and that proves not to be the case. So you have a lot of pandemic supports that are getting ready to run out in about a month or so, and they'll need to figure out what they're going to do there.
For the 3rd time, Canadians have spoken. Pour une troisième fois, les Canadiens
I believe that's Mélanie Joly, one of the co-chairs of the campaign. And she is introducing Justin Trudeau. There he is with his wife, Sophie Gregoire Trudeau, and 2 of the kids who can probably stay up this late. And the little one's gone to bed. Adrian's gone to bed. Here they are, though, the Prime Minister of Canada, winning now a 3rd mandate. Remember, took this political gamble to call the election and managed to pull it off. Here's Justin Trudeau.
Thank you all. You are sending us back to work
with a clear mandate to get Canada through this pandemic and to the brighter days ahead. And my friends, that's exactly what we are ready to do. There are still votes to be counted, but what we've seen tonight is that millions of Canadians have chosen a progressive plan. Some have talked about division, but that's not what I see. That's not what I've seen these past weeks across the country. I see Canadians standing together in your determination to end this pandemic, together for real climate action, for $10 a day childcare, for homes that are in reach for middle-class families, for our shared journey on the path of reconciliation. As Canadians, you've elected parliamentarians to deliver on all this, and our team, our government, is ready.
When I became Prime Minister 6 years ago, I couldn't possibly have known what the future would hold. I didn't know that the government and the country would be facing such a pandemic. But what I did know already was that together Canadians are able to get around any obstacle, and that is exactly what we will continue to do. I heard you. You don't want us talking about politics or elections anymore. You want us to focus on the work that we have to do for you.
I hear you when you say that you just want to get back to the things you love, not worry about this pandemic or about an election. That you just want to know that your members of Parliament of all stripes will have your back through this crisis and beyond. The moment we face demands real, important change. And you have given this Parliament and this government clear direction. Vous avez fait un choix. Vous avez donné
You made a choice. You gave parliamentarians a clear mandate so that we can put an end to this pandemic once and for all and build a better future. You elected a government in Ottawa that will fight for you and that will deliver for you every single day. We hear you. We hear you when you say that you want more spaces in childcare centres and a healthcare system that's even stronger, affordable housing and good green jobs, to continue to move forward on the path to reconciliation, investments in the middle class, and for everyone working hard to join it. Friends, I'm ready to continue the work. Our team is ready. But this evening, I want to take the time to thank a few people.
To the leaders of the other parties and their families, thank you for being part of this important moment. Political life isn't easy. This is a path you choose because you believe in serving those around you. Thank you for your service. To the Elections Canada staff and volunteers who signed up to be part of this democratic process and who will be working around the clock to count votes and tally results, thank you. This election has confirmed that our democracy and our institutions remain strong. And to my fellow Canadians, there is no greater honor than serving you and serving this country. If you voted for our party, thank you. Thank you for putting your trust in our team to keep moving forward for everyone. And if you did not vote for us, I want you to know that we will stand up for you and work for you every single day. Because no matter how you voted, just like no matter where you come from, what language you speak, the color of your skin, the way you pray, I hear you. I hear you when you say that we can only move forward if no one is left behind. Our shared future is built vote by vote, door by door, and above all, person by person. That's something I learned when I first ran in Papineau 12 years ago. Durant les 12 dernières années,
over the last 12 years, as the Member of Parliament for Papineau, I had a chance to meet with people from all walks of life, and it was an honor for me to represent you, and it was with you that I began this great adventure. So again, thank you for your confidence in me. I will continue to be there for you, my dear friends in Papineau.
There are a lot of people who've worked hard, very hard, to get here tonight. First off, my fellow Liberals, my friends, congratulations. Whether you're a candidate, staff, or volunteer, I know there have been a lot of late nights and early mornings. There have been tough days, but together we've done something incredible. Bravo, mes amis.
Congratulations, friends.
Et par-dessus tout,
and above all, I want to thank my family.
As always, my mom, who's here tonight, who started going through election nights like this when she was a little girl, when my grandfather was running for Parliament in Vancouver North. But thank you, Mom, for always being there. Thank you. And Sophie,
and Sophie, 12 years ago, when we made the decision to get involved in politics together, it's because we wanted to defend our values. It's because we wanted to contribute to building a stronger Canada. And right from the beginning, we have worked together. Thank you. And to my children, Xavier and Ella Grace and Adrien, who's already been asleep for a few hours now. We're working hard to build a better future for you, a better future for your generation and future generations. Every single day, you remind me just how important that work is that we're doing together. So thank you. Thank you for your patience while I do this job. And thank you for the sacrifices that you make, both of
you. We've all worked so hard over the last few weeks and over the last few years, and we have come so far. My friends, tonight I think of something Prime Minister Wilfrid Laurier said as his generation was at the dawn of a new century. He said, "Let them look to the past, but let them still more look to the future." Let us not forget the past and the dark days we have come through together, but let us still more look to the future and all that is still to come and all that we have still to build together. Let us feel the warmth of a new dawn, and above all, let us seize the promise of a brand new day. Merci, mes amis. Thank you, my friends. Merci tout le monde.
And there he is, the Prime Minister of Canada, still for a third mandate there with his wife and two of his children. The third one, Adrian, well asleep upstairs in the hotel. Clear that Justin Trudeau is staying. He has no intention of leaving his job. Clear, too, that he wants to move forward with the pandemic recovery, maintain the stability of his government, that he got the message from Canadians. I hear you, he said. You've given this parliament and this government clear direction, meaning he will also have to work with the other parties. Ashley Burke is in Montreal. Ashley, what are people telling you about how they feel about tonight?
Rosie, there is a small but loud crowd here tonight. You can hear them cheering. I've been seeing people pat each other on the backs, giving hugs. Under those masks are happy faces. Justin Trudeau, one of his senior advisors, told me that he feels humbled, happy, and that he's relieved. He's ready to get to work. I talked to other candidates and staffers that are here on site. They said that this is a win is a win and that they consider this as a success. Yes, they won a majority, but the polls were not looking that way. These results tonight did not surprise them. You heard Justin Trudeau on stage tonight justifying this election, saying that it was a chance to get a clear mandate about how Canada can move forward and get out of this pandemic. He now has a clear direction, but as you mentioned, he's going to have to work with other parties to get the Liberals' agenda through.
Yeah, one of the other interesting things that he said there, Ashley, at least I thought it was interesting, he said, quote, you don't want us to talk about politics and elections anymore. I mean, the only reason we were talking about elections is because he called one. But he's clearly had the message now that this is, that Canadians want him to get back to work.
And, a couple of days ago on the campaign trail, this came up as well. And he did admit a few days ago, I know people want to get back to normal. I know people are tired of this pandemic. And this election's not getting back to normal. So we did have a hint that he's getting a clear message from people that this is just not something that they want right now.
Okay. Ashley, thank you for all your reporting through this election campaign. And again, tonight, I know you haven't slept much in the past, 48 hours. So I hope that sleep is in your future and I'll see you back in the Bureau. That's Justin Trudeau, again, re-elected as Prime Minister for his third mandate. As we leave the scene there in Montreal, let me show you just one more race that is so close. I know you're still awake out there in British Columbia, so you'll want to see this one. And it is Vancouver-Granville. Wow. And you will see the Liberal candidate is leading by 2 votes, just 2. So if you ever were wondering whether your vote counts and whether those mail-ins will matter when they start to be open tomorrow and counted by Elections Canada, they sure do. That just one of the very close races in this country. All right, we've had lots of help and lots of people talking us through the evening. And we'll give everyone a chance to have a quick final thought. Andrew, I'll start with you.
Yeah. So look, I think it makes perfect sense to use the results from 2019 as a benchmark for comparison when you're trying to gauge the results from 2021. But I think, from a Quebec perspective, it's easy to forget that even in 2019, there were 21 ridings where the margins were just so close, where fewer than 7 percentage points separated first from second. And even then, with so many ridings poised to be battlegrounds, where they could have really, in theory, gone either way. And all of those ridings, virtually all of them, were considered to be in play this time around in 2021. Let me make this point here with a graphic, a seat change graphic, and we can all soak in just how underwhelming the result is from a change point of view, right? Almost no change at all. In a province where we've come to expect change, whether it was in 2011, the Orange Wave, 2015, the Liberal majority, 2019, the Bloc bump, and yet we see an absolutely static result. I suppose it's only fitting that we see a similarly static result federally.
Okay, Andrew, thank you. Good up to the very last moment. Appreciate your help with all of this tonight. Adrienne, over to you.
Well, Melissa, the producer who's hiding back there, and I have been looking at the provinces that we've been keeping an eye on, and it comes down to Alberta. This is the place where if you want to look at the vote change, this is the one that tells the story we've been talking about all night. The Conservative drop of 13.5% in Alberta. Nowhere, as you said, Rosie, earlier, has it been higher. More of a drop than Alberta. And what that means is that the only places in the prairies where there are changes are in the cities in Alberta. So some of those races are still too close to call right now, but it looks like between the Liberals and the NDP, they may pick up 3 of the ones that the Conservatives lost. We talked about it earlier in the evening. To what degree is the anger with Jason Kenney translating to trouble for Erin O'Toole? Well, there you go. That's it.
Sure is. Okay, Adrienne, thank you for all your help. Ian, Hannah Mansing, your last word, sir.
All right, well, 3 quick random thoughts. First of all, I live in Vancouver-Granville.
Oh, yes, that's right.
I mailed in my ballot. And when I return to Vancouver tomorrow, it probably will still be undecided. So, yeah, very interesting to be living through all of that. Second random thought is that Prime Minister Trudeau yesterday at a campaign stop was asked about proportional representation and the promise he made. And he said, it's the first time I've been asked that. I think he said on the campaign, or at least on that day. A lot of people are going to be asking that question, right? There are a lot of people who maybe, unlike us, haven't been kind of grown up with the idea of the parliamentary system and will look at vote share and seat totals and say, how can this be? Third final thing, 8 of us sitting around the table, 4 of us are from Atlantic Canada. I like that ratio.
Guess it shows you something about the power of Atlantic Canada overall. Right. Thank you, Ian, and thanks for all of your work tonight. This is what the map of Canada looks like as this evening comes to a close, with the results so similar to where they were 5 weeks ago. But that is what you've come up with. Elections Canada tells us that everyone that was in line has now voted, and they will keep counting votes from those delays up until 3 a.m. tonight. If they don't get it all done tonight, they will start again tomorrow. Sarah, a final thought from you on your team and where it's ended up tonight.
Well, you know, I think we had some modest gains. Obviously, results are still coming in. And I think, as I said earlier, Jagmeet has run a very positive and hopeful campaign. You know, there were some tough areas that we knew we probably weren't going to make inroads, Maritimes being one of those places. But we've held steady in Quebec. We're picking up some seats in BC. And so I think overall, you know, Jagmeet as a leader has performed well throughout this election. And I'm looking forward to what he does moving forward.
Okay, Sarah Singh, thank you for being here. We had never met before, so it's a pleasure to have you, and I appreciate you doing it.
Thank you so much, Rosemary. And if I can say, this is my first time ever doing this, and I just want to thank you all so much. It's an honor to be here. I've watched this growing up, and so I know sitting at home with my dad, it's a true treat to be here and just be in the presence of such greatness. So thank you so much for having me tonight.
That's fangirling, and you should all take it. Just take it. We don't get that very often. We'll take it. That's very kind of you, Sarah. We appreciate you being here. Lisa Raitt, some final thoughts on the blue team?
Yeah, you know, much is going to be said about where the Conservatives lost, but the Liberals lost 3 cabinet ministers tonight. I think that's significant. I think if you're asking Canadians what do they think, if they punish the government team, and that's the cabinet, then I think they're sending a message in some areas. So there's lots of stuff to pick through in the next couple of days. And a lot of focus is going to be on the individual leaders, what they should or shouldn't do. So we'll just ride it out and see what ends up happening. But caucus is going to have a lot to say to all of the leaders, without a question.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yep. And Jerry, this is your first time out too.
It is
so
indeed, and
probably won't be as much of a fangirl as Sarah.
Well, no, I will be. I will be. Listen, I echo Sarah's. It was nice to meet you too, Sarah, and I echo her comments. It's great to see. I mean, it all looks so easy from home, what you guys do. It is not easy, and thank you very much for doing it. You're a huge part of making our democracy work, and you probably don't hear that enough. I like the Prime Minister's speech. It won't surprise you to hear me say that. I thought it was really conciliatory. I thought it was quite friendly to the opposition leaders, and he seemed to register the mandate that he'd been given, which was to go right back to work. I'd just close by reminding people how difficult it is to win a majority government in this country. In my lifetime, there have been 2 Liberal leaders who've won a majority government against a united Conservative Party, and they've both been named Trudeau. So it's a very rare beast. So I congratulate everybody from all parties. I know how difficult it is to run one of these campaigns and how much you put into it and how much it takes out of you and your family. So I hope everybody who supported any candidate for any party, but most of all the people who had the courage to put their names on a lawn sign, feel good about themselves tonight.
Yeah, that is it is a very hard job, politics. I've heard from lots of people happy and lots of people sad on my phone tonight, and so I totally can relate to that. Do you think the Prime Minister is going to have a harder time governing than he did when this started?
I hope not. Lisa and I were talking about this earlier. I think one of the few things that all of the opposition parties have in common is that they're all better off with a different leader of the Liberal Party. And I think the way they went about that in the last couple of years was to hound him and his people. And I think they'll redouble their efforts, frankly.
Okay. Jerry, thank you for that, and thank you for being here. David Cochran's back at his board. I don't know if he's got anything left to say over there or any other numbers to come up with, but he's there.
I'm going to plug my Xbox into this and maybe play some video games for the rest of the night. I was going to show you 3 key areas where the Liberals either held on, made gains, or did well, and it tells the story of this election. The road to a Liberal victory always went through the 3 biggest cities in this country and their suburbs. And what you're seeing here in the island of Montreal, they largely held on to, they absolutely held on to everything they had, and they have moved off the suburbs, at least right now, into a Bloc Québécois held riding. And same sort of story here in Ontario, where you go to the GTA. This was Aaron O'Toole's target. Oops, I did that wrong. Aaron O'Toole's target. This is where he was looking to break in. And look, there's an interesting thing developing right here. Lisa mentioned that 3 cabinet ministers have lost. Deb Schultz not out, but she is trailing. If that result holds, it not only would be 3 cabinet ministers, Rosie, but 3 women in a gender parity cabinet. Deb Schultz, Mariam Monsef, and Bernadette Jordan. That's going to be a challenge for the government. But broadly, the big picture numbers there are good for the Liberals, as they are in the greater Vancouver area. Look at this. This is a lot more red than we expected to see. They've moved in here into what's normally been the conservative, in Richmond, and no, that's Delta, excuse me, in Steveston, Richmond East, and in Richmond, the Liberals are leading or elected right now. And look, they're back in front by this narrow vote in Vancouver, Granville. So they needed to do well in the big cities, and they needed to do well in those suburbs. One of the things they're counting on is that people who, for example, can't afford to buy a house in Vancouver, may have rented there, are moving out to those suburbs. They're bringing with them their voting tendencies to those suburbs and bringing those urban voting values. So this is a challenge for the Conservatives. This is where the vote efficiency comes into play for the Liberals. And also, Rosie, I think we're going to see a lot of these seats change maybe over the next little while. The overall Liberal minority, that's not in doubt. No. But with all those mail-in special ballots, all of those votes still to be counted, the precise tallies, those will probably change. It's definitely going to be a Liberal minority. The precise seat count, it's provisional right now. We're going to see
those are all good number last thoughts. Just give me your last thought about now where we're going next.
Where are we going next? Well, Parliament was supposed to reopen yesterday on Monday. That was the scheduled date. It's going to be interesting to see how quickly Trudeau gets his team back in the office, how quickly he gets them back to work. But look, the tasks that are ahead for the country are the tasks that were there when Justin Trudeau called this election. We've got to get through this pandemic. We've got to get women back into the economy in a meaningful way. And they've got to find a way to just work together because, quite frankly, the country was a little bit frustrated and exhausted. And you heard it from Trudeau tonight. You don't want us talking about elections. You don't want us talking about politics. You've given us a clear message to get back to work and get us through the pandemic. We'll see if they're serious about it, and we'll find out when we all get back to Ottawa.
Okay. David Cochran, thank you for your work there and for manning that board so fabulously through the evening. Want to do a quick check-in with the decision desk downstairs in the atrium of the CBC. They have been working very, very, very hard to make some of these very difficult calls. Thank you to all of you down there for doing it and doing it so diligently so that we were able to make a safe and a projection that we could count on. Hello. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you. Get some rest at some point. There's a couple places where you can, but thank you. Just know that we all appreciate all of your hard work. I wouldn't want to do that job at all. Mine is far easier than that one. Listen, yes, we've ended up with many of the same results that we had when this election started and in 2019. But the country is in a very different place, and now we'll see where the Liberals will take it. It's been an extraordinary night. Thank you to the many, many, many people who have put this together. We are just the faces of it. Thank you all so much. Canada, thank you for voting. Thank you for weighing in. CBC Television continues with more coverage with Janella Massa and David Common. I'll see you back here probably tomorrow. Well, not quite here. Bye-bye. Take good care. Canada, your next government will be a Liberal minority government. Justin Trudeau, as we already told you, will hang on as Prime Minister tonight. The Liberals remain in government, but after calling this snap election with the hopes of a different outcome, let's be honest, Justin Trudeau will not get enough seats to form a majority government.
The people of Canada clearly are saying, we want you to work together. We want you to collaborate. You have got to find a way to do that. And you've got to find a way to deliver us the help we need for the rest of this pandemic.